A few years ago, the virtual reality game, Tale, suddenly appeared and took the world by storm. It was a perfect world with graphics and sensations indistinguishable from reality. Tale was a world even larger than Earth. Inside the game, you could talk to AIs and interact with them as if they were real people. And this young man is Yumin, once the strongest player in Tale. He was ranked #1 in solo combat ability and was the strongest S-class player in the Berserker class, the king of violence, Roken. However, the appearance of Odin changed everything. Yumin was beaten to a pulp every day and could only log off and sulk in a corner. Today was the 8th time he had been ganged up on by the Ragnarok Guild. Every time he was killed, Yumin's level would drop, and he would randomly lose a piece of equipment. This left him feeling utterly helpless. Yumin reflected on everything he had dedicated to the game and felt it wasn't worth it. But he would rather die than ever give up on Tale. After stealing his resolve, Yumin once again entered the game capsule. As soon as he returned to the virtual world, the Ragnarok Guild was already there, waiting for him. Seeing Odin's detestable face, he furiously charged forward with clenched fists. Yumin told himself he would take them all down and reclaim his position at the top. However, no miracle occurred. He was defeated once again. The members of the Ragnarok Guild each unleashed their skills on Yumin. Lying on the ground and taking the beating, he couldn't help but curse in frustration. Just then, the system announced that Yumin had been stripped of his King of Violence title for failing to meet the requirements. This was like a fatal knife twisting in his heart. Yumin screamed in agony, but there was no magic to be found here. Odin, realizing it was over, turned and walked away. The members of the Ragnarok Guild followed him without hesitation. Everything had now crumbled for Yumin. He could only grit his teeth and cry in bitter frustration. Yumin thought about everything he once had, his title as the King of Violence, his level, his items, and couldn't accept it. He then looked up and screamed as if to curse the heavens. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning struck down as if in response. The legend of Roken, the strongest and most violent player in Tale, ended in misery. Back in reality, the alarm clock rang incessantly. Yumin, filled with anger, slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Shut up!" He clutched his head in helplessness and sighed. In the end, there was no plot twist. Yumin had grown weaker and weaker, unable to defeat the Ragnarok Guild on his own. On top of that, in the real world, he had to worry about rent. So, Yumin decided he had to sell what he could to make ends meet. However, at that moment, he noticed something strange. The Tale Connection capsule was gone. Yumin suddenly froze. He looked around and began to feel confused about his current location. While he was still bewildered, the phone on the floor lit up. A notification popped up right in front of him. The virtual reality game Tale will be launching soon. Outside a convenience store, the morning air was warm and pleasant. Someone's voice asked, "What?" A look of shock on his face, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Kim Yumin could only stammer, unable to believe what he had just heard. The year 2021? For real. He rubbed his temples in defeat. The clerk, Kong Heechul, turned to him with a puzzled expression. "Bro, why are you suddenly asking for the date?" His sudden question made the clerk feel awkward too. "Your name is Kong Heechul, right? What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Yumin's eyes suddenly darkened, and sweat dripped down in large drops. Then he turned and ran out of the store, leaving the clerk completely baffled. Kong Heechul scratched his head, still looking confused, and muttered, "Ever since his girlfriend dumped him a few days ago, he's been acting really weird." The scene shifts to a busy street outside, filled with the blare of car horns under the bright sun. Yumin, who had been running non-stop, finally stopped by the side of the road to catch his breath, drenched in sweat. His face was covered in sweat, his mind a chaotic mess of thoughts. "This is definitely the neighborhood I lived in 3 years ago. The convenience store I always went to. Even the name of the part-time clerk I was friends with." He screamed internally, "What the hell is going on?" An image of Roken with 2 others in Tale flashed through his mind. He had always thought, ever since those bastards in Tale screwed me over, I was stripped of all my titles. An image of him falling into an abyss, arrows raining down on him. "I died a painful death, a miserable death," he thought, as the rocks around him crumbled. Suddenly, he seemed to remember an important detail. "I think I was killed by a blue lightning strike in the end." He stood there, staring at his hands, still unable to believe what had been happening. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I was back in the real world. And I've gone back 3 years in time. Tail hasn't even been released yet. He stood there staring at his hand for a long time. Then a sinister smile spread across his face, as if he was plotting something dark. Am I dreaming or something? Suddenly, it was as if a bolt of lightning shot through his head. His eyes widened in surprise. That's right. He remembered a person named Odin. At the mention of this name, his hands clenched unconsciously. This must be his doing. He slapped his thigh and laughed out loud, confusing the people around him. That has to be it. Then, he dragged his heavy feet, shuffling along the pavement, muttering to himself. He must have used some weird skill to control my mind again. A sigh, and then he suddenly roared like an uncaged beast, his eyes filled with rage. He just kept screaming at the empty air, frightening the passers-by who had no idea what was going on. Get out here now, you son of a bitch. What the hell? Stop playing these trashy games and fight me directly, you damn bastard. At the police station, he sat with a dazed expression, staring blankly into space. The police officer looked at the report, at a loss for words. Your friend's last name is Odin? What a strange name. Stepping out of the police station, his face was murderous. I'll let you off this time. Don't let it happen again. He stood there dazed, his mind a jumble of chaotic thoughts. Are normal mental attacks always this detailed? No. What would he gain from making me have this kind of hallucination? He suddenly glanced over and saw something. Suddenly, he gripped a nearby pole with both hands. With a burst of strength, he forcefully lifted it. He wanted to test if this was just an illusion created by that guy. The passers-by were shocked and terrified. What the hell is that? Sweat poured down his face like rain, but he felt a thrill of excitement. The people on the street started whispering among themselves. This feels too real. What's wrong with him? He must be crazy. The scene changes to the entrance of a gym. His kicks landed like fireballs on the training equipment. He frantically punched and kicked the punching bag, as if to release all his pent-up frustration. 2 other people training nearby saw his strikes and stopped to discuss it. What kind of martial art is that? Fist technique? Never seen it before. But with such a wide range of motion, it must be Russian martial arts. He threw a powerful punch into the bag. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, a slight smirk on his lips. Of course you've never seen this before. This is my own martial art, created for my use only. An illustration of the martial arts movements appeared. It's something I perfected while I was in Tail. On the other hand, he recalled some details from his time in the game. A level 16 monster could make a level 41 player log out. A wave of newbies will flood in as soon as Tail is released. And it's because people often die to low-level monsters. He cracked his knuckles, even with a huge level difference, because of their poor control skills. Players who have only ever used a keyboard and mouse. The other people in the gym all collapsed before his strength. His hand rested on a barbell. Are not at all used to a full-dive virtual reality technology like Tails. But there's something much more important than that. Using all his strength to lift the barbell, he continued, even as sweat soaked through his clothes. And that is understanding and being able to control one's own body. Imagine all the muscles in your body, every single fiber from your head to your toes. The ability to know and control each of those fibers is directly proportional to one's ability to control their body in Taylor. With a loud crash, he dropped the barbell from above. It's time to accept this. He leaned against the wall, panting. I've returned to 3 years in the past. He remembered his glory days in Taylor, when he could take on a whole team of monsters alone and sit triumphantly on a pile of their corpses. Until 1 month before Taylor's release. That game was my entire world. He leaned against the wall, laughing like a madman, his whole body shaking, which made a young man nearby think he'd run into a lunatic. In his mind, the images of Odin and the others appeared, as if they were laughing at him, making him even angrier. He radiated an aura thick with gunpowder as he gritted his teeth. And you, Odin, I will be reborn as someone else. You won't have even a sliver of a chance to win. I will beat you all to a pulp. 1 month later, in a room, next to a single bed, was a glass capsule. The capsule opened, and inside lay Human, a panel obscuring his face. He moved slightly. The The light from what was in front of him made it impossible to open his eyes. The familiar sound of the system began to ring out. 5, 4, 3, 2. A small light source appeared, connecting to Taylor. He opened his eyes wide. Outside, there was only a purple, star-filled sky. He shot up, astonished by the sight before him, and could only exclaim, "This is really the world of Taylor." He was startled by the system's announcement. "Dear traveler, please state your name." He smirked, as if he had other plans, and said a name that was all too familiar. Roken. It was as if two different people stood on either side of him. He shouted his name. "My name is Roken. System, welcome to Taylor, Roken." In a village in Taylor, smoke billowed up from large and small fires. The scene was chaotic, with the screams of adults and the cries of children. A large number of armed goblins were attacking the village. "Run! Goblins are attacking!" The goblins trampled on the backs of the villagers, drawing their bows on them. An arrow struck a young man nearby. He appeared coolly, like a god sent down to protect them. "System, would you like to start the tutorial? If you decline, you will not receive the tutorial rewards." "Of course I do." He stood proudly amidst the flames. A level 2 goblin bared its crooked teeth at him. He pretended to cower, making it think he was an easy target, and it charged in. Suddenly, he grabbed the axe beside him, a look of delight on his face. "That's right. I like your guts." As if realizing it had stepped into a trap, it could only stand there and take what was coming. He raised the axe, preparing to teach it a lesson it would never forget. With one clean strike, he split its body in two. After that blow, the ground itself seemed about to shatter under his power. He laughed loudly, looking at them. "Kneel before me. The Violence King has returned." The village was engulfed in a sea of fire. Screams echoed everywhere. "Run!" Many goblin bodies, sliced in half, lay on the ground. Humans slowly approached. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out from somewhere. He looked up in surprise. "An outstanding achievement. You have defeated an opponent stronger than you. You have received the title, Born Warrior." Born Warrior. Normal. You have defeated an opponent of a higher level than you. Be proud of your fighting talent. Effect, Strength +1. Human smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "All right, that's more like it." The system appeared again. A brief introduction to this feature. This is a special characteristic of Taylor, the achievement system. When a person performs a special action or achieves something that is almost impossible for them, many images of players fighting challenges without a hint of fear appeared. It will either increase your stats or grant you some kind of effect. Mindlessly hunting monsters to level up is the most inefficient thing you can do in Taylor. He confirmed his thoughts aloud. "Just as I thought. The tutorial gives no experience at all." Human quietly hid behind a wall, thinking, the completion condition for the tutorial is also quite easy. He peeked out, observing everything carefully, and figured it out for himself. "All I have to do is survive in this farming village against the invading goblins." Human began to plan his battle. All you need to do is avoid the goblins and escape the village. It's not just because this is the tutorial that it gives no experience, but also because it's very difficult for a level 1 player to face two goblins at the same time. His face darkened, then a cunning smile appeared as he wondered, but what if there's a true way to complete this tutorial? Human recalled something from the past. 2 months after the official game release, a strange player named Sun Jian appeared in Taylor. He stated confidently, he knew exactly why the goal of the tutorial was to survive and not to escape. The image of that person deepened thought. If we survive, what happens next? In that case, suddenly, he discovered a sword and burst out laughing with joy. "Of course, there's something like this," Human admitted. "I'm sure I heard that he got a special reward that was even better than the reward for just completing the basic objective." As he walked, he thought to himself, Taylor has just been released. The entire burning landscape created a scene that was difficult to describe. Human walked proudly, boldly declaring, "The only one who knows how to complete it perfectly is me." Back in the chaos of the village, a woman frantically ran from the goblins that wanted to tear her apart. "Run!" She ran with all her might, tears streaming down her face. The goblins chased after the woman together. He watched this pitiful scene from a rooftop. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew strongly against them. Human had already flown in and dealt a fatal blow to the goblins. The surrounding goblins were startled and turned around when they saw what had happened to their comrade. But before they could process what was happening, he immediately swung his axe at them. The way to complete it perfectly that he discovered was the axe had severed the goblin's neck. It screamed in pain. Yumin let out a delighted laugh and said, "Them." At the same time, he thought to himself, to eliminate the invading goblins without letting a single one survive. Yumin quickly did some simple math. Doing it this way, there are a total of 25 goblins invading this village. He silently tapped on the goblin's corpse. The first option is to divide and conquer by killing them one by one. Yumin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Hiding and ambushing is not my style of fighting. He recalled some scenes of himself slaughtering goblins. With this method, I've already killed 9 of them. Yumin left, leaving behind a pile of corpses he had created, with the thought, but this method isn't very effective either. Another, more viable plan formed in Yumin's mind. If the number of goblins drops to 15, the leader will sense the danger and gather all the other goblins. Because of that, they will stick together no matter what the player does. He stopped somewhere and said, "So now." Yumin stood in front of a house and declared loudly, "It's time to use the second method." Inside this house, it was strangely quiet. Suddenly, he was panting, his body feeling completely drained of energy. Yumin slumped against the wall. Numerous bottles of liquid were scattered across the floor. A notification appeared. "You have 20% health remaining. Your bodily functions have been impaired." He wearily admitted, "And that? I thought I was going to die. Was it too reckless to take on 3 at once?" Yumin picked up a bottle of blue liquid from the shelf. He drank it nonstop. A notification appeared again. "Used lowest grade health potion, restoring bodily functions." After drinking it, Yumin cheered as if he had fully recharged his energy. A potion on the brink of death is always the best. Suddenly, a terrifying, blood-curdling roar echoed. He froze, recognizing it. This voice. A goblin opened its mouth wide and immediately charged at him. It was none other than the armed goblin, the leader of the pack. Yumin shouted excitedly, "Looking for me, you ugly bastard?" The creature flinched and turned to look at him. He laughed, beckoning with his finger, taunting, "Come and get me." Its eyes widened, teeth clenched, its face a mask of pure rage. The armored goblin let out a deafening roar that echoed through every corner of the house. In unison, the other goblins charged at Yumin, following its command. He boldly declared, "Come on, you little shits." The armored goblin shrewdly sensed that something was off, but it was too late. Yumin had already doused himself in a yellow liquid. He smiled slyly and declared, "I prepared something special just for you, you bastard." He celebrated inwardly. The second way to complete this is to become truly strong. Notifications popped up continuously. Used low-grade enhancement potion, strength +10, dexterity +10. The armored goblin accelerated, charging at Yumin. He calmly waited for its attack. But before it could even strike, the armored goblin was met with Yumin's fist to its face. With just a little force, it slammed headfirst into the ground with a thunderous crash. It lay motionless, gritting its teeth in pain. Without letting it make a move, he delivered a second blow to its head. The axe split the armored goblin's head open. Yumin kicked its body several more times, causing the wall behind it to crack and crumble. The other goblins, seeing this, went into a frenzy and charged forward. But before they could even touch a hair on Yumin's head, he had already sliced them to pieces. One remaining goblin charged at Yumin with fierce determination. He lightly tripped it with his foot. Then, he used his axe to deliver the finishing blow. In the darkness, Yumin was like a predator pouncing on its prey with ravenous hunger. He sliced it in two, unable to hide his excitement. The goblin was split in half amidst a sea of red. As he was reveling in his fun, a notification suddenly appeared, startling Yumin. Only those who frequently use the achievement system can grow this quickly. He looked at the notification board and pondered for a moment. Yumin imagined himself looking incredibly cool with an infinite surge of power and felt thrilled. The system announced a series of achievements. An unexpected achievement. You have won a perfect victory against a large number of enemies stronger than you. You have obtained a title. Born Warrior. Your talent allows you to defeat a large number of enemies 3 levels higher than you. After hearing this, he smiled and wondered, Does it also give a bonus for being the first one? Yumin stared at the notification and thought, I'm only level 1, but my stats are currently 15 strength and 14 dexterity. That's on par with a level 10 player. Suddenly, the goblins behind him let out a loud cry and charged at him. A crazed, excited look appeared on Yumin's face. He spoke in disbelief. Haven't you idiots learned your lesson yet? One by one, they were chopped into hundreds of pieces. Yumin defeated them as effortlessly as a passing breeze, confidently declaring, You're no match for me. Suddenly, the armored goblin leaped out, pointing its blade straight at him, causing Yumin to freeze for a moment. It put all its strength into this thrust. The armored goblin unleashed a powerful blow against him. Notification, level 15 armored goblin. But contrary to its expectations, Yumin was completely unharmed and said, All right, you're still here, you stupid boss. The scene was more chaotic than ever, engulfed in a sea of fire. The armored goblin used all its strength to thrust its blade at Yumin. The blade cut a long, sharp path, but he skillfully dodged it all. Unfortunately, Yumin took a hit to the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Seizing the opportunity, it delivered a decisive blow to Yumin. The armored goblin's power was truly terrifying. Everything around the battle seemed to have been blown away. This time, he still managed to skillfully dodge its attack. Yumin thought to himself, It's stronger and more agile than regular goblins. I knew bosses would be different, and that just made him feel more excited. Yumin flashed a genuine smile, then charged towards the armored goblin, confidently declaring, But a goblin is still just a goblin. Both sides were thoroughly enjoying the fight, relentlessly attacking each other. It unleashed a devastating blow at Yumin, but he quickly dodged it. He immediately counterattacked with a blow to its neck. Looking at the scene before him, Yumin landed lightly on the ground and wondered, All right, is that it? Just when it seemed like everything was over, the wound on the armored goblin's neck suddenly began to heal. An indescribable murderous aura enveloped the area. Seeing this, he froze. Sweat poured down his face as he couldn't believe his eyes. How? Before he could process it, the armored goblin leaped forward and grabbed Yumin's arm tightly. It let out a massive roar as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Then, the armored goblin slammed him hard into the rubble, causing him pain that shot through the heavens. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure. System notification, you have taken 355 damage. Health reduced to 20%. It prepared to stomp on Yumin, making his eyes widen in fear. Then, the armored goblin put all its strength into stomping on him, shattering the surrounding ground. He was thrown a considerable distance away from it. His face showed clear frustration as he thought, The problem isn't its strength or speed. The atmosphere grew more tense by the second. Yumin, fuming, declared, This is trouble. He stared intently at the armored goblin's movements and realized, Its defense is annoyingly tough. I can't finish it off with my current weapon stats. Yumin frowned, gritting his teeth as he thought, The enhancement potion only has 5 minutes left. All right, in that case. Suddenly, he let out a terrifying laugh and said, Let's fight. Get ready. Seeing Yumin like this, the armored goblin couldn't help but freeze. But contrary to what Yumin had just said, he rolled up his pants and sleeves and ran. Running is the best strategy. This left it frozen, staring at him. After a moment, the armored goblin still didn't understand what he was doing. Suddenly, it realized. The armored goblin let out a massive roar as if it wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. It furiously chased after him with its heavy weapon, while Yumin ran for his life, putting all his strength into moving forward. After a short chase, the armored goblin lost track of him. It screamed in a frenzy. Suddenly, it noticed something to its left. It was a house with its lights still on, relatively intact. A crazy idea just ran through the armored goblin's head. It smiled more sinisterly than ever before. Yumin managed to get into a house, then slumped to the floor, panting. He frowned, clutching his stomach, and wondered, So painful. Are my ribs broken? Do they really have to make the game this realistic? Then, a rolled-up piece of paper appeared in his hand. He laughed triumphantly and tore the scroll. Time to use the last item I got from the item shop. System notification, you have used a low-grade fire resistance scroll. Your fire resistance will increase by 30 for 10 minutes. Yumin was overjoyed and immediately hatched a plan. All right, now I just need to lure it. Before he could finish his sentence, the house he was in was smashed to pieces by the armored goblin. It grimaced, searching for Yumin in every corner, not noticing what was behind it. Just then it realized. He could only give a wry smile and say, "Hello? You look pretty angry. Let's talk." Ignoring his distracting words, it swung its blade wildly, intending to slice him into 100 pieces. Yumin dodged frantically in fear. Its special moves were incredibly powerful. The armed goblin kept swinging its blade relentlessly, while he grew more and more exhausted. Yumin suddenly realized, I don't have enough room to dodge. Then, he took a direct hit to the stomach. Yumin was sent flying, crashing through several walls, a terrifying amount of power. He was buried under a pile of rubble, his face showing excruciating, bone-deep pain. Yumin sat battered on the floor. The system continued to announce, "You have received 78 damage. Health has dropped below 10%. Despite this, the armed goblin was determined not to spare him. It approached, a magical aura enveloping it. Now he sat up and grabbed his axe. He poured the last of his strength into it and let out a loud roar. Then, he threw the axe at the armed goblin. But it dodged easily and even gave him a triumphant smile. Yumin smiled back and asked, "Having fun? Laugh all you want," he declared boldly, "because this is the last time you'll ever get to laugh." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise made it whip its head around to look. The axe had chopped down a pillar, causing it to slowly fall. He stood up and said cheerfully, "Goodbye, you fool." Strategy number 3, use your surroundings. Seeing this, it rushed to escape, but he had already jumped out the window and slammed it shut. It charged frantically as the house began to collapse, more and more, burying the armed goblin. Yumin managed to run out just before being swallowed by the house. Then, a loud boom came from the house, making him cheer with joy. As Yumin walked, he thought to himself, "I did this for the reward." It's kind of sad that the great violence king had to rely on tactics like this to beat a single monster. System notification. You have defeated the armed goblin. Health below 10%. He remembered Odin's face and seethed. "Odin, you bastard. You've made me suffer too much." He gritted his teeth and promised himself, "Just you wait. I'll make you pay 10 times, 100 times over for what I've been through." The system continued to announce, "You have completed the tutorial," making Yumin's eyes widen in surprise. Multiple notifications appeared continuously. An incredible achievement. You have defeated an enemy 10 levels higher than you. You have received the title Descendant of David. You are the first to receive this title. The system continued to announce, an incredible achievement. You have defeated an enemy stronger than you. You have received the title 1 against 17. You are the first to receive this title. Hearing this, he froze, not believing his ears. Another notification arrived. An incredible achievement. You have passed the tutorial with absolute perfection. You have received the title Unstoppable. You are the first to receive this title. Yumin burst out laughing with joy. Awesome. He stood on the rubble, stunned for a second time when he heard, "You will receive a reward from the tutorial. You have obtained 3 hardtack breads and 50 copper coins. You will receive an additional reward for this result. You have obtained 5 nameless armor pieces." Then, Yumin gave a devilish smile and acknowledged, "Of course, the reward isn't bad at all." He observed the scene for a moment, then said, "Now, let's see what these titles can do." Status window. Yumin thoughtfully read every word in the status window. Suddenly, he smiled in disbelief. This is insane. It can't be. Yumin's face showed clear satisfaction. Amazing. The content of the notification. First, to break the unbreakable legend. You have created a miracle by subduing a monster that no one could subdue. Some may scheme against those who make the impossible possible, but no one hates a miracle worker. You are the first to achieve this. Your relationship with neutral NPCs and your relationship with NPCs in the Alliance will start as friendly. The proficiency required to level up your skills will be reduced by 30%. Yumin was overjoyed. A legendary title. I can't believe it. He looked at the notification board and couldn't stop marveling. Reputation and skill upgrades are already amazing, but it has other effects too. Yumin couldn't hide his smile. Many thoughts ran through his head. With my plans, I'll be able to level up very quickly with just this title alone. No, I'll have to redo my entire plan. The numerous titles Yumin received were: First Descendant of David. You have defeated an opponent 10 levels higher than you, with power far exceeding yours. All your stats will increase by 10% when fighting higher level opponents. First 1 against 17. You have won a 17 on 1 battle. Numbers are meaningless to you. Defense increases by 10% when fighting in a battle with many opponents. Defense will increase by up to 30% based on the number of opponents you face. He smiled with joy. These titles are unique, and their effects are amazing. Suddenly, several shields appeared around Yumin. He shouted, "All right, let's go. I'm going to open all the chests I received. All of them." He teleported to an incredibly crowded and modern city. Yumin let out a long sigh and admitted, "It's been a while since I was last here." He stood up straight, looked up at the sky, and said loudly, "Beginner's Village, Post City." He squinted, looking into the distance, and guessed, "I knew it. It's already packed, even though it's only been open for a few hours." Yumin keenly looked around and realized, "Now that I look, aren't some of them already here?" Suddenly, he screamed internally in a rage. Odin and his followers. Yumin remembered their images from the past. Those bastards from the Ragnarok Guild. He gritted his teeth and made a resolution. I need to find them immediately and kill them one by one. But then he told himself, that's too much. The image of Odin, like a god standing above all, radiating a dazzling aura, appeared in his mind. Odin came into the spotlight after obtaining the title Creator King, 2 years after the game launched. His face was as cold as ice, without a single expression. Yumin thought to himself, no matter how much I think about it, it's still strange. He imagined dozens of people kneeling before Odin and reasoned, around that time, dozens of A-rankers will be loyal to him. They even changed their nicknames and appearances. Yumin explained the name he gave them. That's why I call them the Weird Cosplay Group. They even cosplay Norse and Greek gods. However, it's still possible to find these people now. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered. But who are they? Just how big of a reward did he promise for them to show such loyalty? Did he bribe them with hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is he the son of a major company's chairman? The more he thought, the more absurd it seemed. Yumin kicked his foot in frustration, cursing continuously. Damn it, I should just forget about it for now. Thinking more about it won't solve anything. Suddenly, he fell silent and told himself, more importantly, I need to prepare for the day I meet them again. Yumin quietly walked through the crowd and made a resolution. I must become stronger, faster than anyone else. His steps became slower than ever. If I want to do that, the first thing I should do is... Suddenly, a voice from somewhere interrupted Yumin's train of thought. Hey you, do you want to become stronger? It turned out the owner of the voice was a muscular old man, standing with his arms crossed behind him. He asserted, then come here. You can become as strong as me. Then he winked at him, looking very credible. He looked at the old man with a bored and skeptical expression. Only 2 words came to Yumin's mind. Training ground. Looking at the people training in the yard, he guessed, it's probably this crowded because it's the first day. Even though he knew they would all leave eventually, he still said, I want to use the training ground. Hearing this, the old man was overjoyed and couldn't stop flattering Yumin. I can see the potential in you. I can't let someone with such future potential pay the market price. I'll give you a price of 20 copper. Suddenly, the system appeared. Your relationship with neutral NPCs and your relationship with NPCs will start as friendly. He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the title board appear like that. The effect of the title. Normally, the entrance fee is around 30 copper. Everyone in the training ground was working extremely hard. As he worked out in the yard, Yumin felt a deep sense of nostalgia. I miss this feeling so much. He smiled happily and threw a punch forward. The scarecrow took the full force of his attack. The training ground scarecrows, at the very beginning, they are one of the ways to accumulate experience in Post City. Everyone in this training ground practices with it because you accumulate experience if you hit it. It couldn't be easier. Because of this, many players rush here at the beginning, but as someone with prior experience, Yumin confidently asserted, sooner or later, they will realize that it's extremely inefficient. A player wondered, damn it, when will I level up? I've been hitting it for 5 hours. Instead, doing quests for NPCs will help you earn more experience. And they even give you money and food as rewards. For example, making deliveries. Here are the 10 grains of rice you asked for. Good. Here is your reward. Yumin stated. Even if you endure and continue in the training ground, you'll have to pay for usage and food. You'll just keep losing money. So many players gave up. Forget this. Let's go hunt goblins or something. Damn, we just wasted so much time here. He frantically punched the scarecrow, but in his mind, he still thought, of course, in my previous life, I also wasted time on it and ignored everything else. However, leveling up is not the only purpose of this training ground. Yumin punched so hard that the scarecrow flew away. He panted, exhausted. A notification arrived. Strength +1. Yumin was incredibly surprised. He immediately smiled with joy. Yes, that's it. My efforts have paid off. Yumin revealed. If you spend a certain amount of time hitting the scarecrows until your stamina is depleted, you can increase your stats by 1. This method is completely independent of gaining stats by leveling up. A loaf of bread appeared in his hand. Hardtack bread. Tutorial reward. Yumin thought to himself, right now, the only person who knows this is me. And even if someone else knew, they wouldn't do it. He sat down and gnawed on the loaf of bread. In conclusion, using that time to level up by doing quests will increase your stats faster. Yumin smiled faintly and wondered. However, is that always true? He recalled his battle with the armed goblin. At levels like 12 or 20, you can level up in just a day or two. But can that be applied at level 100 or 200? It's become boring and difficult now, but the day will come when my stats increase like this. Now, a tremendous surge of power emanated from his body. So for now, let's get back to work. Scene change. 10 days later. Yumin continued to hit the scarecrow. He performed many new moves and techniques. The other players in the training ground glanced at him, completely bewildered. What's he doing that for? Another replied, leave him alone. He's just an attention seeker. Let's go do some quests instead. Yumin didn't give up, no matter how tired he was. What's so stupid about knowing all the attack moves? Once you level up, simple hits won't be enough to raise a player's stats. At the same time, he raised his leg, preparing for a kick. Then he kicked the scarecrow's side with great force, shattering it. System notification, an incredible achievement. You have increased your strength, dexterity, and physical resistance to the maximum possible level in the training ground. You will not be able to increase your stats in the training ground again. Yumin froze when he heard the announcement. You have received the Diligent Citizen badge. A long string of notifications followed. An incredible achievement. It's no exaggeration to say that you are the strongest man in this village after destroying a scarecrow in less than a minute. You have received the title, Strongest Man in the Village. Then he let out a loud shout as if to signal his success. Finally, the notifications continued to pour in. Diligent Citizen. You have overcome something that hard work cannot overcome with hard work. Your perseverance knows no bounds. Strongest Man in the Village. Destroy a scarecrow to prove that you are the strongest man in the village. He laughed excitedly. Now it's time to level up. Suddenly, the old man's voice rang out from somewhere. Hey you, do you want to become stronger? He looked over at the old man in surprise. I've been watching you closely for the past 10 days. What? Why? That sounds weird. The old man puffed out his cheeks, making a scary face as he praised Yumin. A man with your courage and perseverance can do it. If you want, I can show you a higher level. At this point, he was a little hesitant. The old man asked again, what do you think? Want to follow me? Now, Yumin's eyes were filled with curiosity, eager to explore it. The old man stood with his chest puffed out, speaking slowly. What? This is a hidden quest? I've never heard of anything like this. His eyes widened with a hint of fear. What? A hidden quest? I've never heard of this before. Now, in a passageway, Yumin was following a burly man. Yumin was thinking, I never thought there would be a secret passage under the training camp. Noticing Yumin's distraction, the man reminded him, here I go. Step carefully or you'll slip and fall. Besides thinking about the passageway, Yumin was also thinking about what the guide had said. What does he mean by a higher level? As if he had thought of something, a smile flickered across his face. Could it be that he knows about a hidden class or a hidden skill? Okay, we're here. But that thought was quickly extinguished. Instead, there was suppressed anger, but he still had to try to remain calm. In front of Yumin, in a large room, were humanoid robots with large combat armor. The man who guided Yumin turned back with a cheerful and patient expression and explained, "This is the advanced training area, reserved only for the chosen few." It was also to cool down his anger. "Damn it. Then why did you mention a higher level? It's just a training area with different equipment." But perhaps Yumin was thinking too simply. It's not just different equipment. He was confused by the guide's words. This is... On the robot's chest was a blue glowing spot, which could be its power source. They have been activated and can attack and fight humans at any time. They are extremely intelligent. They move just like humans. And because they know how to attack and counter, you could also die if you haven't reached level 10. The old man then gave Yumin a suggestion. "Want to try? Let me give you some advice. You only get one try." Yumin stood still for a moment, thinking. A smile flashed as he suddenly understood. "I might get my ass kicked, but it seems fun." He took a step forward. Stepping through the iron door into the large room, the door slammed shut. In front of him now were no longer ordinary robots, but elite, tireless combatants. Yumin was now in a ready stance. He quickly ran towards the robots and delivered a devastating kick. Following that, all his power was channeled into his arm, allowing him to unleash a thunderous punch. Yumin kneed one of the robots squarely in the back. Then, he gathered his power and shot a beam of light at the robots. One of them began to sway. Not stopping there, Yumin continuously delivered kicks and punches at them. With his wind-like speed, this pile of robots was no match for him. On Yumin's left arm, there was a faint trace of something. It seemed something had attacked his arm. At this point, he seemed to be getting tired. After fighting for so long, the robots still didn't seem to have taken much damage. They were still in a state of attack and defense. Wiping away some sweat, Yumin gave a contemptuous smile. These toys are pretty strong. Yumin gathered his momentum and jumped high. All right, fine. He launched himself at them with terrifying speed, his eyes blazing. Why shouldn't I enjoy this? Outside, behind the large door. 5 days later, the noise from the door grew louder. The cracks became more and more apparent. The door began to open. A robot was lying on the floor, its arms seemingly trembling. One of its eyes was broken. A pair of feet stepped straight onto the robot. The robot shattered into pieces. At this moment, the person in the large room, Yumin, seemed to have transformed into a different person. Everything inside was completely shattered. I've reached level 10 and my stats have reached their limit. And what's even better is, Yumin was completely satisfied with his achievement this time. First, absolute perseverance, epic. You have achieved absolute perseverance. No one can break your perseverance. You are the first to achieve this title. Effect. You gain resistance to all negative mental effects when your health drops below 5%. All stats increase by 50%. The notification board had just appeared. Yumin stood before it for a long time. An epic title, absolute perseverance. I didn't think I'd get a title in a place like this. Yumin was thinking back on his past. After everything I've been through, it's been relatively tough. Life and death battles. But I did it. Just fighting a few wooden dummies was worth it. The time has come. All right, it's time. At this moment, the sun had just begun to shine down on the city. Somewhere on the street, a house was decorated with skulls outside its door. Inside the shop, a large man was sleeping, snoring loudly. To wake him up, Yumin slammed his fist on the table and greeted him loudly. Hello. The man was none other than a member of the Berserkers. Yumin spoke up. Aren't you going to work? Startled, the man scratched himself. What? Do you know where this is? Yumin looked him straight in the eye and answered confidently. Of course I do. Isn't this the Berserker Guild? The burly man looked at him and replied. Who doesn't know the famous Berserker Guild? He laughed heartily with satisfaction. You've got some sense, son. He didn't forget to remind Yumin. You know you can only change your class once, right? Annoyed, he replied. I know. Let's get to it. As soon as he finished speaking, the man slammed the bell on the table. Quick and to the point. I like that. A source of powerful light seemed to be surging through Yumin's body. You have changed your class to Berserker. The Berserker member smiled with satisfaction at him. Roken, congratulations on becoming a Berserker. His happiness was undeniable. Your level has returned to 1. All stats will be retained. Finally, The man then mentioned the next part. Now for the class change reward. Take what you want. He offered a variety of high-quality weapons like axes and swords. Yumin immediately picked one up, his eyes lighting up as if he had been looking for it for a long time. Yumin immediately swung the axe, performing a few moves as fast as the wind. The man watched Yumin's performance in deep thought. The continuous moves made it impossible for the viewer to look away. For the final move, Yumin used all his strength to bring the axe down, creating an incredibly powerful low-pressure zone. The man praised Yumin. Impressive. Finding what he needed made him happy. This is exactly what I need. After so long, he finally had an answer. To be honest, I was hesitant about which class to choose. Unlike my previous life, where I knew about many hidden classes and how to get them. But this time, Yumin knew what the next step should be. However, if I want to take them all on, there's nothing better than a berserker. If he wanted revenge, Yumin needed a plan. Odin always has bodyguards with him. Berserkers gain extra stats if they fight in a group. He said with much frustration, "Damn it. What's more, berserkers can use the frenzy skill to increase their stats even further. It's one of the most suitable classes for those with high base stats. I can increase my own stats through the frenzied combat skill." After a few seconds of contemplation, Yumin realized something. More importantly, an interesting thought flashed through Yumin's mind. Odin, since that bastard wants to save his own neck, I should at least be able to chop off his head. The notification board suddenly appeared. The man saw Yumin standing there for a long time and asked, "What's wrong? Are you that proud of your new class?" "Ah, no. It's not that." Yumin was quite surprised by the notification board. "What's this?" The board displayed the following message. On the path to find a new wind, the mark of Huang Feng, which blew away the world long ago, has been found. Find what remains and follow the dying wish of the wind god. Complete the advanced training with your first class. Completed. This quest is a bit mysterious. Is this a hidden quest? Huang Feng. The bank teller, Enro, greeted him warmly. "Welcome. Enro Bank always brings joy to our customers. How may I help you?" Before the girl could finish her greeting, Yumin jumped up. "Alone?" The girl's face turned pale. "Yes, sir." "Your class and name." Yumin was in a hurry, as if someone was chasing him. "Berserker, Roken. The largest possible loan." The teller patiently explained the full details. "All right. If this is your first class, the largest loan is 30 silver coins, and the interest rate is 3% per month." In an old-fashioned house with curved tile roofs reaching up to the blue sky, Yumin was busy with his purchases. All of the Berserker's first-class skills. The Berserker member heard this and was surprised. "Oh, really? You're quite the spender." Yumin was in a hurry and had no time for small talk, so he shouted, "Stop with the idle chatter." "How much?" The man quoted the price. 10 silver coins. The system displayed a wealth of information about the skills. Learned Axe Mastery and 4 other skills. Axe Mastery Level 1. You can wield an axe proficiently. Attack speed and power will also increase. Skill proficiency, 0%. Current level, Basic. Attack power increased by 70%. Flash Step Level 1. You can move quickly for 3 steps. Accuracy will increase by 110% when used. Power Strike Level 1. The next attack will be stronger than normal. Strength and accuracy each increase by 110% for the next attack. Battle Roar Level 1. Frighten the enemy with a frenzied roar. Frenzy Level 1. Burn your own life force to generate immense power. Yumin read intently with a displeased expression. The Berserker member saw him like this and wondered, "What? Is there a problem?" Yumin turned around and called out to him, "Sir." He replied, "Yes?" Yumin frowned and asked, "Do you know anything about Huang Feng?" The man grimaced, looking confused. "What's that?" Leaving the house, Yumin sat on a step next to a waterfall on the street. Long lines of system information appeared. Searching for traces of Huang Feng. You have found a trace of Huang Feng, who set the world ablaze long ago. Find the remaining traces and fulfill Huang Feng's dying wish. Complete the advanced training along with your first class change. Completed. Yumin swiped his hand across the screen aimlessly, muttering, "Huang Feng." He thought deeply. "I thought it might be a quest related to berserkers, but even the guild master doesn't know." The more I think about it, the more Yumin's face wrinkles in frustration. Moreover, Even as the #1 ranked berserker, I've never heard of that quest. Did someone else do that quest before me? Suddenly, Yumin grabbed his head and screamed, making the passers-by stare at him. Damn it! How am I supposed to do it without any clues? Yumin fell silent and continued to think. The rewards for hidden quests are really tempting, but I still don't have any clues. I'll just put it aside for now. Status window. Roken, human, male, level 1, class, berserker. HP 700/700, MP 150/150. Strength 5, Agility 4, Stamina 1, Resistance 1, Intelligence 1, Wisdom 1. Remaining points, 0. Titles owned. Gifted Warrior, Talented Warrior, Descendant of David, Strongest in the region, 1 against 17, Unstoppable, Hard Worker, Unwavering Resolve. Yumin swiped the screen, reading the information. I've changed my class. Now I just need to level up like crazy. Suddenly, he grinned slyly. Well then, should I follow the crazy leveling path I've laid out? Everyone who passed by turned to look at Yumin with astonished eyes. Yumin sat like a boss, his chin resting on his hand, without a hint of shyness as everyone stared at him. Above Yumin's head was a message, Harsh Forest. Looking for a knight to take me to the orc camp. Reward, 15 silver coins. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Yumin turn his head. Do you want me to take you to the orc camp? The person, wearing a set of shining armor, offered. Brother, I'll help. It was Baikan, a large man. He raised his muscular arm. As for the reward, I want to be paid up front. Yumin glanced at Baikan with an annoyed expression. After a moment, he asked, Are you alone? What's your level? Baikan puffed out his chest proudly. Level 25, Heavy Armored Knight class. Yumin pouted contemptuously. Just you? I can't trust that. Go somewhere else. Baikan, as if not believing what he heard, yelled, What the? He angrily showed Yumin a badge. Don't you see this? It's the Orc Warrior badge. I got it by killing one myself. Yumin waved his hand dismissively. You probably just got lucky after killing 1 or 2 patrol orcs near the Harsh Forest. Yumin said bluntly, I need at least 2 people above level 30 to get to the orc camp in the middle of the forest. Stop being so arrogant. Go away. Baikan's face darkened with anger as he saw everyone staring at them. This bastard. Baikan was humiliated. Damn it. He's humiliating me in front of everyone. Baikan suddenly reached out his large hand towards Yumin and used a skill. Taunt. The opponent has used a taunt skill on you. For 5 minutes, defensive actions will be ignored. The duration may increase if the opponent resists. Yumin lowered his head and slowly uttered a single word. He raised his head, his eyes sharp as ice. What do you think you're doing? Baikan, unafraid, opened his mouth and laughed mockingly. Oh my god. He mocked Yumin when he saw his level. Level 1. So you're just an amateur who just changed his class and is acting all high and mighty. Baikan continued to tease Yumin. If your skills are crap, you should just shut up and get lost. Yumin's face darkened. What the hell are you babbling about? You want to die? Baikan yelled, challenging him. Come on and try, you fool. You're just an arrogant bastard who thinks he can get to the orc camp at level 1. Yumin gave a chilling smile. He repeated Baikan's words. Just level 1? Yumin suddenly suggested. Want a bet? Baikan paused, puzzled. A bet? Yumin proposed a wager. Let's have a duel. The winner gets 15 silver coins. How about it? There's no penalty. It's not like we're player killing or anything. Isn't that great? Baikan got close to Yumin's face and growled. Are you crazy? Yumin provoked him. Could it be that you're scared that a level 25 will lose to a level 1? Baikan's pride was wounded. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. A notification appeared. Player Baikan has requested a duel with a wager of 15 silver coins. Baikan raised his arm, preparing for battle. He gritted his teeth, his expression incredibly ugly. Come on, you basic bastard. Yumin smiled when he saw that Baikan had fallen for his trick. His eyes bulged, looking incredibly frightening. The sky was blue, high-rise buildings stood side by side, and people walked by. More and more people gathered, huddling together and looking ahead, chattering excitedly. Hey, there's a fight. There's a duel in front of the fountain over there. Elfie glanced in that direction. A duel in town? They must be looking for death. The party leader followed her gaze and, seeing Yumin's face, wondered, a duel. Next to the fountain, Yumin and Baiken stood facing each other. Baiken was equipped with a sturdy set of armor and a weapon with 3 sharp points. He raised his weapon, his voice filled with anger. "I'll kill you, you arrogant brat." In contrast to Baiken, Yumin had a very nonchalant attitude. Yeah, good luck." Baiken suddenly paused, puzzled. "Wait, what about your weapon?" Yumin smiled confidently and raised his fist. "My weapon? It's right here. Do you really think I need to swing a sword when facing someone like you?" Hearing this, Baiken became even more furious. "You arrogant bastard. Once your health drops below 5%, you're considered defeated." Baiken stomped his foot hard on the ground. Clad in armor, he looked like a giant, raising his weapon high and aiming at Yumin. "Die!" Baiken slammed it down with immense force, shattering the ground. But Yumin nimbly dodged to the side. Baiken immediately swung his weapon up to attack Yumin. He kept slashing down, but Yumin dodged Baiken's attacks with ease. Yumin's taunting smile infuriated Baiken, who cursed. "You rat! Is dodging all you can do?" Baiken started to tire, thinking, "Damn it, is a berserker always this fast?" Yumin suddenly appeared right next to Baiken. "Shall we continue?" Baiken swung his arm down and cursed again, "You arrogant bastard." Before he could finish, Yumin's fist landed squarely on his face. The punch was so powerful it shattered Baiken's mask. Yumin thought to himself, "You stupid fool. I've already maxed out my substats in the training area." Yumin raised his fist. "My level was only reset because I changed my class. My real stats are over level 50. Yumin punched down with incredible force. The spectators' faces turned pale with astonishment. The party leader's jaw dropped. "Oh my god, he's taking on that armor with just his fists." Baiken sat slumped on the ground, looking pathetic. His armor was completely shattered. Yumin grabbed Baiken's entire face with his hand. He leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Not all level 1s." Then he slammed Baiken's head into the ground. "Are created equal." Baiken couldn't fight back or even squirm, lying flat on the ground. Yumin stood up with a satisfied smile. "Roken, race, human, gender, male, level 1, class, berserker, first, HP, 700/700, MP, 150/150, strength, 79, dexterity, 63, intelligence, 15, wisdom, 12, bonus stat points, 45. Baiken's head was smashed against a rock. The pain was so intense the whites of his eyes showed. Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Player Baiken has been defeated. You have died in the duel. You will lose 15 silver coins." The system continued to announce, "Player Roken is victorious. You will receive 15 silver coins." Yumin smiled victoriously, his eyes filled with arrogance. "A little extra allowance." At that moment, the people standing around watching began to whisper. One person whispered to his friend, "Did you see that? He did it instantly with his bare hands." His friend replied, "I heard he's only level 1. No way. Is he a hacker?" Yumin clenched his fist, a fierce aura radiating from him. He gave a slightly wicked smile and thought, "Not bad. This should be enough." As Yumin was walking and thinking, "The problem is how to get there," someone spoke up. "Excuse me." Yumin turned around. He saw 3 people standing behind him. From left to right, they were Elfie, Rose, and the one in the middle was none other than the party leader. The leader looked excited. "Is it true you're heading to the orc camp?" Yumin replied, "I'm looking for knights to take me to the orc camp in Harshwood Forest, just like you guys." The 2 girls were looking at Yumin, while the leader continued to speak. "We've never been inside the camp, but we often go near that area. Do you want to go with us?" Hearing this, Yumin thought for a moment, then asked, "What are your levels?" Elfie looked at him with a displeased expression, but she still answered cheerfully, "I'm level 35, and these 2 are level 32. Yumin watched the 3 of them talk amongst themselves. He thought to himself, their equipment looks decent. It's a well-balanced party with a tank, a DPS, and a healer. After careful consideration, he thought, all right, they pass. Yumin made a proposal. "Instead of forming a party, I just want you to take me to the camp entrance." Then he explained his terms clearly. "I'll give you 10 silver coins up front and the rest when the job is done. In return, I'll just watch and won't participate in any fights. Of course, all items dropped along the way are yours." And so, The four of them set off together and soon arrived at Harshwood Forest. The leader, along with Rose and Elfie, was very cautious. But in contrast to them, Yumin seemed much more relaxed. Suddenly, he spoke up. The forest. Before them was a strange structure. It looked like a tower adorned with many horns and skulls. Smoke billowed from its entrance. The leader turned back to inform the other three. From here on is orc territory. There will definitely be guards patrolling the area. Yumin felt a sense of contempt. I know that, you idiot. But he still said aloud. So what do we do from here? In response to Yumin's question, the leader held out his hand and said to Rose, Rose, can you give me that thing? She replied while searching for it. Yeah, hold on. Suddenly, Yumin stood up and threw a piece of meat far away. The meat landed right in front of the orcs. When the orcs saw the meat, they immediately ran towards it, sniffing the air to locate it. One of them found it. Another one shouted, meat. While the orcs were talking amongst themselves, the leader's party began to move. The hunting party must have dropped it. He looked at Rose, Elfie, and Yumin and ordered, this way. The group quietly slipped away. Seeing this, Yumin thought, they're more skilled than I thought. Not bad. After that, the four of them continued their journey together, and it seemed they had discovered something. It turned out they had reached the orc village. There was a hole in the wooden fence. But suddenly, an orc guard stood there. Someone said with regret, oh no, that's the only back entrance. After hearing this, he analyzed. They must have found out and posted a guard. The leader looked at the orc while talking to Elfie. Well then, there's no other way. Elfie, she quickly replied, got it. Elfie raised her staff and began to chant. Suddenly, she shouted, silence. The shout startled the orc guard. Seizing the opportunity, the leader gripped his sword and immediately charged forward. The orc yelled, intruder, but he didn't expect his voice to have already been suppressed by Elfie. At that moment, he could only manage a hoarse whisper. My voice. Taking advantage of the moment, the leader swiftly cut the orc in half. The orc collapsed and died. He calmly sheathed his sword. All done. The leader smiled at Yumin and gestured towards the entrance. Go through here, and you'll be inside the orc camp. Yumin gave the remaining money to the leader. Thanks. Here's the rest. He replied, thank you. Good luck. Rose looked at Yumin with a worried expression. Are you really going in there alone? It's much more dangerous inside. But Yumin was calmer. Yeah, I know. Goodbye. The leader turned to leave and said to the two girls, it's dangerous here. Let's go quickly. Rose replied with some hesitation, I don't get it. What is he planning to do in there? He even paid to get here. Elfie sighed. Forget it. He's just looking to get himself killed. At that moment, the leader spoke up. We don't need to worry. Elfie asked, what do you mean? He then continued his analysis. I don't know for sure, but he's definitely not weak enough to need a carry. Elfie argued, come on, why do you think so highly of him? He's good in a duel, but... The leader cut her off with a question. Why did he ask for a duel in the first place? Elfie continued. She started to recall the scene of Yumin fighting Baikan and said, according to the people who saw it from the beginning, that tall knight was the one who used a skill to attack first. He thought of a large, burly shadow appearing, which made the person holding the knife suddenly panic and say, as you know, a player who is attacked first is temporarily allowed to act in self-defense. The image of that black shadow appeared again, laughing excitedly after being greatly enhanced. And they can also gain experience points by defeating their opponent. It seemed that things were gradually becoming clear, but Elfie seemed skeptical. That's right. It's a good opportunity to level up. Rose added, so why did he? The leader's face had become grim. I'm not sure. I'm still not certain, but... He turned and walked away. That player named Roken has some reason. The shadow of Yumin gradually appeared in the leader's mind. The reason he had to stay at level 1 until he reached the orc camp. At this moment, on Yumin's side, the orcs were very surprised. They saw Yumin walk in with an arrogant air. One of them spoke up, there's a human here. Yumin looked very arrogant, a triumphant smile on his face. Another orc added, an intruder. Yumin calmly took a deep breath. Then suddenly, he shouted loudly, which one of you knows about a warrior's honor? If there are any true warriors here, then fight me right now. In astonishment, the orcs exclaimed, a human who knows about orc honor? This is a first. Now, Human, with an arrogant look, thought. A way to defeat them that has not yet been revealed. He fought the orc furiously. If you shout this in the middle of their camp, the warriors' camp, they will conduct a duel to protect their honor. At this moment, Human, with the smile of a winner, thought, yes, I didn't come here just to level up. The most crucial element to becoming strong in Taylor. Unexpectedly, he was holding the crown that all monsters coveted. They seemed to be desperately trying to attack Human. Is to achieve a nearly impossible feat and get a legendary grade title as a reward. He thought to himself, that is my true purpose. There are many very strong and wicked orcs. Fighting orcs in the harsh forest is known for being a battle of attrition, but winning a duel here will definitely give you a huge reward. Not only that, it's a system that allows duels to take place without any worries. With a pleased expression, Human looked at the large orcs and shouted, now come on. Which one of you is the strongest? Human looked up with a slightly dazed and foolish expression at the exploding area that was smoking. He grinned widely, contemptuously looking down on his enemy. This is your chance to prove your honor. Come on, Human. Human was a bit nervous and tense, gritting his teeth at the difficulty of the chieftain. Damn it, I was too arrogant. I didn't think the orc chieftain would be here. His tall, massive, and muscular body made him have to crane his neck to look up. Compared to a normal player, this guy is at least level 70 with 2 different jobs. With my current stats, I have absolutely no chance of winning. He frowned angrily, his face showing a bit of annoyance. Damn it, I'm so stupid. At this rate, He suddenly heard someone call him and quickly glanced back to see who it was. No, Chieftain. He's ours. A cunning look at Human. That's right, Chieftain is too strong. Give us a chance to prove our honor. He smiled sinisterly, revealing his bright white teeth and 2 protruding canines. That's right, you have to be tested before you can fight me. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The one called out to fight was Kahlo, a guy with a fierce face and a nose ring. Kahlo, fight him. Kahlo, orc warrior, 4th rank. Human smiled dangerously, as if seeing a ray of hope, since he didn't have to fight the chieftain but Kahlo instead. I'm saved. All right, this should be enough. His body shook as if he was chuckling. He became serious, his face turning frighteningly dangerous and cold, yet still radiating a powerful, murderous aura. Was I just relieved to be facing a weaker opponent? Human corrected himself with a will so strong it twisted his mouth. Damn it, get a grip, Roken. Odin's cold face appeared in Human's imagination. How can I become stronger than that guy with this kind of thinking? He let out a sigh. In the distance were the angry orcs. Human, you will fight me. Raise your weapon. The orc raised an eyebrow, looking confused by his action. He tilted his head to one side, watching him manipulate the notification screen. Human, what are you doing? Human manipulated the screen, which displayed the user's stats and abilities. The notification screen showed regular stats, bonus stats. No, 45 bonus stat points. He stood in a slightly crouched position, carrying a blade on his shoulder, showing his readiness to fight and a terrifying, murderous aura. All right, let's begin. The notification board popped up, displaying all of Human's stats and highlights. Distribution complete. Roken, race, human, gender, male, level 1, class, berserker first, HP 700/700, MP 150/150, strength 112, dexterity 70, stamina 70, resolve 70, intelligence 15, knowledge 12, bonus stat points, 0. He pointed his hand at the chieftain. Hey, orc chieftain. He smiled with excitement and the confidence that he would surely win. I predict that today you will die by my hand. He spoke, looking straight into his eyes. This human is really funny. He, on the other hand, smiled sinisterly, frighteningly, and with a hint of wildness and madness. His eyes flared up and green veins bulged, looking like he was about to explode with anger. You? He charged forward, his face contorted with rage. What an impudent human. Your opponent right now is me. He delivered a powerful slash that shook the ground. Kahlo appeared out of nowhere. A dazed, vacant look in his eyes. Your axe looks better than mine. He smiled with excitement and delight. I like it. I'll make good use of it. The sound of collision and a few sparks flew from the axes. He charged straight ahead. Kahlo squinted one eye, his face tense as he faced human. This human. I underestimated him. The orc flew into a rage, smoke billowing from his mouth and spreading around. In that case, I'll do this. He let out a terrifyingly loud roar, making his opponent's face turn pale with worry. Battle roar. This is... He looked at his hands in confusion, his body enveloped in a power that signaled his stats were decreasing. Stats are decreasing by a small amount due to the battle roar. He smirked contemptuously. A berserker's battle roar? Is there such a thing? The orc, holding a red axe, charged straight at him. That human is weak now. I will win. Human's face darkened, his aura cold and dangerous. Really? You really think so? He leaped into the air, spun around, and brought his axe down with great force. The orc looked bewildered, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. His pupils dilated. You, the orc roared. You arrogant human. Die. Kahlo and Human charged at each other, unleashing their special moves to take down their opponent. The battle was intense, both of them unleashing their full power, neither giving an inch. The orc was panting, his face slightly tired and sweaty. Kahlo doesn't understand. Humans are definitely weaker than me. He slashed horizontally, but he dodged it. Kahlo, what are you doing? Fight properly. Push him harder, Kahlo. A grimace of difficulty. Strange. Kahlo is definitely superior in strength and speed. Kahlo was fighting with all his might, his face tense, while Human was still grinning broadly and excitedly. But why hasn't he won yet? He had a wicked face, getting right in the orc's face and saying, his eyes glowing red, aren't you curious? Why did things turn out this way? The orc was kicked in the stomach. The orc was out of breath, seemingly exhausted, his strength diminished. The simple and foolish attack pattern of a mediocre orc warrior. He stood confidently and arrogantly in front of the spot where the orc had been kicked away. It's easy to see through just from the preparation. The orc's eyes turned bloodshot and terrifying. He charged forward, slashing with furious anger. Nonsense. A flash of light appeared as he slashed close to him. The orc took a step back. The orc had a dazed, foolish expression. A red insignia appeared, the posture of an axeman bent over. Cleave. Human charged forward, slashing as his strength stat increased continuously and significantly. As he unleashed his skill, Cleave level 1. The next attack will be stronger than normal. Strength and dexterity will increase by 110% on the next attack. He smiled sinisterly and frighteningly. Orc warrior Kahlo, I will surely remember your honor. Kahlo was quite surprised and shocked by his strength. This human is strong. He jumped high into the air. He smiled cunningly and joyfully. The orcs watching from the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim in amazement that someone could fight back against one of the strongest members of their tribe. That human is defeating. Human stood proudly and arrogantly, his axe resting on his shoulder, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Kahlo, excellent, Human, very strong. He opened his notification screen. A series of notifications and outstanding stats and achievements appeared after his victory. Unbelievable achievement. You have single-handedly defeated an orc warrior at level 1. Many will remember your bravery in battle. Receive the title Orc Warrior Slayer I. You are the first to receive this title. He raised his fist, showing his victory and success. Excellent. This is my first goal, to obtain the title Orc Warrior Slayer I. A black figure appeared, making the same gesture as him, like a shadow clone. After the first job change, if you defeat a certain number of specific monsters in your first hunt, you will receive the title Orc Slayer I. Defeated at level 1. His face glowed from the reflection of the notification screen. The higher the number of monsters, the greater the effect of the title. Excellent. If I level up with this title. Human was startled. I'm sure I can defeat that stupid orc chieftain. He jumped up in shock and disbelief at the notification screen. Title and stat points have been retained. The Warrior's Honor quest is in progress. The title and stat points will be awarded together upon completion of the quest. He roared before the witnessing orcs. Warrior's Honor quest? A quest? Since when? A large orc stood blocking his way. So you have proven yourself worthy to fight me. He looked annoyed. He looked up to talk to him. Is it because of you? He recalled the story. What? You're the one who stormed into our territory and shouted about a warrior's honor. He grimaced, slightly dissatisfied and frowning. So you must obediently stick with the warrior's honor until the end. Damn it. The orc's subjugation guide in the past didn't have this. The reflection of the shadow was grinning widely. It's probably a monster. It's still basically an NPC. It's not strange for them to give quests to players. Taylor is that kind of game. He lowered his head slightly, his face downcast. So, he was determined to fight, and he radiated a terrifying power and the pride of a tribe leader. If I defeat this damn chieftain, I'll get an extra reward. If I lose, I'll be sentenced to death, but I can still get the previous rewards. Right. Yuman's hand holding the axe tightened. Wait, lose? That's ridiculous. He swung his sword, smiling with sinister excitement. I will grant your wish and kill you, old man. Violence King, Roken. He also happily welcomed him, ready to fight this human. This human is really funny. Come on, I accept your challenge. He smirked. The two charged at each other. Frenzy. He roared in anger, radiating great and terrifying power. Frenzy level 1. Self-destruct with rage to greatly increase power. All skills will increase by 200%. All skills will be used without consuming mana. Resist all mental attacks. You will not die even if you run out of health. Cannot distinguish between friend and foe due to the frenzied state. After the skill ends, you will lose at most 50% of your health at once. After the skill ends, you must increase your health to over 10%. If your health is at 0, you will die. After the skill ends, the first after effect is that all your skills will be reduced by 50% for 10 minutes. After the first after effect, the second after effect is that all your skills will be reduced by 20% for 20 minutes. When you use the frenzy skill while still under the after effects, your penalty time will be doubled. Duration, 10 minutes. Yuman went into a terrifying frenzy, his cold, murderous aura radiating with terrifying power. He was panting slightly, but his power hadn't diminished and was still radiating strongly. This is it. He laughed with exhilarating, frenzied excitement. This surging feeling, this boiling blood, and this explosive power are the reasons I can't give up on frenzy. He squinted one eye, looking at him with confusion. He saw a violent, sinister purple power, a terrifying aura surrounding his entire body. What is this ferocious power? He leaped high into the air, holding his axe like the Grim Reaper, preparing to strike him. You bastard, so you've been hiding your true strength all this time. Yuman brought his axe down with a formidable and powerful blow. He went into a frenzied rage, laughing like a savage pervert. What? Is there a problem? He used his leg to push off. He spun in the air, slashing the orc and sending him flying back. He laughed maniacally. The image of the chieftain appeared in Yuman's wide eyes as he used the frenzy technique and was still able to distinguish him. Normally, when using frenzy, one can't clearly distinguish between friend and foe, but thanks to unwavering resolve, I can still distinguish friend from foe as clear as day. I won't mistake him for the others nearby. His pupils turned red, and that was when his frenzied state had reached its peak, a state of madness and reckless abandon. Frenzy level 1 can be used for about 180 seconds. He went into a frenzy and charged at the chieftain. No one could stop his madness. I will definitely kill him in that time. Flash step. He was struck by a blow that made him grimace. He charged forward, but he dodged it perfectly. Yuman's pupils were stained with fresh blood. He blocked his opponent's blow while cursing. You bastard. He used his strength and slammed the axe into the ground. He looked slightly tense, and the hand holding the axe was trembling slightly. As expected of an orc chieftain, his strength and durability are like a hack. A loud explosion. But the two fought, each with their own strengths, ready to battle their opponent. For now, at least, I'm still faster. He was gradually being pushed back. He was pushing him back, the two of them in a fierce and intense struggle. The orcs watched the fight with their mouths agape and eyes wide. Impossible. He was struggling to defend and was being pushed back more and more. The chieftain is being pushed back. He grimaced and thought of a plan. Damn it, this isn't good. He was also having a hard time fighting back. Damn it. It seems like I have the upper hand now, but... He also retreated, his face dissatisfied and struggling because of the chieftain's stamina, which prevented him from defeating him. Because of the level difference, I can't land any critical hits. How can his stamina be so insane? I have to find a way to land a critical hit. He charged forward, determined to fight. The two charged at each other again, determined to win. Yumin suddenly saw his opponent's weakness. An opening. Good. I'll take this chance to get closer. Both he and his opponent gritted their teeth. He let out a loud roar. Another insignia was activated for the battle. Cleave. Yumin grimaced and cursed. Damn it. The immense power of both of them unleashed a terrifying force, and the beams of power intertwined, creating a powerful light. One of his axes shattered instantly during the fight. Low-grade battle axe has been destroyed. He stomped on it, crushing it. Yumin retreated and collapsed as all his stats were gradually decreasing and his axe was broken. Your health has dropped below 30%. Only 80 seconds of frenzy left. Damn it. I can't believe I made such a stupid mistake. He breathed heavily and thought about his next move. He's a boss, so there's no way his attack pattern is simple. He stood arrogantly with his blade. Is that all you've got? He looked down from above, scratching his head contemptuously, his voice mocking and taunting. I thought you were something special, but you're a real disappointment, human. He turned his back. He smirked. The frenzied, enraged human and his state of intense agitation were becoming even more terrifying. Yumin covered one of his crazed eyes. What? You thought I was something special? That's rich, especially coming from a coward who only knows how to play dirty like you. He looked at him with confusion. What? He replayed the conversation with the orcs in his mind. You think I don't know? You could have fought me from the beginning. But didn't you use the trick of pretending to scold your underlings, and even spouting some nonsense about meeting conditions? Yumin smirked and held out his hand. Just to find out my level. He laughed heartily, looking down on his opponent, thinking he was making excuses. What's this? Are you starting to make excuses because you're losing? How pathetic, human. His face darkened noticeably. I guess that's true. Odin appeared again in Yumin's imagination. I guess I was too eager to get strong quickly, so I overthought things. He went into a frenzy and quickly charged forward like a wild beast. A direct attack is what suits someone like me best. He was hit by a blast of his opponent's power. Yumin pushed him back and attacked continuously. He grimaced and sweated from the difficulty of his opponent. This human. He charged forward, wildly slashing with his axe in a direct assault. He tried to fight back, but he continued to slash relentlessly. He's continuously attacking me directly, without even trying to dodge my blows. His body froze from blood loss. A light shone down between the two of them as they fought. Your health has dropped below 20%. He looked at him and sneered. Are you desperate? You're being too reckless, human. Yumin was gradually getting exhausted, but his ferocity remained. Only 70 seconds of frenzy left. Yumin roared in anger, his power at its peak. Shut up. He charged forward, slashing from the air. He thought to himself with certainty that he would win. To die like this is truly pathetic. Victory is already in my hands. Yumin delivered a slash straight at him. Your health has dropped below 10%. You will be affected by the abnormal status, bleeding. Yumin collapsed to his knees, panting heavily, exhausted, his body severely damaged, his strength clearly diminished. His breathing was heavy, and his face was covered in blood. Your health has dropped below 5%. He smiled triumphantly and joyfully as he was about to win. It's finally over. He prepared to deliver the final blow to kill him. Goodbye, human. I win. He smiled to himself. His rage caused him to explode with terrifying power, a power so immense and a murderous aura so high it was off the charts, activating the effect of the legendary title Unwavering Resolve. Surprised and shocked that he could stand up again and explode with power. What? Impossible. How did he get stronger? His frenzy reached its maximum level. All stats increased by 50% due to health reaching 5%. Only 30 seconds of frenzy left. He put on a crazed face. Now let's end this. He grimaced, tensing up to defend. This is dangerous. He used his defensive power to block his opponent's blow. Bronze skin, iron bones. Increased defense. He slashed wildly, leaving no openings. Yumin let out a roar. He was trying to defend himself, to hold on so he wouldn't take a hit. I have to hold on. He slammed his axe into his opponent's defensive shield. He was pierced through and collapsed. Opponent's weapon has been destroyed. He roared in disbelief, a cry of resentment. Impossible. His rage reached a terrifying and frightening peak. Nothing is impossible, you bastard. Human delivered a final blow that killed him instantly. You have defeated the orc chieftain, Takran. The chieftain staggered back a few steps and grimaced. He fell backward. He roared as if in resentment, and immediately after, a few blue sparks appeared on his body. I can't believe I was defeated by a mere human. Human stood from above, looking down at him lying on the ground, gasping for breath, probably about to log out. Didn't I tell you? Human stood there, laughing heartily at the chieftain's corpse, which was gradually disappearing before his eyes, creating a dazzling light. Today, you will fall by my hand. Before disappearing, he roared one last time, as if he couldn't accept this death. Human. His mouth formed a wide grin, showing his victory and pride in defeating the chieftain, the leader of the orcs. I acknowledge that you are a great warrior. You have defeated the orc chieftain, Takran. A notification rang out. You have leveled up. You have. The orcs who had been watching the fight from the beginning to the end were chattering among themselves, not believing that their chieftain was dead. How is this possible? Our chieftain has lost. He stood with his axe on his shoulder, the arrogant and proud look of a victor on his face. Amazing. The human is very strong. A true warrior. Finally, these stupid orcs have acknowledged me. He grimaced slightly as his health was about to run out, and he was in danger of dying from blood loss. 5 seconds of frenzy left. Crap, I'm about to die. I need to heal. He grabbed a health potion and chugged it, his cheeks puffed out in dissatisfaction with the pros and cons of the frenzy skill. Frenzy is a super awesome skill, but it has too many drawbacks. Used lowest grade health potion. You have received the title Slayer of the Orc Chieftain at level 1. First, Slayer of the Orc Chieftain at level 1. Legendary. You have single-handedly defeated him at only level 1. You are the first to receive this title. Effect, strength, stamina, and endurance will each be increased by 30. Attack power will increase by 30% when fighting an opponent stronger than you. The chance of landing a critical hit will increase by 10% when fighting an opponent stronger than you. You have received the title Honored Orc Warrior. First, Honored Orc Warrior. Rare. You are worthy of the respect of the Orc Warriors after proving your honor in battle. You are the first to receive this title. Effect. Factional issues will be resolved on the battlefield. Your reputation on the battlefield will change to trusted. You will not receive stat points when hunting orcs belonging to the FF battlefield. You will not be attacked first by any orc-type NPCs. Human laughed heartily, so happy he couldn't close his mouth. All right. A reward this big is what I deserve. His pupils turned black, a red glow appearing as he raised his fist high, showing his victory and determination. This journey was tough, but I've surpassed my initial goal. Come to think of it, I also got a legendary title. He laughed happily, proud of himself, and raised his axe, ready to charge forward. I'll keep going like this and level up like crazy. Come on, whose turn is it? The orcs told him that he was now a part of the tribe since Human had defeated their leader. What are you talking about, Human? The battle is over. You have defeated the chieftain, so now you are an honored orc warrior. Human froze, completely stunned by the new shock. What? His eyes lit up with joy. What the hell are you talking about? Human roared in anger, his eyes blazing at the screen. First honored orc warrior. Rare. You are worthy of the respect of the orc warriors after proving your honor in battle. You are the first to receive this title. Effect. Factional issues will be resolved on the battlefield. Your reputation on the battlefield will change to trusted. You will not receive stat points when hunting orcs belonging to the battlefield. You will not be attacked first by any orc-type NPCs. No, wait. I'm not done hunting yet. Human became sad and a little dejected. Damn it. I was planning to go around here and farm some stat points, but I didn't expect that killing the chieftain would lead to this. He grimaced and closed his eyes, thinking about his next plan, even though this one was no longer viable. Whatever. There are many other ways to level up. A trusting relationship with the orc race will definitely be useful to me later. Human turned to look at the orcs. The orcs, with one hand on their chests, knelt down in an orderly fashion, ready to worship and treat Human as their noble leader. O Human who has proven his honor, let this warrior's spirit serve you. Let this warrior's spirit serve you. He smiled sinisterly, as if seeing the benefits before him. Human sat high up, looking down. He rubbed his chin, looking at the abundant spoils of war, feeling quite pleased with himself. This is really great. The notification board appeared, showing his stats. Roken, race, human, gender, male, level 19, class. Berserker first, HP 1110/1110, MP 150/150, Strength 132, Dexterity 63, Stamina 111, Endurance 96, Intelligence 15, Knowledge 12, Bonus Stat Points 90. Human smiled proudly and happily. Just 2 fights, and I jumped straight to level 18. What a bargain. He was in a frenzied state, slaughtering various monsters to level up. If I kill even more, I'll be able to reach level 30 easily. Human sat with one arm draped over the chair, his legs spread wide, relaxed and comfortable, the perfect posture of a leader in charge. I should just forget about that. At this level, it's enough to continue with that. He suddenly realized something. That's right. Since I'm in the village now, should I learn a second skill? The sudden appearance of a butcher training something. He was chopping meat, his face proud as he showed off his skill to him. You chop through its bone in one hit like this. You have learned the secondary skill, butchering. He looked around at the racks of meat and hanging skins, thinking he could sell them for a lot of money. If I sell the pre-butchered monster meat or hides, I could make a little extra, couldn't I? Oh, and it would also help me gather more valuable resources. A building that looked like a library. A nurse stood smiling, recommending some books to Human. If you read through that skill book, you'll be able to learn it right away. You also have to use clean resources to bandage your wounds. He looked bored, as if he didn't want to read because there were too many words, his chin resting on his hand as he flipped through the pages. I know. Human was using scissors to cut bandages. You have learned the secondary skill, first aid. He cut the cloth while thinking seriously, learning properly. If I learn first aid, I'll be able to save money by not having to buy so many potions. Human held the roll of bandages he had just cut in his hand. Its healing effect is a bit weak, but except for emergencies, this is still more economical. A shop specializing in making and forging various types of axes appeared in the late afternoon. The axe was sharpened and polished to a sharp edge. Here, it's all ready. Just 1 silver coin. Human picked it up as soon as it was finished, examining it thoughtfully. Orc Warrior's Battle Axe. Magic. A double-bladed axe for an orc warrior to take into battle. Attack power, 100. Durability, 200/200. I've learned many secondary skills and had my weapon repaired, so I should be all set. Human smiled sinisterly and crazily. Well then, shall we begin? The main quest of this game. A deep sewer, with no light visible in the dark distance. The city's sewer. Human held his nose, his face showing disgust at the foul smell. Ugh, the smell of it. He took each step forward, holding his nose and grumbling. Damn it. I knew this was coming, but I didn't expect it to be this disgusting. A notification appeared. Clean the sewers. The quest states that the city's sewers have recently been infested with rats. Hunt the rats in the sewers and prove it by keeping their tails, and you will receive a corresponding reward. Completion requirement. Rat tails. Reward. 2 copper per sewer rat tail. Human thought and imagined, his cheeks puffed out in dissatisfaction. After Chieftain Takran, should I just leave this place? I guess I have to accept it. He held his nose, his face contorted in anger in the darkness of the sewer. According to the plan, I'll need to complete 10 quests in order before doing the main quest. It's best to finish everything as quickly and as much as possible. Human's eyes became dazed and he froze. A giant rat appeared. The sewer rat was covered in filth and boils, baring its teeth at him. Human looked at it with disgust and annoyance. They're disgusting. How have you been? It charged forward upon seeing its prey. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to bite his head off. Human swung his axe, and with one slash, the sewer rat's head was severed from its body and fell to the ground. Its corpse was gradually disappearing in a flash of light. How dare a disgusting rat like you? He stood watching it disappear, holding his nose, not daring to smell it anymore. Well, it looks like I've found the right place. A sound appeared. Something was charging towards him. Dozens of sewer rats charged at him ferociously. He smiled crazily, having found the right place. That's right. He spun his axe 360 degrees. Isn't it convenient that you all came to me like this? Any that came close were beheaded. They charged forward continuously, their numbers growing. Human laughed heartily. A few growls in the sewer. Their corpses were scattered and disappearing. Their corpses were strewn all over the sewer floor. What a bunch of losers. An outstanding achievement. You have slaughtered over 200 sewer rats. You have received the achievement, Rat Hunter. Human sat down and picked up a severed, gradually disappearing corpse. Because of the plague, their bodies are abnormally deformed. It must have been recent. He froze. That madness appeared in Human again, going into a frenzy when a stronger monster appeared. A plague rat appeared, looming behind him. Level 23, Plague Lord. Human's guess was spot on, as he had come only for the leader, the strongest one, to level up. Bingo! The plague rat stared, gritting its teeth, breathing out long, hot breaths. Level 23, Mao King. It raised its head and roared all around. Human struggled to endure the sound. He looked up, full of anger and annoyance. Just looking at it makes me sick. Let's get this over with. The Plague Lord rat whipped its tail hard at Human. He frowned unhappily and tilted his head to dodge. Human's body twisted in the air as he gradually approached the plague rat. He smiled with delight, seeing the wide-open tail. This disgusting rat. Then, very quickly, he swung his axe down on the purple tail. You dare swing that disgusting tail near me? The plague rat roared in pain from its severed tail. It retreated, hissing at the shiny axe. Human smiled, twirling his axe, signaling to the plague rat. His eyes were arrogant. Be good and give me your head. I'll finish you off quickly. The plague rat raised its neck, a mass swelling in its mouth. It spat it out. From its mouth, it sprayed poison. Human's eyes widened slightly as he looked down at the poison mass. He looked at the poison, vaguely guessing what it was. It's poison. It's been a while, so I forgot. Human looked at his arm with the faint smoke trail. The system's voice reminded him. You have been poisoned by the Mao King. Your health will decrease by 1 every 10 seconds. Human gripped the axe in his hand tightly, watching the plague rat charge at him. He gritted his teeth in annoyance and cursed silently. This annoying rat. The plague rat charged, swinging its sharp claws. Human took a deep breath. Then the plague lord was instantly knocked back. Battle roar. It gritted its teeth in hatred, looking at Human. The system continuously announced, enemy stats have been reduced. The rat continuously spun its axe in its hand. His eyes and excited smile were fixed on the plague rat. From the gap created by the swinging axe, Human aimed straight for it. The target got closer and closer, his strength growing stronger. The ugly skin of the plague lord was exposed with many openings. He delivered a powerful blow, a punch that sent it flying. Human glanced over, a delighted and excited smile on his face. You think you can beat me just by using poison? The plague rat retreated, its body emitting a faint blue light. In an instant, the plague rat's body had superficially healed. Human was slightly surprised. Not bad. So you're a boss with a healing skill too. He held his axe out in front of him, his eyes full of provocation. All right, then this will be even more fun. Come on. The plague rat charged wildly, baring its fangs and opening its mouth. It charged with its long claws. Human just smiled and strengthened the arm holding his axe. He continuously appeared and disappeared, swinging his axe. System update, skill activated. Cleave. Human was crazily excited, his whole body burning with fighting spirit. Excellent. Let's see how long you can last. Human's body continuously delivered blows, each one with all his might. After a while, the plague rat's body crumbled, despite having healed. Human was even more delighted to see this and teased, You look tired. He approached the plague rat's head, feigning surprise. Look at you. Still want to fight. Very quickly, Human kicked it hard in the head. His eyes were excited, a contemptuous smile on his face. No more chances. Amidst his satisfaction, the system's ding sound rang out. You have leveled up. You have defeated the calamity boss, Mao King. Human bandaged himself superficially. The system quickly announced, You have successfully detoxified. Resistance has been formed. He leaned against the wall, panting tiredly, observing his wounds. This battle was quite annoying, but at least I got poison resistance. Human stood up and carefully approached the plague rat. Search. Now I'll take what I want. Skill used, butchering. A faint metallic glint appeared on Human's hand. Found it. Calamity Orb. A black aura emanated from the orb. Yumin frowned with annoyance. You have been afflicted with the Calamity Curse. The system sent out a warning notification. Your stats will be slightly reduced. Your health will decrease by 5 every 10 seconds. If you do not recover quickly, you will have to return to the city. Yumin raised his head, looking annoyed. As expected, in my previous life, I was quite surprised by this curse. But things are different now. Yumin's body staggered as he made his way out of the dark sewer. Now let's get out of here. Back to the city. At the gate of the city where he lived, the soldiers looked at the bag with excitement. Not bad. These rats are pretty tough. The soldier smiled faintly and gestured with the item. Well done. Here's your reward. The system appeared next to him. You have completed the Clean the Sewers quest. Counting sewer rat tails. You received 10 silver coins. Yumin smiled and tilted his head, explaining briefly. I also picked up a strange orb while doing this quest. The soldier was surprised to see the black aura. That is. The soldier frowned in disgust and backed away. That's definitely a cursed item. Now look at you. What's that mark on your face? You're cursed. He turned his head away, not wanting to see, and warned, this is trouble. Can you take this to Lord Steroyan? I'll inform him and go get treated right away. Yumin was annoyed by his fearful attitude. You bastard, just take it. I can't even refuse the quest because of this reward. The system simultaneously updated the quest. Transport the cursed orb. Transport the cursed orb from the sewer to the head of the Mage Guild, Royden. Completion condition. Transport the orb before the player dies from the curse. Reward. 5 low-grade potions, the Calamity Curse will be lifted, and some stat points. Yumin unhappily reached out for the item. Okay, leave it to me. The soldier let out a slight sigh of relief and reminded him. Thanks. You look like you're in critical condition. Take these. With a mechanical click, you have received 5 low-grade potions. The soldier's eyes narrowed slightly, keeping his distance. And go take a bath as soon as possible. The sewer smell is quite strong. At the tower where the mages gathered, Yumin staggered in, panting, and marveled at the place. What a huge building. They must have cast a ton of spells on this structure. It's completely different from the Berserker Guild's building. He staggered slowly, the people around him holding their noses and grimacing in disgust. Anyway, mages have always been a popular choice, even in my previous life. These bastards. Try paying a little attention to berserkers for once. Yumin panted, clutching his trembling arm. Damn it. It's getting harder and harder to move. The system's warning rang out continuously. 30% health remaining. Yumin quietly tried to drag his battered body forward. I have to hurry. His legs struggled to climb each step. He burst through the door and shouted, Is anyone here? Steroyan frowned and turned around, looking at him suspiciously. Who are you? He turned his head, slightly displeased, and questioned him. You should have taken a bath before coming here. Yumin presented the orb and explained, I came to get treated, and I found this in the sewer. I was told to bring it to you. Steroyan was surprised by what was in front of him. Isn't this the plague orb? Steroyan approached, eagerly wanting him to hand it over. You were right to come to me. Curses are my specialty. Quick, give it to me. Yumin silently observed his demeanor. Steroyan was slightly displeased. His face contorted as he snapped. What are you doing? Give it to me. That cursed orb is eating away at you right now. Yumin's next words were wary and distrustful. I'll give it to you if you're really Lord Steroyan. He was slightly surprised and asked back, What? His voice was filled with confusion. What are you talking about? Yumin just readied his axe. He swung the axe towards Steroyan. Yumin's eyes lit up, serious and full of suspicion. What's going on here? Steroyan looked down at Yumin with disbelief. If you were really Steroyan, you should have been able to easily block my axe. Yumin excitedly raised his axe high, glaring at him. Try it, or I'll kill you. Seeing his axe about to strike, he screamed in terror. Wait! The tree on the other side suddenly shook, signaling. Stop! The person in Yumin's hands disappeared into a puff of smoke, sighing. I lose. The real Steroyan appeared, grimacing as he explained. That was a clone to test your magical skills. I didn't expect to be seen through by a berserker. Yumin turned his head away, helpless. I thought he was the bird on the windowsill. Don't they usually turn into animals? The image of the old figure appeared, making Yumin marvel. Well, I'm the only one who knows that's because of that bastard Tony's way of clearing the tutorial. Thanks, buddy. Guide to the NPC Mage Guild. Author, Tony. The NPC Mage Guild in reality. Their purpose. Suddenly, the system board appeared quickly. An incredible achievement. You have seen through a high-level mage's lie without any help. You have received the title, Truth Seer. You are the first to receive this title. First, Truth Seer. Unique. Applause for your astuteness in recognizing a high-level mage's lie without any help. You are the first to receive this title. Effect. Anti-illusion skills increased by 20%. Special effect. Once a day, you can summon the Bell of Truth, which can distinguish between truth and lies. Human looked at the achievement, excitedly rubbing his chin. It's a unique grade? If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have realized this. How lucky. Steroian suddenly approached and tapped him sharply, reminding him, now, hurry up and give it to me. You're in a very critical condition right now. Human now looked down, dazed. He's right. I don't have much health left, and I've used up all my bandages. The system continuously displayed a reminder. Your health has dropped to 10%. Human looked over and gestured. It's fine. His words made Steroian jump. Human excitedly took out an item and smiled with delight. This time, I have to check if you're the real one. You can't fool me. The small bell rang. Bell of Truth. He could only accept it and curse. This crazy bastard. Human grimaced, teasingly holding out the orb. Tell me the truth. Are you the real one? Here, take it. Steroian turned away and gestured. Now drink this. He could only grimace and drink it all. Human stretched his body, feeling the strength return. The plague curse has been lifted. I feel better already. He stared at the orb with a frown. He must be a high-level person. In an instant, the orb radiated a dangerous aura. He looked at the object before him, deep in thought. It must be because of this orb that the sewer rats were infected with this disease, causing them to be so deformed. Steroian turned to Human and got straight to the point. Any other special information? He stood with his hands on his hips, expressing his speculation. It must be because of this orb that the sewer rats were infected with this disease, causing them to be so deformed. Steroian looked worried, unable to help but hesitate. Using rats to create chaos? No, the soldiers would easily control it much more easily. Human approached and quickly suggested to Steroian. That orb looks pretty lethal to humans too. He rubbed his chin and mumbled, well, you know. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Steroian's mind. Human smiled, watching the moment of truth unfold. That's right. Humans are the ultimate target. He looked at the orb and gradually figured out the sinister plot. If those infected rats wander through the alleys or live in the sewers. Oh no, I have a general idea of what they're trying to do. Human watched with excitement and anticipation. As expected of a high-level mage. With just a few clues, he was still able to figure out the cause so quickly. The images of the people in his memory appeared. They want to spread the plague throughout the entire city through the sewers. The image of a mutated rat, the suffering people of the slums lying around. In reality, it will start from the slums first, and then spread widely everywhere before they find out. The other players are trying their best to help, and then the players will have to deal with 10 hellish quest chains to handle the plague. But I'll assume I've already passed these 10 quest chains. Steroian sat up and quickly wanted to leave. I must go and report to the captain of the guard immediately. He left, not forgetting to turn back and remind him, come back and find me in 2 days. The system quickly updated the quest situation. The one who spread the plague. Steroian and the city guard are trying to find out who placed the plague orb in the sewers. Wait until the first investigation results are in. Completion requirement. Meet Steroian again in 2 days. Reward. A few stat points. Human completely ignored him. He looked around curiously. So, should I go now? I've never played a game like this before. Suddenly, the system announced, thanks to a valuable player, the first main scenario. A large quest took over the space. Therefore, the plague outbreak, quest, and other related quests will be deleted. Human looked on in disbelief. An announcement? Human's eyes were filled with disbelief. The plague outbreak is the first quest of the 10 quest chain. Because of me, the quest disappeared. The other new players behind him were stuck because there were no quests. That means there's no way for others to get close to the main scenario. Now, To reach the main scenario, I'll have to complete many other difficult quests instead of doing the quest chain. A smile Yumin couldn't hold back appeared on his lips. I have to hurry. He said to come back in 2 days. His eyes were filled with excitement about this. Coincidentally, there's a great place to spend 2 days. From the teleportation gate, he arrived in the wasteland. Let's see from the gate. Yumin looked around, speculating his thoughts. Is it to the east? A glint of iron flashed on Yumin's body. With the remaining money, I bought a throwing axe and some light armor. I should be able to use it when I reach around level 50. He swung the items up and directly put them into the system. This is a graveyard. A place that has been confirmed to have nothing. Yumin's eyes scanned around, a smile appearing at the special spot. But I know the secret of this place, you naive fools. Well, it's reasonable not to know information that hasn't been announced for several months. A lone prosthetic leg quickly appeared before him. Found it. The system identified the product and provided information. Prosthetic leg of the enlightened one. Normal grade. A prosthetic leg dropped by a one-legged person. It would be good if you brought it to him. Even if you bring it to him, you will only be chased away and receive no reward. In the shared memories of many players, even if you bring it to him, you will only be chased away and receive no reward. Therefore, most players thought it was a useless item, but very quickly, Yumin found a tombstone with a strange, empty space. Here it is. The prosthetic leg fit perfectly into the empty space. The ground trembled slightly, revealing a deep, dark path below. The system displayed a congratulatory message. You have found a secret dungeon, graveyard under the moon. An outstanding achievement. Applause for your astuteness in being the first to find a secret dungeon. You have received the title Pathfinder. You are the first to receive this title. Yumin's eyes grew more and more eager as he watched it. I need this to get money. The system displayed a long list of gifts for the first person. First Pathfinder. Rare. Your talent as a seeker. You were able to decipher it using your sharp senses and keen insight. Effect. Your vision has been improved. Thanks to the night effect, you will be able to see clearly in dark places. You will be able to find hidden devices with a low probability. The rusty lever before him suddenly shone brightly, attracting his attention. Thanks to this title, not only is my vision improved, but it also marks hidden devices with a flash of light, no matter how low the probability. This title will be very convenient. The system hovered, briefly reminding him, since this is your first entry, you will receive an additional bonus. You will receive bonus stat points, and the item drop rate will increase by 30%. Yumin resolutely stepped in without any hesitation. Since I also just got a bonus for the first time, should I go down here to make some extra profit? He followed the dark tunnel. Above, a skylight suddenly opened. The corridor was also quickly lit by countless lamps. Yumin frowned slightly, observing the entire scene. Do I have to clear everything to leave this place? This is a secret dungeon, so it's not surprising. But more importantly, Yumin's eyes showed a hint of worry. What if a ghost monster appears? I can't even hit it with anything. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from in front of him. An army of skeletons appeared. Level 26, Old Tomb Skeleton. Yumin swung his axe, shattering the skeletons on the ground. The shattered skeletons were scattered everywhere. He swung his axe, watching the skeletons charge forward one after another. Skeletons, you're making my spine tingle now. Yumin brought his axe down. The blow, accompanied by wind, tore through everything. But seeing you guys is still better than seeing those sewer rats. He continuously spun his axe, watching the skeletons charge at him. The smile on Yumin's lips grew wider with excitement. He spun wildly, clearing the dungeon. That's right. Fragments of broken skeletons flew everywhere, blocking the path. The system quickly provided a new skill. Cleave. Yumin became even more aggressive, striking down. Rocks and old bones flew everywhere. Yumin sighed tiredly, looking at the mess on the ground. Simple. The system updated his level simply. You have leveled up. Roken, level 22. Yumin sat down, delighted, and opened the system window. Let's see, it must be quite long by now. The system updated very quickly, stretching from top to bottom. Roken, race, human, gender, male, level 22, class, Berserker first, HP 1110/1110, MP 30 150ths, Hunger 10, Thirst 7, Status, Normal, Strength 132, Dexterity 63, Stamina 111, Endurance 96, Intelligence 15, Knowledge 12, Bonus Stat Points 105, Weight 89/300. Titles owned: Gifted Warrior, Talented Warrior, Strongest Man in the Village, Honored Orc Warrior, Pathfinder, Descendant of David, 1 against 17, Hard Worker, Truthseer, Unafraid to Decipher, Unstoppable, Slayer of the Chieftain at level 1. Human observed the points and considered, I have over 100 bonus stat points. I don't think I need to save them anymore. His fingertip reached out quickly. Human smiled with delight. I don't need to rush now, but to speed up my hunting. After pressing the button, the system's strength points fluctuated continuously. Roken, race, human, gender, male, level 22, class, Berserker first, HP 1200/1200, MP 30/390, Hunger 10, Thirst 7, Status, Normal, Strength 200, Dexterity 63, Stamina 200, Endurance 100, Intelligence 39, Knowledge 12. Human smiled comfortably to himself. This feels great. Looking at the long system panel with sky-high strength points. My strength is at 200. To level up more effectively, I need mana, so this time I also added some intelligence points. Human became more and more excited. His eyes burned with fighting spirit as he rushed off. All right, 2 days until the main scenario starts. Let's reach level 30 before then. The skeletons were continuously chopped to pieces by the axe. Others were smashed against the walls and shattered. The sounds of screams and breaking bones echoed. Human sighed in boredom. I'm starting to get bored. Suddenly, a large skeleton holding a weapon shouted, Level 30 Skeleton Warrior. Dungeon. It roared in anger and swung its axe, but was ultimately knocked away by one of Human's blows. Level. Human, level 30. Human didn't even bother to look, turning away dismissively. So weak, yet acting so dangerous. While waiting for the skeletons to dissolve, Human took the opportunity to check for updates. Finally reached level 30. Everything in this damn place is over. His eyes and the fatigue of 2 days showed. I've been running around nonstop for the past 2 days, defeating monsters the moment they respawned. It's pretty great. I leveled up 10 times in just 2 days. The amount of gold in the system was also displayed. I must have collected a lot of money. 1 gold, 80 silver. I have 1 gold and 80 silver. Human had collected the knight armor from his kills, but he didn't want to wear it. More importantly, I've collected the skeleton knight armor that any warrior would want. But it looks so ugly, I probably won't use it. Human's body ached as he rubbed his neck and sat on a pile of equipment. And I've collected so much of it. He smiled, looking at the board. Maybe I should sell them and invest a little? I know the future of Taylor, so investing is as easy as flipping my hand. He glanced in another direction, a faint smile on his face. Let's get started. Although it's a bit sad to leave this great hunting spot, Human quickly sold the information in exchange for a bag of money. But selling information about this place can also make a lot of money, especially for organizations like guilds that want to train new members. I'm sure they'll flock here. He left, elated. His body was full of excitement. What should I do with that money? Buy a new weapon or buy equipment with good stats? Steroyan was still engrossed in his book. Human walked in and gestured. Hey, old man. I'm back. He looked up and gestured. You're finally back. Steroyan stood up, a little embarrassed, and explained, I'm sorry for leaving you so suddenly. I really had something urgent to do at that time. Human was slightly surprised and approached. Did they find the culprit? Steroyan shook his head, dejected and helpless. No. After investigating everyone, we still haven't found anything. There are no witnesses either. Human's face turned cold, his brow furrowed in understanding. Of course not. There's no way the culprit would be caught so easily. The mysterious figures in black robes appeared. Those fallen disciples, the plot has dealt with preventing them. The more Human thought, the more annoyed he became. He needs to find the culprit. But basically, I've already thwarted their plan from the beginning. But if I investigate, I think I might find something. Steroyan presented the orb, looking very tired. That's why I decided to read the memories of the land. Human looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. There's such a thing? The system displayed information next to it. Orb of the Earth. Magic. An orb filled with the energy of the earth. Although it has no value as a gem, it has the ability to use special magic. He didn't care much about this. Because its magic level is low, it doesn't seem to have much effect. The method of use was also summarized in Yuman's mind. But when used, the user can see what happened in a certain area thanks to the memories of the land skill. Thanks to it, we found ways to hunt monsters many times. Steroyan glanced at the orb in his hand, his expression dark. With this, we'll find out their identities. Steroyan bowed his head, flipping through a book, and proposed, I'm going to ask you for a favor. Can you help me? Yuman crossed his arms and gave a silent agreement. I should at least hear you out. Anyway, I have to do it. This is the main quest. Steroyan looked up, seriously explaining everything. Thank you. Although we've stopped them for now, we don't know when they'll attack again. To prevent that, I need your help with a few things. The system appeared and explained. A few parts. Fluctuating health. To avoid the possibility of a powerful curse harming this land, the high-level mage Steroyan has requested a search for some ingredients. In the blood of an orc warrior and a beast man, there might be something valuable. Completion condition. Collect the blood of an orc warrior. Collect the blood of a beast man. Reward. Experience. 10 silver coins. The title Apprentice, Steroyan's task. The images of potions and orcs appeared in Yuman's mind. Orc warrior blood and beastman blood. I'm sure they won't willingly donate blood, so I have to go hunting. However, this made Yuman a little worried. But I currently have the honored orc warrior title, so I can't hunt orc warriors. I've even increased their affection to trusted. Yuman's eyes narrowed in annoyance, veins popping. Fighting them in exchange for losing that title is my only choice? Is there nothing else I can do? Yuman was now standing in front of the orc camp. He shouted at the orc inside. Open the door. It quickly approached, recognizing him and welcoming him. Human warrior. I still remember you as one who knows respect. The large gate opened quickly. The orcs surrounded him, curiously greeting him continuously. Welcome. It's been a while, friend. What's up? Yuman glanced around. He frowned slightly and said to one of them, It's nothing big, but can I ask you for a favor? He immediately gestured that he was always ready. I'll help. Yuman quickly got to the point, a bit embarrassed. I need some of your blood. Can you give me some? The orcs froze in surprise. What? Blood? The orcs explained in confusion that they also valued their own blood greatly. A warrior's blood cannot be given away like that. Sorry, friend. A warrior only sheds blood on the battlefield. The orcs grumbled continuously in his ear. To spill blood elsewhere is a sign of disrespect. This made Yuman frown in annoyance, his veins popping. They dare to talk about respect? I don't care about that stuff. If they're going to be like that, then I still have another plan. Yuman quickly reminded him, asking for an item. Then can I borrow an axe? One of them handed it to him. Here. He took it and quickly left. The orc watched him go in surprise and curiosity. You're leaving already, friend? Yuman spoke up briefly. No, I have something to do for a bit. I'll be back soon. The orcs happily waved goodbye. All right, friend. See you soon. Yuman held the orc's axe tightly in his hand. It would have been great if they had just given me some blood. His eyes showed a sinister and malicious intent. But unfortunately, they have to protect the honor of the orc race. In that case, at this time, at the Beastman camp, the Beastman gripped his scythe tightly, observing. Suddenly, he froze with worry. The Beastman turned his head back and glanced around. He shouted loudly, on guard, demanding the other person to show themselves. Who's there? Show yourself. An object quickly flew past his cheek. The Beastman glanced over and quickly recognized it. An axe. Yuman appeared and disappeared, feigning surprise. You dodged it? Impressive. I knew beastmen were faster than orcs. A shrill, painful cry rang out. Yuman smiled, looking at him. He was satisfied as he bottled the blood. System update. You have obtained beastman blood. The beastman's body lay motionless on the ground. Sorry, friend. I didn't want to do this either. In the distance, a voice called out repeatedly. Who's there? I just heard a scream. The beastmen surrounded his corpse, completely confused. Who did this? This is an orc's axe. Those disgusting pigs did this. Yuman, from behind a tree, enjoyed the scene. He knew very well that these two creatures hated each other, so he felt even more comfortable taking advantage of it. Beastmen are creatures similar to humans who hate orcs. Throughout history, These two races have fought each other for control of the forest. Yuman's eyes widened as he observed with a meticulous plan. I'll incite a war between the two sides with this incident. Anyway, it was bound to happen sooner or later. I'm just speeding things up a bit. The orcs on this side were on high alert. Suddenly, an object flew from a distance, grazing him. The orcs quickly gathered around to look at the scythe. What's that? A sword? It's a beastman's sword. I know it. The orcs looked at their comrade who had been knocked into the wall, feeling resentful. They're attacking us. This is clearly unforgivable. Yuman smiled, watching everything fall into place. You fools. He approached, feigning surprise and probing. What's going on? The orcs turned their heads and immediately explained. You're back? There's an emergency. This is a beastman's sword. Yuman smiled, adding fuel to the fire. On my way here, I saw some beastman warriors. They're probably about to attack this place. The orcs, as if given a reason to fight, roared with excitement. I knew it. We warriors must fight. We can't lose to those weaklings. Yuman smiled and approached. He led the orcs down the path he had laid out. Now, calm down. Is that all you can think of? Why should we wait until they get here? His hands and eyes flashed with a determined aura as he gestured. If we're going to fight anyway, why not attack first? If everyone goes, then I'll help too. The orcs roared in unison, accepting and cheering. Good idea. Humans are smart. A massive orc approached, deep in thought. What's going on? Yuman looked up, curious. Who's that? One of them quickly reported everything. Yuman observed and guessed, not the same guy as before. Must be the new orc chieftain. He followed the orc chieftain's arm with his eyes. He held the axe firmly in his hand and exclaimed, Perfect. Then, along with the other orcs, he raised his weapon and gave the command. We must attack first. Follow me. The orcs quickly gave the order to their troops. Gather the warriors. Yuman's eyes showed deep satisfaction as he observed. Things just got easier. He also joined in. On his lips was the smile of a winner. All right, let's go. Let's have some fun on the battlefield. The orc gritted its teeth and looked ahead. The entire group of orcs, along with their chieftain, waved their flags and marched forward. Baikan, hiding behind a tree and peeking out, couldn't help but tremble in fear. This is crazy. They're bloodthirsty. He really didn't understand who had provoked them. But it's never been like this before. What happened? The guy next to him was also trembling with fear. Do you think they'll keep fighting like this? He swallowed hard and offered his opinion. We have to run before things. But he suddenly stopped, terrified. Are you crazy? Do you see how many of them there are? If we get caught while running, we'll definitely die. Then Baikan retorted and added, We'll hide here for a while. But a second later, he was horrified to see a human figure among them. So, why is there a human there? Is he a player? The guy with him also saw his figure flickering among the orcs. No, but why is there a user among the orcs? Who is he? Baikan, standing next to him, was sweating profusely. He turned to persuade his friend. Hey, we have no choice. Run. But the guy with him was clueless. What? You just said we couldn't run. His face darkened and he shouted. Just shut up and listen to me. If we don't run, we're definitely dead. But an orc had ambushed them from behind. Behind you. At this moment, Yuman, hearing the noise, calmly turned around. They had already sent Baikan's friend flying. The whole group then approached and surrounded him. He quickly recognized this rude face. Isn't he the guy I fought last time? Seeing Yuman, he felt like he had struck gold and begged. Hey, those orcs are with you, right? I don't know what's going on, but please spare me. We know each other. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit with a devastating punch. The orc laughed heartily, showing off. What a loser. You dare to touch our honored warrior? Yuman, do you know him? Remembering how Baikan had bullied him, his cold expression gradually appeared. Well, I don't remember him very well. He shrugged and ordered. If you see him, you can deal with him. Hearing the order, several orcs surrounded him. Baikan could only swallow his anger and curse silently. Damn it. But he couldn't accept this fate and could only struggle. Stay away from me. Yuman smiled faintly and sent him a faded message. Be careful next time, newbie. A fierce battle was taking place here. The Beastman chieftain and the orc chieftain were locked in combat, not stopping for a single moment. The orc chieftain roared, ordering his underlings to give it their all. Kill all the filthy beastmen. Don't let any of them survive. Yumin stood in the back, observing everything. The chieftains of both sides are still fighting fiercely, and he was waiting for the opportunity to take the blood of. He looked at the vial filled with new power, his heart filled with joy. Finally, the system also quickly announced, "You have collected the blood of an orc warrior." Yumin nodded in approval. They did better than I thought. They must be really angry. I'm the one who caused this, but he quickly transformed his power. I'll join in the fun too. Along with that, Yumin let out a roar that echoed through the forest. Battle roar. The beastmen began to look at each other in confusion. How can a human do that? Those monster orcs. They called for mercenaries. They immediately switched their target to Yumin. Kill him. But he was waiting for them to charge. Each sword slash was direct and clean. You think you can kill me? Bring your chieftain here. His face showed a sinister and evil expression. There's another reason I caused this battle. If I only needed orc blood, I would have just pretended to be a beastman and killed one of them. But my real target is the beastman chieftain, a boss stronger than the orc chieftain. Moreover, beastmen aren't obsessed with one-on-one battles like orcs are, so dealing with him will be more difficult. Yumin still charged forward aggressively with an even more terrifying purpose. Using the orcs to eliminate the beastman chieftain. This is the best chance I'll get. Where are you? After taking down all the small fry beastmen, Yumin finally located what he was looking for. He tightened his grip on his weapon. Found you. Yumin swung his weapon in a wide arc, creating an extremely powerful blow. Continuous slashes appeared everywhere around the two chieftains. At this moment, the orc chieftain was trying to defend himself. He seemed to be at a disadvantage against the beastman chieftain. The beastman chieftain, level 73. He cackled. The enemy of my clan will surely kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, a slash interrupted his joy. The sword was knocked back. The beastman chieftain sneered contemptuously. A sneak attack like that won't work. But before he could finish his sentence, Yumin's weapon flew towards him, leaving more wounds on his muscular body. He sneered and struck again. Cleave. There's an opening. The beastman chieftain was attacked unexpectedly and could only think, damn it, I have to stop it. A fierce explosion occurred. He was quickly put on the defensive and fell backward, but his stamina was too great to be finished off. You're stronger than you look. Yumin calmly shrugged, looking down on him. I was planning to take both of your arms, but I didn't expect you to still have one left. The chieftain and his orc followers surrounded him. But what are you going to do now? Your subordinates are all dead. There's nowhere to run. He smirked contemptuously. I don't have much patience left. Next will be your head. The beastman chieftain just found it funny. He gathered his strength and roared in anger. A weak human like you. Yumin's eyes also turned bloodshot, ready to go all out. A dark aura began to appear. Only his sinister smile was visible. You have leveled up. You have obtained the title Conqueror of the Harsh Forest. You are the first to possess this title. First Conqueror of the Harsh Forest. Rare. You have successfully defeated the two rulers of the Harsh Forest. Effect: stamina and agility will increase by 10. All stats will increase by 5% when in a forest ecosystem. After that was a celebration full of cheers from the orcs. We defeated them. At this moment, Yumin was staring blankly at the notification screen. More. The screen continuously displayed congratulatory messages. You have obtained the title Dark Curtain. You are the first to possess this title. First, Dark Curtain. Unique. We praise you for successfully achieving 2 goals with 1 stone through your intelligence. Effect: intelligence and knowledge increase by 20. Special effect: you can use conceal identity. Look at this. He observed excitedly. I knew there would be a Conqueror of the Harsh Forest title, but I didn't expect to also get Dark Curtain. It says here it's because I defeated 2 enemies. It seems the system doesn't consider the orcs as my allies. Yumin rested his chin on his hand, thinking, so I only have a good reputation with them. Does that mean they still have a chance to turn on me? But Yumin had unlocked a new skill. Now that my stats have increased, and I also have the special ability to conceal my identity, it will be very helpful. On this side, the orcs were cheering happily with each other. Excellent. Kill them all. In the battle between the orcs and the beastmen, the orcs were victorious. The area that the beastmen used will be turned into the ruined village of the beastmen. The wrath of the beastmen will appear in the ruined village of the beastmen. He walked over and mumbled, "They really enjoy this, don't they?" The smile on Yuman's lips grew more and more cunning. It's time to go back to the old man. Returning to the still-lit tower, Staroyan looked at the 2 vials with suspicion. "It's done? Because of the high difficulty, I thought you would need some time." He shrugged and explained, "It wasn't that hard." He nodded and retreated. "Wait for me a moment." Very quickly, Yuman received a notification. "You have obtained the title Staroyan's first apprentice. You are the first to possess this title." He frowned, looking at the prominent words. First apprentice. The screen displayed a more detailed explanation. First, Staroyan's first apprentice. Unique. You are Staroyan's first apprentice. You have gained Staroyan's respect. Effect, stamina and endurance increase by 10. The detective's assistant will give you an additional 5% movement speed. He was excited about this gift. The effect is good too. At that moment, Staroyan happened to bring out the item. "Here, it's done. Give this to Madarian and Chicks." Teleport improved antidote. A new improved antidote has been created for Madarian and Chicks. The screen also displayed a notification about the next quest. Condition: give the improved antidote to Madarian. Reward: 3 silver coins, experience points. Yuman received the order and set off. This is the last quest here. Finally reached Chicks. Inside the bedroom, a virtual reality gaming machine appeared. After finishing the game that day, Yuman woke up. He sat up, dejected. Why would they create something like this and limit the time? All I have is time. Yuman jumped up and went outside. Well, it's good for my long-term health. He looked at the screen and mumbled. So I need at least 5 more hours before I can log in again, right? I should use this time to check out that post from before. Remembering his entire journey so far, Yuman was full of excitement. I prepared for this situation by taking pictures of the items and then posting them. I hope there are many comments. But all he received made him dazed. Yuman mumbled, "It's even on the hot posts section." He thought of a scenario. What's this? I'm sure everyone will be suspicious. There must be many comments calling it fake. But his eyes widened in amazement when he clicked to see. Honorary reporter? This appeared already. A secret dungeon has been discovered. There are secret dungeons besides the public ones. The conquest of a secret dungeon by honorary reporter AVK. A series of information was displayed. As a web game magazine reporter and famous user, RV- wrote about the secret dungeon, revealing its information in the form of an adventure story. Also included is a picture of a secret dungeon entrance being made public. The comments below were even more lively. Nagark, really? I thought there were only public dungeons. Luquario, how can that be real? Is this the first time you've seen a fake post like this? Attacker, haven't you read what WHI wrote? Secret dungeons are real, but I don't know if this person's post is true. Silver, but this post was posted before Arviromas. What if Raw just changed it and posted it? This caught Yuman's attention. Cha Misu. No, the dungeon AVK found has a different group of monsters. Raw. Hello, this is Raw. Meat stew with fish. In my experience, this post is very reliable. Trading might be difficult, but if we meet in person, it will be easier. Please contact me. He smiled brightly, as if he had achieved his goal. So, because of that comment, my post became famous. If it weren't for that, the post would have just been bait. It's good for me. Thanks to those people's comments, messages are now flooding in. People quickly and eagerly tried to contact him. Ramin, I sent a message. Helidon, please check your messages. His rise, I sent you a message. I'm willing to pay 5% higher than anyone else. Yuman started to filter the messages. First, eliminate those with the lowest offers. The ones I need to pay the most attention to are. He also gave himself an option. Those who move in groups. They always say they're a guild, but they're not really part of the guild system at all. I know a few famous names from my past life, so choosing shouldn't be too difficult. After thinking for a while, Yuman clicked his mouse. The safest path would be the first one chosen. Megapixel Guild. Their name is taken from Mount and Blade. They help newbies, teach bad pikers a lesson, and do some other good deeds. With that good reputation, they established this name. Then he sent a message. Thanks for the replies. See you all at the graveyard east of town. Everything is done. Yuman leaned back in his chair, happy. All right, I've scheduled the meeting. Now I just have to wait. Everything is going so smoothly it's scary. Suddenly, he had an even bolder thought. I wonder if it's okay for things to progress this well. Is this still okay? Should I try to push things even faster? But that thought was quickly extinguished. Remembering the past, Yumin immediately dismissed it. No, just take it one step at a time according to the plan. Anyway, there will be many more things to deal with later. Rushing won't solve anything. I should go buy some things and get some fresh air. After wandering around the supermarket, he came out with a bunch of stuff. The place he happened to pass by was where some young men were gathered and talking. The guy in the blue shirt asked, "How many levels did you gain at that spot?" The guy in the white shirt shared, 3 levels in 2 days. Another guy with glasses chimed in, "I only leveled up after exhausting myself." Maybe it's because everyone's level is different? It could be a control issue. Yumin quietly passed by, just smiling. Everyone's talking about Taylor. He looked around the university campus. I thought there would be fewer people at the university at the end of September. But the person in front of him made Yumin a little stunned. He shielded his eyes from the sun. What? Who is that? The figure of a girl nearby caught his attention. She looks really familiar. She happened to look in his direction and immediately greeted him. Kim Yumin. Long time no see. His brain finally processed it. I remember now. She was Lim So-hee, his ex-girlfriend who cheated on him and then dumped him. Because of Taylor, I had completely forgotten about her. To her, it's only been 4 months since we last met. But to me, it feels like several years. He looked at the person next to her. He frowned in annoyance. The guy standing next to her must be her new boyfriend. I heard he's good at playing Taylor. Lim So-hee likes to play games too, so it seems she likes guys who are good at gaming. So he immediately started teasing her ex. I heard you're still struggling. He frowned, unhappy. What the hell is this? He flared up and shouted. I was just pretending for your sake. I'm taking a break to play Taylor now. Or maybe not, but it's not because of you. She chuckled teasingly. Really? That's a relief. If you have trouble with the game, just contact me. My boyfriend is an expert in Taylor. I'll ask him to help you out once or twice. Yumin became interested and stepped forward to ask, so what's his ID? So he stood between them and answered with a proud voice. I think it's Filat, right? You've probably heard of him. But deep down, Yumin despised him. Filat? I don't remember any name like that. He must be a nobody. Thinking that, he turned and walked away, not bothering with these two anymore. All right, I remember now. If I see you again, I'll save you. Filat's neck tensed with anger. What? So he was also bewildered by his decisive action. Yumin, how could you? Before leaving, he gave them some heartfelt advice. Just level up as much as you can. If you have trouble, contact me. Thinking about it, Yumin even wanted Lim So-hee to know his game ID was Roken. Yumin strode forward. She'll find out soon enough. Then she'll regret the stupid things she said. Inside the game, a man in a cloak was already waiting at the graveyard. A voice came from behind. Megapixel. He raised an eyebrow and looked over. Oziel. Yumin appeared with his identity concealed to meet the person from Megapixel. It seems you found it. Used conceal identity. Your name and appearance will be randomly changed. This effect lasts for 1 hour. He had thought it through. There's no need to reveal my identity just for a secret dungeon like this. He glanced around curiously and asked, Did you come alone? He also admitted frankly, yes. This is valuable information, so there's no point in attracting attention. He glanced back at Yumin and continued, But my teammates are ready. As soon as I contact them, they'll come running. He silently thought, I see. He's trying to be cautious with me. He also didn't seem any more enthusiastic. He started to urge him. So, let's continue. But Yumin immediately shook his head. No, pay me first. He frowned slightly, but what Yumin said was right. Haven't you made transactions before? You have to give me something to motivate me. Megapixel agreed. Then I'll just use one skill. We both need to be safe. He nodded in agreement. All right. Next was the skill, Detect. But a second later, Megapixel's eyes showed some surprise. Everything before had been resolved smoothly. Thanks for your cooperation, Kristen. I've already paid a portion up front. Let's go. Level 35, Kristen. He smiled faintly and nodded. This trick worked. The two of them quickly moved to the mysterious tomb. Yumin gave detailed instructions. If you do this, the entrance will open. Megapixel exclaimed in amazement. I see. It's like some kind of device. Yumin cackled. Keep it a secret. Now, where's the rest of the money? Megapixel was also trustworthy and handed over the rest. If there are any problems, I'll contact you later. Very quickly, a bag full of gold was pushed over. Possess 51 gold, 98 silver, 20 copper. He nodded with great interest. Just selling information about a secret dungeon got me over 50 gold. He happily took the items and left. Guilds are the best. It's not easy to earn this amount of money in the game. It probably wasn't easy to ask for money from the guild members either. I wonder if it was his real money. After that, Yumin quickly reverted to his true form. I've taken care of this. Now it's time to go to Chicks, right? At this moment, he was still in the forest, bored. Damn it, it's so far. His face was dark, covered in sweat. This is the problem with Taylor. It doesn't need to be this realistic. I've been walking for over half a day. But no matter what, Yumin persevered to the end. It seems I've finally arrived. He was also focused and in the best possible state. But don't let your guard down. If I die, I'll have to start all over again. A noise caught his attention. There was some movement in the shade of a tree. A cunning smile appeared on Yumin's lips. That's not a monster or an animal. I wonder which cowardly rat this is. At that moment, a powerful force attacked him from behind. Yumin really liked stimulants like this. Interesting. I almost hit them. A group of 4 appeared right behind him. Their equipment looks expensive, so their level must be high, right? Another one added, who knows? Maybe he just likes to spend money on equipment. His eyes were already faintly red. That's right. There are people like them too. Yumin could feel the power radiating from the 4 of them. The red marks in their eyes show that they've killed users before and become pikers. They choose people moving to town and collect the items dropped by users. As soon as he turned around, they ran towards him. Hey buddy, got a minute? I think we need to talk. Yumin also replied, talk. He was already holding his weapon, ready to welcome them. Sure, I love to talk. Yumin looked up and smiled, which made the thugs' spines chill with confusion. What's wrong with this bastard? Has he lost his mind? Yumin stared straight ahead with a bullet-like gaze, his mouth still lifted in a terrifying smile. Hey kids. I'll let it slide if each of you gives me one piece of equipment. The guys froze. What the? Yumin explained. What's so surprising? Don't you always say these things when you're a piker? So I'll give you a chance to. Isn't that great? Yumin thought to himself, their only purpose is to rob equipment. Sometimes, when a player is killed by another player, they will drop equipment. Of course, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. The probability is higher than with monsters, but it's still only 10 to 20%. The black-banged leader laughed mockingly. You think we're stupid? You're really crazy. They all brought out their weapons and brandished them in front of him. If you keep showing off and get killed, you'll have to come all the way back here again, so don't be so arrogant. Yumin smiled maniacally. His eyes bulged. Negotiations have failed. Yumin raised his axe. Well, to be honest, I didn't want to let you guys off easy from the start. The black-banged guy grinned mockingly. So arrogant. He and his 2 teammates pointed their weapons forward. The level here is different from what you're used to. The buzzcut guy with a muscular body swung his weapon down hard. It scraped along the ground, sending out a powerful gust of wind in a straight line. Suddenly, the buzzcut guy froze, his eyes wide, as he saw something rushing towards him. Yumin had somehow gotten right up next to the buzzcut guy. He flew in and swung his axe up. You fool. I'll kill you first. The black-banged guy immediately rushed out and used his reflective shield to block Yumin's attack in time. Yumin was blocked and observed carefully. It's a reflective attack skill. Does he have the Guardian Knight class? The buzzcut guy leaped forward, raising his axe and aiming straight for Yumin's head. Here I come. The axe came down with immense force, sending rocks and dirt flying. Yumin had nimbly dodged. He narrowed his eyes. A series of consecutive attacks. Suddenly, countless streams of powerful energy surrounded Yumin's head, making him look up in astonishment. That's arrow rain. The blonde guy raised his bow and shot. A barrage of energy streams rained down on Yumin. Nice. Countless arrows stuck into the ground. The blonde guy was pleased. No matter how fast you are, you can't dodge this move. Yumin slowly emerged from the cloud of dust, his hand gripping an arrow. Yumin knelt on the ground, arrows whizzing past him, drawing blood. His eyes were sharp as he looked forward. I'm in a pathetic state. The other guy stood there, laughing heartily. You fool. Do you see the difference in our levels now? The Black Bang leader spoke up. If you change your mind, I'll play nice. Why don't you leave your equipment and be on your way? Human stared at them, thinking. They're used to ganging up on people. If I attack from a distance, I'll avoid the. If I get close, the knight will target me. They also always stand close together, so they can quickly cover for each other. In that case, Human stood up forcefully. All right, if you want the equipment that badly. Human conjured 2 axes in his hands. I have some very good equipment here. Take it. System notification. You have changed your weapon. Tomahawk. Human thought to himself. I'll separate them and pick them off one by one. He swung both axes down at the same time, creating a fierce whirlwind. The buzzcut guy grimaced and cursed. Damn it. The Black Bang guy quickly raised his shield to block. It's fine, I blocked it. But Human's power was too terrifying, making his eyes widen in confusion. The Black Bang guy was blown away. They were extremely puzzled. What is this power? The Black Bang guy was blown away and sat on the ground, but still yelled, I'm still fine. Quick, kill that bastard. The buzzcut guy angrily charged at Human. You bastard. Human thought to himself. You're already angry about that? Well then, let's see. Human leaned in and swiped his arm to attack the buzzcut guy. The system rang out. You have changed your weapon. Orc Warrior's Battle Axe. A new axe appeared in Human's hand. How strong is your skill? Human sent the buzzcut guy flying. He was hit so hard that water sprayed from his mouth. Human pointed the handle of his axe at the buzzcut guy's stomach. You're worse than I thought. Human delivered the final blow, contorting the buzzcut guy's face, his eyes bulging. He raised his terrifying axe straight up. One down. Human swung down, blood splattering all over his face. Human's eyes widened as he turned his head, sensing something flying towards him. He tilted his head and caught the arrow with his hand. Oh no. Human mocked the blonde guy, who was frozen in shock when he saw his arrow fail. If you want to shoot, you should have shot when I was fighting your friend. Oh, but I guess your friend died faster than expected. He immediately drew 3 arrows at once and aimed straight at Human. Multi-shot. Human charged forward, raising his axe. Too late. The 2 skills clashed. Seeing the terrifying power, this guy could only gape in surprise. A huge explosion erupted, nearly sending the blonde guy and the Black Bang guy flying. The blonde guy gritted his teeth. In that case, system notification, you have changed your weapon. Battle dagger. The blonde guy charged forward, attacking Human with a dagger, but Human easily dodged. The blonde guy continued to swing his dagger. Human leaned back to avoid it. Switched to a melee weapon? It seems he has some knowledge of combat. But even so, Human reached out and grabbed the blonde guy's arm. He swung his axe down and severed the blonde guy's hand. Do you really think an archer like you can beat me in close combat? The event happened so quickly that the blonde guy stood there frozen, his eyes wide. Blood splattered everywhere. Human stood with his axe resting on his shoulder, one hand on his hip. What's up? Getting your hand chopped off in Taylor. Is still real, isn't it? Don't you think so? The blonde guy fell to the ground, threw his head back, and screamed in pain. Something was flying towards Human, catching his attention. It was the shield skill. The Black Bang guy appeared right behind Human. He was using an incredibly large amount of power. That guy roared wildly. Die! He swung his weapon down with great force, creating a powerful gust of wind. Human placed his hand on the Black Bang guy's shield. You fool. You want a power struggle. Human focused his strength into the hand on the shield. I was only pushed back earlier because of that reflection skill. Do you really think you can kill me with this? The Black Bang guy broke out in a cold sweat. His voice trembled. What kind of monster is this? Human uttered a few words that made the Black Bang guy panic. It's not that. Human swung down without hesitation. It's because you guys are weak. The axe was slowly lifted. Blood dripped down. Human turned his head to look at the blonde guy who was running away in fear. That's right. There's one more. Human looked around. Let's see. He reached down and picked up a rock. The blonde guy ran as if he was being chased by a ghost. He ran, clutching his severed arm. He looked like he was about to die. I can't die in a place like this. The blonde guy turned his head and saw that Human was still there, wondering, he's not chasing me? The blonde guy grinned from ear to ear, overjoyed and not realizing that a huge rock was flying straight at him. I'm alive. You bastard. I'll get my revenge on you later. A loud crash echoed. Yumin looked in that direction, satisfied. Nice. The rock crushed the blonde guy. Yumin looked up and laughed. It's been a while since I've had this much fun. Fighting players is much more fun than fighting mobs. The system's notification boards appeared, making Yumin pause. Player Roken has won. The penalty will be distributed based on the characteristics of each opponent. You have leveled up. You have obtained many items. Countless notification boards appeared around Yumin, making it impossible for him to read them all. Oh my god. Yumin mumbled. The item drop rate increases because PK comes with a penalty. But it seems like I hit the jackpot this time. You unlucky bastards. You should have listened to me. Suddenly, he turned his head and said to someone hiding behind a tree, "Don't you think so, you coward?" Yumin's eyes glowed like a predator looking at its prey. Stop playing these childish games. Come out now before I chop you down along with that tree. He slowly approached the tree, making the person hiding's face turn pale with fear. I told you hiding is useless. I'll really kill you. The guy, wearing a hooded cloak, rushed out and shouted, "What the hell are you? Who are you?" Yumin rested his axe on his shoulder. Even if I told you, would you know? The guy grimaced, looking at Yumin. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, he's definitely in the same league as those guys from before. But he doesn't have red eyes. He must just be a scout. Yumin squatted on the ground, studying a knife in his hand. How disappointing. If you don't want to fight, just stand still. I'm not interested in weaklings. The guy trembled, his teeth chattering. Suddenly, he used the detect skill, aiming straight at Yumin from behind. System notification. Level 35, Roken. The guy froze, puzzled. What? You're only level 35. He widened his eyes in surprise. At this level, you were able to take down 3 level 40s? That's impossible. He must be using a bug or a hack. While the guy was lost in thought, Yumin's hand had already reached out. Yumin angrily grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into the ground. He cursed in frustration. You piece of trash. I told you I'd spare you, but you just wouldn't listen. System notification. Player Roken has won. You have obtained all of the opponent's equipment. Yumin stood there, looking at the guy sitting motionless against the tree, and smiled happily. This guy's equipment? I'm so lucky today. Yumin picked up the pile of equipment to look at it, and praised it silently. The equipment is pretty good, as expected of the people from Chicks. There's even a bow with a very low drop rate. He must be really sad right now. Yumin turned and walked away leisurely. I thought the support group behind him would come out for revenge. Should I have been gentler? How disappointing. At Chicks, where red-tiled buildings stood side by side, Yumin walked down the street, glancing around at the bustling crowd. He thought to himself, it's quite crowded. Are there this many people above level 40? It makes me suddenly realize how popular this game really is. Arriving at the Chicks Mage Guild, Yumin looked at the large building in front of him and mumbled, the Mage Guild here is just as big. He pushed open the door without hesitation. There were also many people walking around inside. Yumin thought, although the number of mages doesn't seem to be proportional to the size of the guild. Anyway, it's a class that becomes more miserable the higher the level. He continued to walk, his eyes still observing his surroundings. That's probably why these people all look so strong. I can even see people who have already gone through their second class change. A pretty girl with shoulder-length hair stood at the reception desk, smiling warmly. Hello. The girl politely introduced herself to Yumin. Welcome to the magic item shop. Please feel free to make any requests for magic equipment. Yumin requested an ancient language scroll. The girl quickly turned to get the item. Yes, please wait a moment. Yumin thought, the ancient language scroll is an item that's used when people have to go PK. It's a magic book that allows you to teleport to any of the 5 locations written in it whenever you're not in combat. It's an item that's bound to you, so you don't have to worry about dropping it. Somewhere, if you just add a little money, you can even go to 20 locations. I should really have one. The girl placed the item Yumin requested on the table. 1 ancient language scroll, plus 5 marking scrolls and 20 teleportation scrolls. The total is 5 gold. After hearing the price, Yumin thought to himself, the problem is, it's really expensive. His face contorted. He handed over the gold coins. 5 gold is something that not everyone who operates in Chicks can afford. How many people did those bastards rob? And each of them has one. Yumin held the item and stared at it intently. The girl spoke up. Thank you, sir. I hope to see you again soon. Yuman looked up towards the third floor. He mumbled, let's see. Next is the third floor, right? The person named Moderian looked at Yuman with wide, surprised eyes. Lord Steroyan sent you here? Yuman explained, yes. This is the antidote and a handwritten letter from Lord Steroyan. Moderian took it and read the letter Yuman gave him. Moderian rubbed his chin, his face still full of suspicion. I really should have prepared for this beforehand. So, you'll be the one to help me. Moderian looked at Yuman's level 35, Roken, and wondered, is a level like that okay? Yuman confidently pointed at himself. You can count on me. Moderian glanced at Yuman with contempt. To me, he's truly a useless piece of trash. But I can't just ignore Lord Steroyan's letter of introduction. Moderian turned and walked away, not forgetting to say to Yuman, all right, then I'll ask you for a favor. Consider it a test. The system displayed a notification. Unceasing research. After seeing the first sample of the antidote developed by Steroyan, Moderian wants to find ingredients to help enhance its effectiveness. You must bring him the panacea of the forest goblin witch doctor. Completion condition. Bring the panacea of the forest goblin witch doctor to Moderian. Reward for stat points. Yuman read the information and smirked. It's starting. Moderian is famous among players as an extremely malicious NPC. Starting with this panacea of the forest goblin witch doctor, he will start requesting all sorts of rare ingredients unrelated to the main quest and use them to complete his research projects. Usually, players can't refuse to complete the main quest, so they have no choice but to reluctantly accept. But that won't work on me. Yuman tapped the system screen. Check auction house items. He looked at the screen displaying the items for auction. I still vaguely remember the next item Moderian will request. Auction. Yuman calculated. If I have to make a trip, I'll just gather all the items at once to save myself the trouble of going back and forth. He clicked to buy the item. All right. Most of these are considered normal items, so they're quite cheap. Yuman held the gold coins between his fingers, his face so ugly that the people around him looked at him strangely. All right, let's go. Moderian was in his room, engrossed in a book, holding a test tube. Suddenly, something fell with a loud thud on the table, breaking Moderian's test tube and startling him. What was that? It turned out to be Yuman, who had brought a huge sack. His face was triumphant. I've gathered enough. Take a look. Moderian was still in shock. What? Moderian picked up the items, still bewildered. I do need these things. How did you know? Yuman smiled and explained. Do you think I could become Lord Steroyan's assistant without knowing these things? Moderian also smirked. It seems I've misunderstood you. Moderian pointed at Yuman and snapped his fingers. Here, your reward. Immediately, Yuman's level increased. You have leveled up. You are now level 36. Moderian started assigning tasks that made Yuman freeze, his eyes wide. All right, then let me assign the rest of the tasks to you. A long list of information appeared. Unceasing Research 11. After seeing the first sample of the antidote developed by Steroyan, Moderian wants to find ingredients to help increase its effectiveness. You must bring him the blood and heart of a forest lizard man. Completion condition. Bring the blood and heart of a forest lizard man to Moderian. Reward, 23 stat points. Yuman grimaced, thinking to himself. He's starting to show his true colors. I knew there would be more quests, but to give me the next quest, as if he's been waiting for a long time. Moreover, the lizard man item is currently unavailable on the market. It's not here. I want to finish these things as quickly as possible. But well, this is to be expected. The heart of a forest lizard man can only be obtained by defeating the level 80 boss, the great forest lizard man warrior. I can't defeat this thing right now, so I'll have to put this aside for now. Completing the main quest is still more important. But Chicks isn't just about quests. I should go around and find more things to do, starting with the easy stuff first. Outside, a statue of a tall man with his arm raised to the sky was placed in the middle of the street. Yuman stood there, watching the crowd, and mumbled here. He stood with his hands on his hips, thinking, 1123, N200, 130. In my previous life, there was a player who saw this clue and declared, the place the hero is pointing to is where his legacy is hidden. No one believed that player, but in the end, that player was the one who found it. Yuman looked up at the statue. It took a while for the information to get out back then. But I already know all the clues, so it's fine. Yumin started to walk, following the quest. 1123 steps in the direction the statue is pointing. Then 200 steps to the left. Finally, continue in that direction for another 130 steps. Finally, Yumin's footsteps stopped. He looked around and saw only the walls of houses, scratching his head. According to that clue, it should be around here. Suddenly, a light shone in Yumin's face, catching his attention. A circle of light appeared on the wall, activating the effect of the rare title Pathfinder. Found a hidden secret. Yumin celebrated inwardly. How lucky. Yumin pressed a brick on the wall. The wall split open to both sides. Yumin stood with one hand in his pocket, looking extremely triumphant. System notification. You have found a secret dungeon. Yumin glanced at what appeared behind the wall. A brilliant golden gate, looking very magnificent and splendid. Yumin mumbled, "What's this? It's completely different from what I heard." He pushed open the gate. Inside were countless steps. Yumin leaned against the wall and groped his way down the increasingly dark stairs. His face showed fatigue. My senses are all messed up. I don't know how deep I've gone. The person who found this, did he spread false information to scare others? A little light shone on Yumin from ahead. Where is this place? A shocking announcement rang out. Beginning the hero's trial, level 1. Yumin was stunned. What? A loud crash, as if an explosion was happening. Before Yumin's eyes, everything was collapsing. Yumin frowned in confusion. What the hell? What's going on? He immediately got into a ready stance, a thought flashing through his mind. I can't avoid it. I have to stop it. Yumin's two hands reached out and pressed against the large, sturdy rock in front of him. He used all his strength, letting out a loud shout to stop the massive rock. Yumin gasped for air as the system appeared above his head. Cleave. That system board announced as Yumin seemed to gain more strength, lifting the entire rock. Strength and agility have increased by 110%. His legs bore so much weight that they shattered the stone floor. Yumin panted heavily, his face covered in sweat. He knelt beside the rock and let out a sigh of relief. Finally stopped it. Yumin thought to himself, I just blocked it, and my health has already dropped significantly. Damn it. It's on a slope now. What do I do? And then he tried to grab onto the lifeless rock again. Once more, Yumin shouted as he lifted it higher than before. Damn it, it's so heavy. His face was tired, but Yumin didn't care and just focused on thinking about something. The hero's trial. He gritted his teeth and continued to speculate. I know the first level is a test of will, but I didn't know it would be this stupid. Yumin's whole body trembled from exhaustion. I've been climbing for a few minutes now, haven't I? How much longer do I have to do this? After a while, he was exhausted. Above Yumin's head, a dazzling light appeared along with levitating rocks. He stood up and brushed a strand of hair aside as the system continued to report. You have passed level 1 of the hero's trial, the trial of will. Yumin calmly said, This is easy so far. He put his hands on his hips and looked towards the door in front of him. Next is level 2. The system echoed his thoughts as they slowly flashed in his mind. Beginning the hero's trial, level 2. It doesn't say what kind of trial it is. Yumin clicked his tongue and picked up a nearby rock. In that case, he gathered momentum with his entire body and immediately threw the rock in a straight line. The rock flew with incredible speed and power. Looking at the trap laid out before him, he could only sigh in resignation. This is deadly. Suddenly, Yumin imagined a plan. If that guy's information is correct, then this is the trial of wit. If there's no way to detect or disarm the traps, they probably want people to use their wits. He started to warm up his hands and feet with a smile on his face. I'm not going to do any of that deceptive stuff. Yumin crouched down into a starting position. Steady. I'll get through this place in a flash. A fiery red symbol appeared right after. Frenzy. His strength seemed to increase. Yumin's feet also gained a considerable amount of power. Next, a green symbol appeared. Flash step. He was like a leopard charging at its prey with its life on the line. Yumin's eyes glowed red, showing his fierce determination. At that moment, arrows from both sides shot out like lightning. The green symbol appeared again, helping Yumin increase his abilities. Flash step. He gritted his teeth with a single goal in mind. It's right in front of me. The black glove was just a little bit away from touching the blue bar. The other arrows didn't give Yumin a chance to succeed and kept attacking him relentlessly. Suddenly, a red staff shot up from the stone floor. He seized the opportunity and caught it neatly in his hand. Yumin did a few flips in the air and landed with the long red staff as the system announced. You have passed level 2 of the hero's trial, the trial of wit. He panted and ordered, deactivate frenzy. I thought I was going to die. The system board continued to announce to Yumin, you do not have enough health. If you do not restore at least 10% of your health within 5 seconds, you will die. He cleared his throat as a light red liquid dripped from his mouth. If it weren't for this, it would have been the best skill ever. Yumin's feet slowly walked through the gray smoke. As he moved to a different location, the system quickly announced, beginning the hero's trial, level 3. Yumin thought to himself without saying it out loud. The third trial is the trial of temptation. I heard there will be a terrifying psychological magic that will lure the challenger. Behind his head, a clear image of a young, beautiful woman leisurely sitting on a pile of gold mixed with jewels appeared. According to what was revealed, a seductive woman, countless treasures and items, or a table full of delicious food might appear. Yumin's expression was so excited it made his face red. What will I encounter? The system opened up once again, startling him. Activating the effect of the mythic title Unwavering Resolve, nullifying negative psychological magic. What? He lowered his head slightly. I see. Yumin dejectedly clasped his hands behind his back and strolled across the wooden bridge. What a disappointment. The result of the trial was immediately reported by the system. You have passed level 3 of the hero's trial, the trial of temptation. Yumin stood still, looking at the dark path ahead. In his hand, he now held a bright yellow bell, summoning the bell of truth. Yumin held out his hand and shook it with interest, asking, is this the real path? The bell quickly answered. He smiled triumphantly. I knew it. The images of 2 indistinct figures appeared in Yumin's speculation. That bastard didn't clearly explain what I would encounter after level 3, so I was quite suspicious. But I already guessed it. Snapping out of his thoughts, he hurriedly searched all around. So now I have to find the secret path. Then he vaguely found a button on the wall. Here. The wall suddenly caved in, startling Yumin, who shouted and leaned inside out of natural reflex. He fell to the ground with a helpless remark. How embarrassing. The system unexpectedly rang out as Yumin's eyes saw something. You have passed the hero's trial. A sparkling helmet sat quietly in the middle of the dark cellar, combined with the information from the system. You have obtained the sealed Lion King's helm. You have received the quest Search for the Lion King's armor. Search for the sealed armor of the Lion King, Gaokan, and inherit the power of the Lion King. Completion condition. Possess the sealed Lion King's helm, completed. Possess the sealed Lion King's chest plate. Possess the sealed Lion King's leggings. Possess the sealed Lion King's pauldrons. Possess the sealed Lion King's boots. Reward, the Lion King's set. Yumin held the helmet in his hand and exclaimed, this is insane. This is a set item, and the system board showed him every detail clearly. Sealed Lion King's helm. Set type. A helmet used by the Lion King, Gaokan, throughout his life. A portion of the Lion King's power is sealed within it. Defense power, 530. Durability, 3000/3000. Strength plus 50. Stamina plus 30. Thanks to the Lion's Roar effect, the Battle Roar skill effect is increased by 50%. Yumin stared at the helmet in a daze. The sealed thing is the stat points? This is an item I can use to level up at least 100 levels. No, 150 is more like it. He imagined himself fighting a monster. Just this one item gives me higher defense than a mid-tier warrior. That's good. The corner of Yumin's mouth curved up. But I'm a little disappointed that there are no clues for the other parts. Anyway, this is more than I expected. The area above suddenly shook violently, causing small rocks to fall one by one as the system board hastily reported. The hero's trial is completely over. The instant dungeon Lion King's tomb will disappear. Hearing the system's report, he relaxed his facial muscles and smiled lightly. The Lion King's armor is attracting the parts together. You will know if you are near the other parts of the armor. So that's how it is. At this very moment, he was teleported to another place in 3 seconds. You will be teleported outside in a moment. 3, 2, Seeing the people passing by around him made Yumin confusedly search for something. I'm back at the square. A nearby resident suddenly looked up at the stone statue and said, "There's a crack in the statue." The stone statue at the fountain had somehow shattered, shocking the residents. But he didn't care and turned to leave. Next, let's see the love message. Yumin lightly touched his lips, thinking, this is a quest chain that can only be obtained once you raise your reputation to friendly. But thanks to the title effect, I already achieved it in the previous region. Finally, he lifted his spirits and flew off. Let's just continue and complete all the challenges. The current scene had gradually turned into a cam-colored afternoon. Time flew by, and an annoyed expression was stuck on his face. 3 days later. Damn it. After playing the role of a problem solver for the past few days, I've realized that life, whether in reality or here, is tough. Yumin angrily recalled the passionately in-love couple. The love message quest made me deliver love letters. I couldn't just leave, so I had to stand there and witness it all. It was sickening. The words in his heart surged. I've invested a lot of time in this game, so I also possess countless stat-boosting titles and have leveled up. I've also collected useful items. A sparkling green necklace appeared. Emerald tear necklace. Magic grade. A necklace made from an emerald, combined with a woman's tears. It contains the feeling of missing a lover and wishing them the best. Stamina recovery speed plus 50%. All healing effects increased by 20%. Bleeding stop effect applied. Yumin held it in his hand, deep in thought. I just happen to need something that can restore health after the frenzy effect. This is good. Suddenly, a hoarse voice spoke up in front of him. Have you heard? 2 men were laughing and talking to each other. Someone has reached level 70. I even heard someone reach level 80. I'm so jealous. When will I reach level 50? Those words accidentally reached his ears. Because of those PK bastards, it's been hard to level up lately. It seems everyone has leveled up a lot. The heroic image of Yumin appeared above his head, as if to give him more strength. To be the first to complete the important challenges and possess the titles, I need to level up faster. Let's speed things up. The blue system board suddenly appeared. Hello. This is an announcement of today's updated features. Hearing the system, Yumin immediately smiled as if he had struck gold. 1. A guild system has been updated. You can now buy a guild stone to create a guild. 2. A housing system has been updated. 3. Many items have been added. The list of newly added items: joints, silk, bandages, dye. At that moment, Yumin entered a fair where people gathered in large numbers and lived by trading the items they found for money. The guild system has been updated. You can now buy a guild stone to establish a guild. The guild system is finally out. He looked at the display screen and thought, you can buy a guild stone for 50 gold. 50 gold for a guild stone. He looked smug, thinking deeply as he imagined the members of Megapixel kneeling and bowing down to him. 1 gold is 200,000 won in real life. The Megapixel Guild must be struggling right now. His face was sharp as he stared intently at the screen. But what interests me more is, he was standing in front of a few buildings, his hands on his hips, looking smug. 2. The housing system has been updated. The housing system. With this update, I can buy a house in the city or land to build a house. Yumin looked up at the tall building with a smug expression and thought, others might think this is just for convenience, but there's a way to take advantage of it. I should go see the executive inspector before anyone else does. In a large, luxurious building that looked like a hotel, Yumin looked around, searching for something for himself, while the staff greeted him with enthusiastic warmth. Welcome. How can I help you? He was trying to greet Yumin, but he just kept looking around. Sir. Excellent. No one has shown interest in the housing system yet. His face went blank when Yumin placed a large bag of money on the table. Here, 65 gold. He was shocked and worried when Yumin wanted to rent a large number of rooms. I want to rent all the 3-room and 2-story houses in the area. His face was pensive as he looked at the pile of money he was about to get. When renting out rooms to make money, something else will happen after the housing system is released. In Yumin's imagination, he was standing on a high place, looking down at the crowd below who were clamoring to rent rooms. When the real estate prices rise, they will come looking for him. Real estate prices will skyrocket. Real estate prices. Yumin placed his hand on the table, proud of the benefits before him. There's not enough supply. Real estate is the real investment. He had a smug look on his face, his nose seeming to grow longer with every word as he waved his hand. All right, but you want all of them? For long term, too. Yuman's face was delighted as he thought about the scene of himself bathing in gold, living a life of wealth that he could never spend. I have to pay rent every month, but as long as I'm the first to get those houses, I'll be so rich that the rent will be like nothing. He was using a computer to calculate the total number of rooms the guest had booked. So 10 three-room houses and 5 two-story houses, right? That's right. He pointed to a white piece of paper with the room numbers and the required deposit. All right, but you have to pay the first month's rent up front. A 3-room house is 3 gold, and a 2-story house is 5 gold. The total is 65 gold. He gave a thumbs up with one hand, agreeing, while holding his shirt in his mouth, looking triumphant. And the deposit is 32 silver and 50 copper. Amount owned, 65 gold, 32 silver, 63 copper. All right, let's do it. Yuman used his index finger to leave his fingerprint as a seal of confirmation for the room rental. Real estate tycoon. You have signed a lease for more than 10 medium and large houses at once. It's not an exaggeration to call you a real estate tycoon. People in the industry have started to notice you. Effect. After signing a real estate contract, your deposit will be reduced by 0.05%. Yuman walked out, his face beaming with joy, smiling from ear to ear at the thought of his impending wealth. Amount owned, 13 copper. I'm rich. Yuman's lecherous face and state of extreme excitement. Should I be a little gentle and just double the price? At least it should be tripled. What's the inflation rate? He was inviting the guild members to see the house in Yuman's imagination. Guild members will need a guild house. A guild house with a guild stone is safe and also displays the guild's strength. They won't be satisfied with a small house. Yuman tossed the scroll into the air and walked away leisurely. Business is done. His sharp face and sinister smile. Time to take on a few more quests and go hunting. In the dense forest, wherever Yuman walked, trees fell as he used his axe like a destructive tool to clear anything in his path. He walked while twirling his axe. In my previous life, the lizardman's habitat was a pretty famous spot, but it probably hasn't formed here yet. He was looking for lizardmen to fight and kill to level up. Well, the great lizardman warrior can appear here, so it makes sense. I only came here after leveling up quite a bit. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Yuman raised his axe, preparing to fight. Shall we begin? His body froze. The presence of lizardmen was nearby, not far from their roars. Battle roar. He prepared to rush there. Excellent, there are 2 of them there. His sinister and excited face as he was about to face them directly. Come on. A lizard man suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slashed at his side. A sharp point narrowly missed Yuman's deer by a very short distance. Yuman gave a savage smile and frantically charged in, slashing and killing them one by one. Cleave. One of them looked up at the sky. He charged in, slashing and killing, giving them no time to react. Yuman's face was smiling with excitement. It had a large, muscular, red-skinned body and was preparing to swing its axe down to strike him. With a loud bang, he knocked them to the ground like throwing away trash. His 2 eyes were bloodshot with anger and a powerful, murderous aura. Too slow. He leaped into the air and with one hit, struck them. Aim for the shoulder. The lizard man clutched its shoulder, panting heavily in pain. I haven't learned this skill yet, but it must be quite painful. He transformed into a black form, his 2 eyes bloodshot, pointing straight at them, arrogantly and challengingly. On any other day, this would have ended much faster, but you can't die yet. Yuman delivered a slash with his axe that emitted a dazzling light. He stuck out his tongue in excitement. I can get its tail with 100% certainty if I cut it while it's still alive. Yuman slung his axe over his shoulder and looked at his prize, the lizardman's tail. When I kill it later, if I'm lucky enough, I'll get more equipment drops. Lizardman's tail. A series of notification boards appeared. Yuman brought it to the butcher to earn money. When continuously doing quests for the butcher shop, the hourly wage will be doubled or more. Wild lizardman's tail. Because the meat of a wild lizardman's tail is very tough and delicious, it's very popular with foodies. Completed the quest to obtain a wild lizardman's tail. Reward, 2 silver per tail. He turned and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Yumin provoked the lizard man in front of a few others who were sitting on a tree, observing. Let's play a little lizard men. One of them somersaulted down and flew past him. Yumin's sharp and dangerous eyes. A huge explosion occurred in the forest. The lizard man was trembling as if something was stuck in its throat. He was choking it, causing it to struggle for breath. You have leveled up. Excellent. The benefits aren't bad. Yumin glanced to the side with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, witnessing him choking the lizard man. He smiled sinisterly. They fell for my trap. They had been observing his every move. Every action of Yumin was being watched by them. They've been watching me for a while now. Are they coming out now because they think I'm tired? A white hand appeared. Is it him? The appearance of a man from nowhere. The winner of the 1-on-3 fight. He was startled and looked towards him. A group of 5 people were looking at him with arrogance and authority. He's also fighting the wild lizard men alone. He's more talented than he looks. A group of people stood there, looking at him. Suddenly, his power slowly began to rise, his face darkening frighteningly. The group of people were worried and startled when Yumin suddenly became angry and his power erupted. What's going on? His energy suddenly. His rage was slowly rising within him, his murderous aura frighteningly cold and dangerous. Don't be afraid, he's alone. It seems there are no reinforcements nearby either. He pointed his axe at them and greeted them. Nice to meet you. I didn't think you'd be here. His murderous eyes and the impending madness within him. Are you ready to die, Odin's soldier? He smirked contemptuously. I don't know what you're talking about. But, were you killed by us before? A person in full, sealed armor, holding an axe, brought it down. Your end has come, Roken. Kos laughed like a savage pervert. In my previous life, Helios was ranked 19th in Taylor, 9th in the Ragnarok Guild. It's better this way than to have you run away like a coward. Yumin laughed with a crazed, wild, and dangerous expression. I'll beat you to a pulp so badly you won't dare to dream of anything anymore. We finally meet again. Yumin, with his threatening and murderous aura, his rage at its peak, was ready to kill anyone who dared to stand in his way. Ragnarok, I will kill you. Yumin smiled faintly, looking at the person before him. We finally meet again, Ragnarok. The leader smiled brightly, welcoming Yumin. I like it this way better, because we don't have to waste energy chasing him. He let out a slight sigh of relief. He still doesn't know who I am right now. Yumin wasn't too bothered. But that's not my problem. The leader, Helios, spoke with a warning tone. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. But there was one person who caught his attention more than anyone else. The symbol of a bow and a sword. He mumbled to himself, thinking, if I remember correctly, that's the symbol of the PK Guild, the Blood Hunters. Because they're hunting me, these 3 must have been in the same guild before. The smile on Yumin's lips remained open. I'm very honored to receive such special treatment. His deep voice reached them. To think they would send so many people just to deal with one person. Helios propped himself up arrogantly. We just want to take care of things properly. We need to completely destroy those who get in the way of our plans. Yumin found it ridiculous. What a coincidence. I also think that. I can't help but pay attention to those who specialize in desecrating others' corpses. He wasn't afraid of anyone and took off his shirt. Since you all wanted to target me like this, I'll bury your entire guild along with you. Helios snapped his fingers with disgust. You talk a big game. The Blood Hunters are out to fight first, along with other members of the same guild. You should only say things like that after you've defeated us. As soon as they charged like the wind, he just stood there, bored, and asked back, Is that so? Yumin aimed for the right distance, swinging his sword at close range. He even pursued them relentlessly, causing the deep bat to shatter into pieces. His teleportation destination was right in front of Helios. I guess I'll do that later then. As soon as Yumin swung his sword, Helios blocked it. The two of them were pressed close together. You're better than I thought. Now I can believe that you single-handedly defeated a group of 3. The guy sneered. But this kind of reckless axe swinging. Helios used his blaze skill and sent him flying back. Helios laughed loudly. You fool. This is the true power of a magic swordsman. Level 41, Class, Magic Swordsman. In the thick cloud of dust after the recent fiery explosion, Helios' voice still reached Yumin's ears. Although I doubt you can hear what I'm saying. But at this moment, He had already launched a full-scale counterattack. Kos was attacked unexpectedly, but managed to block with his hand. The veins in his eyes bulged with confusion. My attack isn't working? Helios spat fire again, trying to burn him. Then I just need to use a stronger move. Explosion skill. Once again, Yumin was defeated by his fiery explosive power. He fell forward, his body covered in burns. But it didn't extinguish Yumin's will, but rather made it burn even brighter. You really haven't changed. Ah well, you've always been this kind of person. His next words were like daggers piercing deep into the guy's heart. You think you're stronger just because you have a slightly higher level than others? Yumin burst out laughing. You're too dramatic and delusional. In reality, your magic and swordsmanship are nothing more than an empty shell. His words seemed to provoke an arrogant and competitive person like Helios. Do you have any other skills? This was exactly what he wanted. Don't be so arrogant, you bastard. Helios, filled with rage, charged forward. But at close range, Yumin was able to dodge perfectly. He just sat there and casually dodged Helios without having to worry too much about fighting. Too slow. Remembering his past life, Yumin sighed, unable to think any more highly of Helios. Because I've fought him thousands of times in my past life, I can completely see through his moves. I guess he's only this good right now. As soon as the guy disagreed, Yumin used a secret move. Only then did Helios vaguely realize, his whole body trembling from the wound. He just sneered contemptuously. You fool. Yumin continued, his words clearly showing his disdain. You probably think you're number one, but in reality, you're nothing but a one-eyed man in the kingdom of the blind, always bullying those weaker than you. This successfully angered Helios. He stood frozen at his next words. I admit that your abilities are worthy of what you say, but if you can block this move, then say it. Incinerate. Yumin could only curse. Damn it, the heat of the fire made him swallow hard. This is Incinerate, a mid-tier fire skill. He's already learned it? So fast. He must have spent a lot of time and money on this game. Helios was so mad that even his smile became savage and terrifying. You lying bastard. You've never seen anything like this before, have you? Kos brought down a whole barrage of fire. Die. After that, a huge explosion erupted, shaking the entire forest. Dust and sand flew everywhere. Kos laughed loudly, arrogant with himself. You bastard, not even a speck of ash will be left. He looked straight ahead and continued. How dare this arrogant bastard look down on me? But just as Helios was laughing, Yumin emerged from the flames, burning with determination. He couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. How could a mere level 35 survive a mid-tier fire magic spell? Helios gritted his teeth, unconvinced. There must be some trick. You dare to use a hack, you bastard. How could you resist that move? Yumin attacked him from another unexpected angle. Surprise attack. You fool. I told you, you're still too slow. Helios screamed in terror. He couldn't accept reality and just disappeared into thin air like this. Finally, Yumin landed on the ground, sighing in relief. The notification screen appeared, congratulating him. You have leveled up. I won by a hair's breadth thanks to this mask. I almost died here. After taking off the mask, he calmly collected his spoils of war. Oh wow, the loot is good this time. Damn those PK thieves. You guys just go around and take items from weaker people. Remembering Helios' final moments, he had to admit, to be honest, he almost defeated me at the last minute. I didn't expect him to be able to use mid-tier magic. In my previous life, players hunting monsters would be in danger if they encountered them wandering around. I guess it's still the same in this life. He remembered the lessons he had learned. To fight against them, the weaker players joined forces and almost managed to fight back against these bastards. And when I think back, most of the people who attacked them belonged to the Magic Guild, and they also became famous for that feat. This also made Yumin's victories even more decisive. But this time it's different. The Magic Guild can't do this anymore. I should get away from these bastards before they bring more. Suddenly, Yumin had a bold thought. Maybe I should try using the Purifier title. But just as he turned to leave, a flash of light appeared behind him. Another group of people appeared. He frowned and exclaimed, So? In front of them stood Yumin. He glanced at the faces of the entire group. His voice was deep and low. You found the right place. Reinforcements, right? The smile on Yumin's lips, combined with his ice-cold face, welcomed them all. Then what are you waiting for? Come on, you bastards. Human swung his sword and cut the guy in half. He gave a somewhat savage smile. 15 against 1. System notification. You have leveled up. Human stood up proudly. Around him, countless swords were stuck in the ground. Human narrowed his eyes, observing the situation in front of him. He counted the number of people standing in front of him. This time it's 9 against 1. Many people stood on the tree branches, all aiming at Human. They used an advanced skill, but Human was unharmed. The people standing on the branches were all surprised and wondered, how did he block it? That's Heaven's arrow with 100% accuracy. Is he hacking or something? Human gripped his axe tightly. He thought to himself, those fools don't even understand their own skills. They don't know how to assess the situation after their names are blocked. Human used a hair-pulling move to chop down a series of surrounding trees. System notification. You have leveled up. The people Human had just dealt with were unwilling to accept it and cursed. You bastard. I'll definitely report you. Human shot a sharp glance at them. Being called a hacker is starting to get on my nerves. If you want to report me, go ahead. His face was gleeful as he went to pick up the items on the ground. Now for the fun part, looting. Human touched a cloak, and it suddenly sparkled. He froze for a moment. Huh. Human picked up the cloak. What's this? Information about the cloak appeared. Cloak of Invisibility. Rare grade. The user of the cloak will have the ability to hide. However, its defense is very low. Defense, 30. Durability, 235/300. Dexterity plus 10. Can use invisibility for 50 mana. Human's eyes widened in surprise. A rare grade item with a good and hard-to-get skill? I really hit the jackpot. He thought. Why would they bring an item like this to a PK fight? Do they think they won't die if they have a lot of people with them? This must be a gathering of the world's idiots. I guess I should thank them for their stupidity. Suddenly, something appeared that caught Human's attention. A dazzling light was right in front of him. No time to breathe. I should use it right away. Invisibility. Streaks of light seemed to fall from the sky. 2 young men appeared. One of them asked, here? The other looked around and replied, yeah, that's right. But it seems he ran away. Human, hiding in a nearby bush, glanced at the 2 young men and thought to himself, did they really use all their luck on the game? The young man in the golden armor assessed. It seems he's not crazy enough to stay in one place. But are you sure he's a hacker? The young man in the silver armor asserted. Yes, I'm sure. He revealed some information. He was unharmed by a mid-tier fire spell. He was burned, but unharmed. He also blocked all of the Arrow Guild's arrows with his weapon. We should report him immediately. The man in the golden armor asked. By the way, what did you say his name was? The man in the silver armor replied immediately. It's Roken. One of our guild members used a tracking skill to find him before he died. Human, in a corner, was still watching intently. Wait a minute. He looked at the symbol on the golden armored man's cloak. That symbol. I think I've seen it before. The man in the golden armor spoke up. Just reporting him won't do anything. His face darkened. Send people to find him. Threaten him or kill him. It doesn't matter. We have to do whatever it takes to get back the cloak of invisibility. How much do you think that item is worth? He grimaced and ran his hand through his hair, muttering, why did that woman have to bring it with her? Human glanced at him and thought to himself, I guess the person who brought the cloak was his girlfriend or something. But from the way he talks about her, they're probably about to break up. The man in the silver armor wondered, what should we do with the items the hunting party dropped? The man in the golden armor gritted his teeth in frustration. How many of them lost their weapons too? You idiots. We barely managed to buy the item from the hidden dungeon, and they made things even worse. Human's eyes lit up as if he had heard some juicy news. What? A hidden dungeon? The other guy's voice rang out. We still need to use the evidence. Let's get more weapons. Human's eyes widened as he searched his memory. I remember seeing that symbol somewhere. Megapixel Guild. The guild that always acts like they're on the side of justice. But in reality, they're the ones controlling the PK Guild. Those who specialize in desecrating corpses? So Megapixel has surpassed the Bloodthirsty Guild and all its users. When I teamed up with the Megapixel Guild to attack the Bloodthirsty Guild, the young Bloodthirsty members joined the Megapixel Guild after admitting their wrongdoings. Did things really go according to plan? Come to think of it, it doesn't seem that simple. Look at the way they attacked me. even though I was still in the lead at the time. The Megapixel Guild gave them my information. So that's how it is. I should train my bones a bit. As soon as he thought of it, Yumin immediately went to fight a giant, ferocious monster. Level 75, Great Lizardman Warrior. The monster opened its wide, cave-like mouth. Its teeth were sharp, its eyes bulging. Then it crashed to the ground, making the ground tremble for a moment. You have leveled up. Yumin, with an axe in each hand, dealt with the monster quickly and efficiently. A true miracle has occurred. You have defeated 100 enemies stronger than you without resting. Yumin threw his head back and shouted after the long and tiring battles. You have obtained the title Infinite Challenge. You are the first to possess this challenge. Yumin sat slumped on the ground, panting. Back to normal. First, Infinite Challenge. Exclusive. You have defeated 100 enemies stronger than yourself without resting. You are the embodiment of a god of war who knows no concept of giving up. Effect. When you kill an enemy, you will recover 1% of your health. If you start a battle within a limited time, your critical damage chance will increase by 1%. Damage stacks up to 10 times. Yumin was sweating profusely, but still smiled happily for achieving his goal. It was a little troublesome, but I was able to defend against the great warrior and achieve my goal faster than I thought. You have reached level 50. You can now choose your second class. Please go to the nearest city to choose your second class. You can acquire various skills through your second class. Yumin stood up and thought, finally reached level 50. It usually takes about a month to reach level 30. He picked up a piece of paper and read it intently. I guess it's normal since I killed 100 monsters 30 levels higher than me. So this is a normal leveling speed. Yumin tore the paper in half and uttered 2 short words. Return. As soon as Yumin finished speaking, a flash of light appeared. He also disappeared with it. Yumin was instantly teleported to another place. He praised. The return scroll is really convenient. It's time to choose my second class. Yumin froze when he saw something. There were many people around him. They were all staring at Yumin with annoyed expressions. What's this? Yumin glanced around and thought to himself, do you see those people over there? It seems they've been waiting for me in the square for a long time because they couldn't find me. A man with an earring suddenly approached Yumin and called out to him. Hey you. His face was contorted. We need to talk. Yumin calmly puffed out his chest and walked away. Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. A few other people approached, their eyes bulging and red as they stared at Yumin. The man with the earring grabbed Yumin's shoulder. I said we need to talk. Come with me before I. He grimaced. The guy was annoyed when he saw that Yumin didn't seem to be paying attention to him and was just calmly opening the system screen to look at it. You bastard. The guys standing nearby were discussing. Is he crazy? Is he looking at his own status window now? Yumin was still focused on the screen, a smirk on his lips. Wait a minute. I'll show you guys something cool. He reached out and tapped the screen. Sound settings. Switch sound. Suddenly, Yumin screamed, startling everyone around him. Guards. Many people in full armor appeared, startling the onlookers. What's going on? The NPC guards. Those people surrounded Yumin and glanced at him. It's because we suddenly gathered around him. Does this thing exist too? Yumin smiled triumphantly to himself. Normally, pikers are not allowed to wander around the city because the NPC guards at the city gates will prevent pikers from entering the city. He looked at the guy with the earring and cursed. You bastards. You think you can desecrate other players' corpses in the city? What a bunch of bloodthirsty fools. Hearing this, the guy with the earring's face turned green with anger. He furiously swung his fist at Yumin. You talk too much. Die. Yumin punched him squarely in the stomach. Blood splattered everywhere. The guy with the earring fell to the ground, unable to fight back. Yumin stood with his hands on his hips. What do you think you're doing? You'll pay for this right away. Level 99. He said loudly to the NPC guards. That's right, city guards. Please enforce justice. The NPC guards all charged forward and attacked the thugs. They all shouted to run, but none of them could escape and were dealt with immediately. Yumin stood there watching and sneered. If you want to find your lost items, wait for the auction house to open. A pile of items was stacked up in one place. All right, I'll take this pile of items to the auction house. The system displayed a line of text. You have successfully registered for the auction. A young man in a yellow shirt looked cheerful. Thank you for visiting my shop. Yumin, wearing a seemingly tattered shirt, said coldly, "I think it's because I have too many items, so it's hard to register them all for auction myself." He thought back to the guys from before and smiled with amusement. "I set a very reasonable price. It's a bit expensive, but not so expensive that people can't afford it, so I bet they'll run into some trouble." Then he decided on his next move. Return to the main page. At this time, comments were popping up on the website. Lion. The Lion Guild has a 2-story house in Munglo and is recruiting more members. Mosey. The Bamboo Forest Guild is recruiting more members. We have a 3-story house in series. Human stood there, his chin resting on his hand, staring at the screen. The guilds that have reached the second city are posting recruitment ads. Everyone was focused as they listened to a young man and a girl shouting and introducing themselves. Just as I predicted, they're using houses as bait to attract more people. After all, having a house shows the strength of a guild. The more Human considered the problem, the more he thought about it. That must be why there aren't many guilds posting recruitment ads in the town that has houses. I've already bought all the good ones in that city, because players will mostly want to join the strongest guilds possible. At this time, the black screen displayed a notification. Wind King. The Kingdom of the Wind Guild is located in Cannes. We are recruiting more members. Rot. So do you guys have a house? Wind Garden. Our guild already has 20 members, and the number of people with their own rooms is. He reached out a finger and touched the screen. I think this is the right time to sell them. And so Human made his decision. I should do it right away. The post he uploaded was, "House for sale transaction. Owner, tossed. Krypton. I am currently selling many 2-story and 3-room houses. I will sell the ownership of these houses through a week-long auction via a long-term loan." The comments that popped up made him grin with amusement. What is this? Is this for real? He stared at it while thinking. Normally, people would call me a scammer. The scene he imagined was everyone's attention focused on him. But things will change once they find out that some guild has actually been able to buy one of the houses mentioned. Human's eyes suddenly froze as he saw something. Human continuously received many messages. Isn't the owner of this post the person who posted about the mysterious dungeon before? You're right. The Skeleton Knight set was unlocked after he posted about the mysterious dungeon transaction. I think he's telling the truth again. How did he buy so many houses? This made him smile with great satisfaction. I didn't expect to get a response this quickly. Human stood there looking at the screen, remembering himself in the form of Kristen. It must be because I used a fake name. And even more people sent him messages. Please let us know if it's still not sold. Megapixel Guild. We are currently in need of a 3-story house. We won't scam you, so please let us know if there are any left. Blood Moon. A message arrived that surprised even Human. Even the Megapixel Guild and the Blood Moon Guild are contacting me. Seeing this, Human grinned from ear to ear. This is going to be fun. I can't wait for next week. He walked up to a door and placed his hand on it. So what I need to do now is... Human now stood before an old, dilapidated building. The Berserker Guild. He stood outside, knocking repeatedly and shouting, "Is anyone here?" Human stepped inside and looked around. Whether it's the first week or in Chicksik, the Berserker Guild is always this rundown. A long-haired man standing at the reception desk tilted his head and asked, "What brings you here?" Human got straight to the point. "I'm here for my job advancement." The man with the scar on his mouth rested his chin on his hand and nodded. "Is that so?" Human was taken aback when his arm was suddenly lifted. Job advancement. The man with the scar was knocked back, his eyes watering from the pain. "It's too early for you to give up on life." Human, slightly annoyed, pushed his hand away and snapped. "I was wondering what you were about to say. Shut up and give me the documents. I'm ready for my second job change." His eyes suddenly turned serious. His eyebrows furrowed. Human glanced over, noticing the man staring intently at his palm. "Are you serious? Listen carefully. You must have heard this during your first job change, but I'll repeat it once more. Once you've made your decision, there's no turning back." The man with the scar explained the 2 paths, one red and one blue. If you choose the same job as your first one, your existing job skills will be upgraded. However, you won't be able to acquire a variety of other skills. This means you can't use combinations of different skills to their full potential. Do you still want to advance in the same job? Colorful skill fragments floated in the air. As he said, The second job advancement isn't a direct continuation of the first. In the second advancement, you can choose to combine different jobs. A young man with shaggy hair curled his fingers and smirked. And for some jobs, if you're lucky enough to get special, exclusive quests, you can obtain a hidden job. But two players can end up on completely different paths depending on their choices. No matter which one you pick, you'll definitely have regrets, because each job has its own pros and cons. His mind was already made up. This means any job can be upgraded. Your skills all depend on the style you want. Yumin smiled confidently at the man. I understand. So hurry up and give me those documents. A chubby man with glasses and a round belly suddenly appeared, shaking something in his hand. Excellent. You've got the makings of a great berserker. We need some weirdos like you around here. He slammed a stamp down on the paper. Congratulations on your second job advancement. Berserker successful. A couple of new favorite fragments appeared above Yumin's head. You have advanced to become a berserker. The man with glasses spread a few items on the table. Now that you've advanced to your new job, I should give you what you need, right? Take your pick. Yumin glanced over the items. On the far end, a blood-sucking mace. A small red object in the middle, an armored gecko's pauldron. And a sword right in front of him, an engraved sword. He rubbed his chin, looking at the items thoughtfully. Too bad they don't have an axe. But that mace looks pretty good. The man with the scar watched with his arms crossed, a little surprised. Yumin decisively and happily picked up the pauldron. I didn't expect that. Most people always choose a weapon. The system window popped up with a confirmation. You have obtained the sturdy gecko's pauldron. Yumin had thought this through carefully. I already have plenty of weapons, but a pauldron is hard to come by. Item: sturdy gecko's pauldron confirmed. Sturdy gecko's pauldron. Grade: high. A sturdy pauldron that protects your shoulders. Made from the super thick hide of a gecko, it can withstand being slammed hard against a tree. Defense: 85. Durability: 300/300. Can be repaired and upgraded. Yumin read the information with interest. It can even be repaired and upgraded. He walked over to a nearby table, sat down, and pointed. Now, show me the skill books for the second job. The man with the scar quickly rummaged through a drawer. All right. Of course, we'll get them out. As soon as Yumin saw them, he tilted his head, looking displeased. His face fell when he opened his inventory and found it empty. What's with that look? Then he remembered. All right, I don't have a single silver coin left. I still haven't gotten any money back from the items I put up for auction. His sharp gaze shot over to the girl's desk, startling her. This is bad. Yumin quickly approached, crossed his arms, and spoke. I'd like to take out a loan. The girl, wary but following procedure, said, Yes, you've come to the right place. She carefully recited her lines. We are the Aron Bank, the bank that always brings you joy. Please state your job and name as part of the procedure. But his haggard face slammed down on the desk as he answered, Berserker, and my name is Rokal. Her face trembled, and she shrank back in fear. What were they thinking, putting a scaredy cat to work at the Berserker Guild? She took out and placed 3 shiny gold coins on the table. Since you've reached your second job, you can borrow up to 3 gold coins. Hearing this, Yumin was decisive. I'll take all 3. She approved his request. Very well. Thank you for your visit. The system then displayed a notification. Your skills have been upgraded. The first blue skill fragment was upgraded. Flash LV. 2. You can now flash up to 3 steps. Your dexterity increases by 120% while using the skill. Next was a red fragment. Cleave LV. 2. Your next attack will deal higher than normal damage. Your dexterity and strength increase by 120% for your next attack. After that was a red fragment with a shouting silhouette. Battle Roar LV. 2. Intimidate the opponent with a furious shout. If the opponent is weaker than the player, all of the opponent's stats will be reduced. If the opponent is significantly weaker than the player, there is a chance to randomly stun them for a short period. If the opponent is stronger than the player, this skill has no effect. Reduces the effect of skills the opponent is currently using. Next was another red fragment with a bursting body. Berserk LV. 2. Fuel yourself with rage to generate immense power. All stats increase by 200%. All skills can be used without mana. Resist all psychological attacks. You will not die even if your HP is depleted. Become enraged and unable to distinguish between allies and enemies. After the skill ends, you will receive up to 40% of your HP as damage at once. After the skill ends, if your HP is at 0 and you cannot raise it above 10% of your max HP within 7 seconds, you will die. First after effect. All your stats will decrease by 40% for 10 minutes. Second after effect. All your stats will decrease by 20% for 20 minutes. Duration, 10 minutes. Yumin pouted, hands on his hips, staring intently at the system window and considering his options. Alright, I've upgraded all my skills. Yumin had acquired and learned new skills. My new skill is Shoulder Charge. It was an orange skill fragment. Shoulder Charge LV1 deals a significant amount of damage. When knocking down an opponent, your strength will increase by 130% for the next attack. You gain increased damage based on the time the opponent is on the ground. You deal damage that ignores a portion of the opponent's defense, a skill needed for pursuit. Below it was another orange skill fragment with a leaping silhouette. Leap Attack LV1. Jump high into the air and crush an opponent in front of you. The minimum distance is based on the player's strength. Your strength will increase by 130% for the next attack. You gain increased power based on the height of the jump. Falling while using the skill will not cause any damage. And the throw skill that the Orc Chieftain showed me before. As a bonus, another orange skill fragment with a hand on it appeared. Throw LV1. Your power increases when you throw a weapon at an opponent. Your strength and dexterity will increase by 130% for the next attack. The farther you are from the opponent, the less damage you will deal. Yumin observed them all and made his assessment. I only got these 3. It's not that many. Yumin stood still, tapping his chin. Well, I think it's better to master a few skills than to know a little bit of everything. Many players have multiple jobs. Yumin, in a serious state, held his weapon, recalling Hooker and a purple-haired girl. But like me, the great mage Ares and China Speed are successful examples of players with only a single job. Although, for me, combining different jobs is unnecessary. I'll just focus on upgrading this one. As a perfect berserker, I will defeat him. A small glass vial was confirmed as an item by the system. Blood of the healthy. Yumin received it and felt a bit of joy. This is good. This was a great deal. The screen had displayed a notification earlier. You have completed Endless Trial 11. Matorian was extremely excited when he received it. I need your help with something else. His next quest was confirmed. Endless Trial 12. Matorian is looking for ingredients to upgrade his antidote after seeing Steroian's newly converted antidote sample. Give him fruits guarded by wild monsters. Completion requirement. Bring the fruits of the wild monsters to Matorian. Completion reward. 53, a large amount of experience points. Yumin was a bit annoyed by his attitude, but let it go. He didn't even bother to turn around and look at me. This quest chain has a total of 15 quests. I still have 4 more to do. Now, Yumin was alone, staring thoughtfully at the system window. I think these fruits are probably in the swamp area. Sunlight filtered through the large trees of the forest. Melee classes are very hesitant to go to the swamp because their feet get easily stuck in the mud. It's not a good idea for my class to go to the swamp either, especially since there are so many monsters lurking everywhere. A smirk formed on his lips, the corner of his mouth rising high. Well, let's just see what happens. Before, this would have been impossible, but now, every time I see them, I'll split them in 2 instantly. Yumin immediately summoned it. Using ancient language scroll, to the swamp area, Yumin slung the large axe over his shoulder and put on the lion mask. Time to go. Before he could do anything, someone else appeared. Hey you. A long-haired man with 2 others blocked his path, prompting Yumin to ask directly. Aren't you the guys who got your asses handed to you by an NPC in that city? You were waiting for me out here? Nice. Looks like this fight is unavoidable. Seeing his mocking expression, the man made a direct offer. Wait. We're not here to challenge you. We're here to talk. Let's make a deal. His eyes were sharp as he got straight to the point. Just return the invisibility cloak you got. If you give it back, we'll let you go. Yumin just stood there, axe on his shoulder, silent. His face darkened as he listened to the man finish. As for the other items you sold at the auction house, we'll just buy them back. He grinned, baring his teeth in a wide smile. The group was startled by his loud, uninhibited laughter. They all flinched, then grew angry at his sarcastic words. Return it? I guess you bastards don't know what a deal is, do you? The long-haired man, trembling with anger, pointed a finger straight at Yumin's face. You're definitely acting innocent because you're confident in your skills, but think again. We'll hunt you down until you quit the game. Don't even think about escaping. Yumin's face suddenly darkened, his voice turning cold. He casually shouldered his axe and spoke bluntly to them. You can only make a deal when both sides have equal leverage. What you're doing is threatening me, not making a deal, you morons. Through his fingers, Yumin revealed his eyes and a strange smile. And what was that? The invisibility cloak. His expression was provocative as he beckoned them with his hand. If you really want it back that badly, you'll have to take it from me yourselves. Got it. The water below suddenly splashed up. Stop running. A huge arm holding a hammer was about to slam down in front of the monster. Just like a cowardly rat. An explosion sent debris flying. The men behind seemed excited. Nice one. The group, attacking together, rushed forward with their weapons. Stay still. Yumin's eyes glowed red. He bent over, taking a few breaths. He spread his legs, and from his face, red energy erupted. Roar! The men who were hit grimaced. My body. Yumin gripped his axe and launched another attack. While Yumin was distracted, another man leaped in from the side for a sneak attack. He charged forward, striking Yumin. Slash. His mask couldn't react in time, his eyes wide with surprise. A man standing outside saw the blinding explosion and heard the screams. Crash. The man stood rooted to the spot, both terrified and astonished. What the hell is this? Yumin, wearing his mask, loomed out of the smoke, confusing the entire group. Didn't you say he was only level 32 or something? A heavily bearded man roared and launched an attack at him. Die. Something sudden happened that the swordsman didn't even have time to register. A young man with hair covering one eye held his weapon in fear as Yumin approached. What? They were still wondering among themselves. Wasn't he level 35 just a few days ago? Just then, information appeared above his head. Level 50, Rokal. Then, he used his agile body to charge and attack them with his axe. He reached level 50 in just a few days? How is that possible? While Yumin was rampaging, someone else arrived. He's too fast. We can't catch him. A girl with a side braid turned in a panic and asked, What should we do? If this keeps up. The man next to her paid no mind and just roared, Shoot him. A barrage of magic circles appeared in the sky around the area. We can't take any more losses. Don't bother aiming, just fire. Yumin, who had caught a weaker enemy, looked up and noticed. They're going to use that dirty trick. The man he had captured panicked and yelled, Wait, are you crazy? The guy with the earring from before suddenly tensed his face and roared the command, Fire. Yumin managed to keep his footing while taking a barrage of attacks. I can't believe I took so many hits. His eyes were blood red like a beast's as he threw a rock at them. Throw. Another explosion occurred, obscuring their vision. You idiots, shoot properly. Yumin stood with his axe in one hand, staring intently and thinking. If they had used higher-level magic, I would have been done for. But I can still manage this. His eyes suddenly flicked back as he caught a signal. A skill effect for shooting arrows was used, sending a wave towards him. Arrow rain. He looked down and saw the corpses riddled with arrows, lifeless. The archers and mages are actually attacking me. Yumin, now surrounded, quickly threw something. At least, there are 100 of them. Luckily, their entire guild is here. He brandished his axe before him, carefully assessing the situation. It's not too difficult, but I don't have enough mana to fight 100 of them. So far, I've only dealt with 20. There's still a long way to go. More enemies appeared before him, ready to attack. From bad to worse. Well, I'll try to stall for time by minimizing the use of mana-heavy skills and recovering mana by leveling up. It's not time to use my skills yet. Yumin's sharp eyes seemed to flash red as they swept past. The melee teams need to close in. Yumin gripped his large axe tightly and observed the surrounding crowd. All at once, they prepared to attack on command. Valiant assault. One attacked first, leaping high from behind him with his weapon. Shield bash. Deathly footsteps. Iron wall. His hair was blown back, his blood-red eyes glowing fiercely. Oh, so you can use two skills at once. Yumin turned his masked face to look seriously at him, his eyes flashing red. But using two different skills at the same time won't do you any good. He also used two skills at once, unleashing a red slash. Slash. A chain snaked around his body, catching Yumin's attention. Yumin was bound tightly by the chains, making them excited. Great, we got him. He fell into the trap, and we finally caught him. Only then did he realize. A hunter's trap. Yumin's eyes sharpened as he looked at the chains binding him. These are from Chain Prison. They probably switched to this trick because they couldn't hit me. They all used the exact same skill in unison, forming a circle that descended upon him. Now it's our turn. Focus all attacks on him. This is the end for you. Yumin didn't look worried at all. Instead, he wore a pleased smile. I'm impressed by your efforts. A fiery explosion erupted above his head. All right then, let's see what you've got. Hit me with everything you have. The pressure of the massive impact exploded into a blaze within the white smoke. The men on the outside, seeing this, grew excited. Awesome. We finally got. But one man's eyes froze when he saw something strange. The guy with two earrings stiffened when he saw the broken chain fragments. He used a skill and floated in the air. Leap attack. They were all stunned. Huh? Is he flying? The guy with the earrings squinted and laughed contemptuously. Don't make me laugh. Is he Superman or something? Without hesitation, Yumin swung his axe, giving him a full taste of the blow. His slash shattered the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. A young man in reddish-brown armor, holding a sword, was stunned. Yumin frantically attacked everyone around him with his axe. Your level has increased. When he paused for a moment, he let out a soft breath. Your level has increased. Yumin stood tall like a statue, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. Amazing feat. You have defeated 100 players and earned the title Piker. You are the first to obtain this title. His system window displayed it. First, Piker, unrivaled Piker hunter. We applaud you for appeasing the victims by defeating 100 Pikers. You are the first to achieve this title. Effect: attack and defense increase by 15% when facing Pikers. When fighting any opponent, attack and critical rate increase by 10%. Is this a bonus for being the first to get it? Yumin casually looked at it and calculated. The attack bonus only applies when fighting Pikers, not just any other player. The battlefield was shattered when all the skills hit at once. With this, it seems I'll be able to defeat many of them at once more easily. Yumin touched the mask on his face. Maybe I can get 1,000 kills with this. Then his voice slowly emerged. I've come this far. I hope I can get the 1,000-Man Slayer title later. Yumin decisively took off his mask and looked at the pile of items dropped on the battlefield. But first, I should save this location in my ancient language scroll and return to town. I didn't even get to where I needed to go, but I need to sell the stuff I just picked up. His black system window appeared with a confirmation. Auction registration successful. Yumin chuckled with satisfaction as he acted. All right, let's access the main page. Yumin paused for a moment to think carefully. But I can't make the hunters so scared that they back down now. So I'll just tease them a little. They'll never be able to find me. So he uploaded a post with the content. I am planning to annihilate the bloodthirsty hunters and the pikers in the Chiksik area. Yumin smirked, recalling the look on Philip's face and the invisibility cloak. I've cut off all ties with them, so they can only fume. It's better that I don't return the invisibility cloak. Yumin glanced triumphantly at the screen with a contemptuous smile. They think they can demand the invisibility cloak back from me? Keep dreaming. I'm not even selling that cloak, so don't think you can buy it back. In his palm was a shining gem. Finally, this seems a bit expensive, but I have no other choice. The system window appeared again. Safe zone. You can create a safe zone for yourself. When thrown on the ground outside of combat, it will create a safe zone with a 2-meter radius. He also considered its price. It costs a whole 30 silver. Yumin, wearing the lion mask with a few people laughing around him, thought, it's a bit pricey, but it would be worse if someone attacked me while I'm injured like this. The monster levels are getting higher, and the number of opponents is greater than ever. Yumin took out a book and flipped through its blank pages. That might slow down my quest progress, but it's not really a problem. Yumin stood proudly, observing a blue energy source appear before his eyes. With one hand in his pocket, he looked on with an excited expression. All right, now to continue with the main quest. Meanwhile, Phillet was grinding his teeth in anger, cursing, "Those idiots." He angrily waved his hand while looking at the black screen. They failed again? What a bunch of useless fools. Sui stood beside him, holding her bow timidly. "Honey." She looked at him, both scared and hesitant, and said softly, "Why don't we just give up? If it's just about that cloak, we can get it back later." But the result was a harsh scolding from Phillet that left her speechless. "Shut up. Don't get discouraged when we've just started." The black cloak item was displayed. "Do you have any idea how much it's worth? It's a rare cloak, and you can even use the invisibility skill while wearing it. So many people are willing to pay a fortune for it. That cloak is invincible. You can even take down high-level players while wearing it." Phillet gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face, his eyes red with anger. "Just you wait, you bastard. I'll take it back from you. Nothing can stop me." Meanwhile, Yumin had just uploaded a new post. Beginning the purge of the Blood Hunt Guild. Author, Rokal. "I'm planning to purge the Blood Hunt Guild, those pikers around the Chiksik area. If you see them, DM me." Comments quickly appeared below the post. Jelpon, new kind of fame whoring. Sound Traveler, purging the Blood Hunt Guild. Claw, breaking the pot. New suicide method, probably. Trouchio, but I really hope it's true. They killed me 5 times yesterday. But below that were conflicting comments. Suki, this is insane. Go to the auction house. Kim Soha, what does the auction house have to do with it? Superkey, a lot of Blood Hunt Guild items are being sold. Is he really hunting them down? Iceland, just saw it now. Yumin was now facing a dummy tree trunk. Apparently, many pikers have been respawned at the spawn point outside the city. I thought they died fighting a boss or something. Yumin, in the forest, excitedly launched an attack at it. They were really all killed by someone named Rokal. He used a skill to shatter the wooden trunks. Shoulder charge. The more he fought, the more excited he became, laughing heartily and tightening his grip on the axe. All right, one more. A small, beautiful yellow object dangled from the tree trunk right above Yumin. Slash. He reached out to grab the yellow thing. Yumin punched his strong arm straight towards it. Yumin caught the sparkling yellow orb in his hand, but his expression was a bit annoyed. Missed again. That's why I don't like forest monsters. They drop few items, and they're always wandering around. He picked up his axe and slung it over his shoulder, looking around proudly. I guess I'll get it if I kill them all. Isn't farming monsters indiscriminately the basic rule of this game? I'll just keep at it until I get it. Item, red apple confirmed. You have obtained the fruit of the forest monster. Yumin strolled along, admiring the apple in his hand. Finally done. Time to find the second quest item. Yumin tapped his forehead, his plan already set. It's probably more convenient to gather all the items first and then turn in the quest. His face scrunched up as he tried to remember. The next one is Zeta, a clear blue lake at dusk. Whoa, it's the lake of pure light. It's in the middle of the wild forest, right? It's a very clean lake. Inside, everyone else was excited. When you use the water from the lake, if you drink it, you'll temporarily get a buff. That's why the 3 mages often come to fill up a bunch of bottles. Matorian's face broke into a confident smile, surrounded by rabbits and flowers. Anyway, my next targets are the monsters that wander around the lake, the herbs that grow around it, and the fish in it. Matorian gave me these quests because he wants to test the purifying power of the lake's water. Yumin was now standing before the lake, his face less than cheerful. He casually strolled down a long path in the gloomy forest. But why aren't the pikers showing up anymore? Did I kill them all? If I'd known, I would have gone easier on them. Suddenly, he sensed something and noticed a presence on the other side. You idiot. Yumin quickly used his invisibility cloak to hide behind a bush and witness a conversation. You can't even kill one person? He saw the angry, contorted face of Phillet. That bastard is. He recognized his face and smirked mockingly. The one I just met. The guild master of Megapixel. That bastard must be in a tight spot. Over there, he was angrily cursing. What are you going to do about that post? The person on the other side also gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. If we just ignore it, it'll probably die down. Phillet's face tensed with anger as he maliciously roared. Don't you see how popular it's gotten? So many people have seen it, and you can still say that? Do you think other players will still be afraid of pikers after seeing something like that? Yumin glanced at him, his expression cold. I was wondering why they were so quiet. Turns out they wanted to ignore it, But the guild master is a little smarter. Smaller players would be intimidated by players with large builds. If players see that pikers are avoiding me, they'll be less afraid of them. Then they'll become the ones being hunted. That was my initial goal, but the person talking to him tried to calm him down. Fillet, calm down. I'll handle this. But Fillet refused, craning his neck to shout, handle it? How are you going to handle it? Are you going to let him kill you again and take all your stuff? He clenched his fist, looking down, and slowly asked, are you sure he's not hacking? The black-haired person on the other side firmly asserted, yes. I got a reply from customer support. They could only confirm that he's not a hacker. He was immediately punched in the gut, his face turning pale. You useless fools. How can that guy be a normal player? Fillet trembled with anger the more he thought about it. His jaw clenched and his forehead wrinkled. Don't make me laugh. A big-name VR company like this can't even catch a single hacker? So you're telling me a normal player can fight against 100 people? Yuman, behind the bush, saw his furious state. Do you think I've spent a lot of money on this game? He felt a sense of familiarity with his name. His name is Fillet. His face gaunt, he made a harsh judgment. What a perverted idiot. But Yuman's eyes suddenly widened in realization when he heard. Then we just have to turn him into a hacker. We just need to manipulate things so everyone thinks he's a hacker. He was astonished and didn't expect this. What the? Fillet, over there, lost his temper again and slapped the other person across the face. Don't you know that catching hackers is enforcing justice? Use your head. Yuman, listening from behind, chuckled to himself. He now recognized the angelic face he had met before and the angry face he was seeing now. Fillet. So that's him. I finally remember. The guy dating Lim Sui. He said he had a pretty good position in the Lord. He must have been telling the truth. Yuman remembered picking up the cloak from an unmoving girl. So the one who dropped the invisibility cloak was Lim Sui. After learning the truth, he smirked with great interest. I didn't know she would be this useful. Now I see. That was the beginning of it all. Yuman suddenly remembered sitting at a table, watching Sui chat. In my past life, I started playing the Lord because of Lim Sui. The more he tried to get her attention by playing the game enthusiastically, the more. I heard she really liked the Lord, so I wanted to get her attention in the game. Then, when he was brutally beaten, she stood there laughing with the others. But she didn't just beat me up right then, she also sent some guy to kill me. I'm sure it was the Megapixel Guild. Yuman's face under the cloak grew darker, his smile filled with anticipation. If I'm lucky, I might meet them again. I'll pay you back for everything you did to me. Over with Fillet, he was staring with bloodshot eyes and ordering the other person. And send a few of our high-ranking members to the Blood Hunt Guild. Tell them I'll help them reduce their death count and level up. But also tell them not to even think about coming back to Megapixel until they've caught that bastard. The person understood and left on command. Yes, sir. He and another person were approaching a blue portal. All right, let's continue the hunt. He and a few others were preparing to fight the monsters in the forest. This is going to be fun. They look to be around level 72 or so. The monsters in the forest, wearing iron helmets, glared at him. Let's see how far they've come. A ball of fire appeared in the palm of his gloved hand. One of the members of their group launched an attack first. Fillet saw the situation and was optimistic. Good. Yuman, still watching intently from the outside, didn't forget to scout. Fillet. Not bad, but not particularly special either. His skills are just right for his level. After a while, he ignored them and turned to leave. He's got a pretty good tank, so he's in the front, but that won't last long. It's useless to watch any longer. I'll go check out the lake. Yuman took off his invisibility cloak and casually walked deeper into the forest. After a while, he stopped in front of a large lake. No one's here? I'm lucky. He placed a hand on his forehead and scanned the area around the lake. Let's see. A large bear appeared in the forest, with wolves at its feet. They were all ferociously targeting him. A blood bear and blood wolves. Yuman, seeing something he liked, excitedly rushed forward. This time, I'm really lucky. The system confirmed a hot thigh meat item. After the forest monster's fruit, I need to get clean meat. Since the type of meat doesn't matter, if I'm lucky, I can complete the quest after hunting a single rabbit. The large bear bared its sharp teeth and roared madly. But if I'm unlucky, I'll have to fight a blood bear and blood wolves that are over level 80. The pack of aggressive wolves charged at him first. There must be about 10 of them. Yumin had his axe ready. It doesn't really matter. Yumin used a light skill to slash off the large bear's arm. Slash. They were all defeated, lying in a pile behind him. Hunting should be this refreshing. Looking at the Megapixel Guild is just annoying. Time to loot. Yumin was startled when a deep voice echoed from behind him. Who is the one who has defiled this lake? He quickly turned around and saw the water rising, cursing under his breath. Before him was a silver-armored knight with a sword in hand. Yumin recognized him at a glance and felt a sense of difficulty. Damn it, I forgot about this guy. The knight's face was covered by a sturdy helmet. The knight who fell in love with the spirit of the lake. He will protect the lake even in death. This is the Knight of the Lake. Level 100, Knight of the Lake, Adwi. He felt a sense of foreboding about the guy's level. His level is 100. People at level 99 are still afraid of those at level 100 because his level is already high, but the difference between level 99 and 100 is night and day. At level 100, combo skills are unlocked. 2 or 3 colorful skill fragments could be combined at the same time. You can combine skills from your first and second jobs with other skills and movements, creating a huge power gap. Yumin felt a bit worried and gritted his teeth, having other intentions. I should come back later. Defeating a level 100 monster is a requirement for the third job advancement, but I don't need to risk it right now. Yumin held the large axe in his hand. Defeating this guy would only get him a small water bottle. What's more, this one is considered the hardest level 100 monster to fight near the Chiksik area, and it only drops the essence of the lake. But Yumin's eyes suddenly narrowed. His rational mind paused to think. Wait a minute. In a flash, he remembered Matorian's face. Maybe. Yumin was now standing opposite the knight, neither having made a move. If I bring the essence of the lake to someone who is researching its purifying abilities, I might be able to get something. Suddenly, an excited smile spread across his face. It's worth a try. Yumin gripped his axe tightly, holding it out in front of him, ready and eager to fight. Whatever. Let's do it. Come on, you OCD-ridden bastard. Adwi, on the other side, also held his sword with both hands, pointing it down. A magic circle formed at his feet, causing his cloak to billow up. Water splashed onto his face and trickled down. Yumin grew even more excited. Damn it. Adwi's eyes flashed brightly. The sword behind him was sharp with 2 blades. He's using a combo skill right from the start. Adwi unleashed his power. The force of the air immediately blew away the surrounding space. Yumin stood like a statue in the face of the storm, clicking his tongue in annoyance. This is the focus skill. He flashed a cunning smile, his heart pounding with excitement. It's a basic third advancement skill that enhances one's attack power by channeling energy into their weapon. He probably can't maintain this skill for long since he's only level 100. Suddenly, Yumin roared. But why is he using his ultimate ability right at the start? Adwi heard this and laughed mockingly. You fool. You will pay with your life. Immediately after, his skill icon flashed. Water slash. He swung his sword, decisively slashing a line straight at Yumin. A deafening explosion tore through the space. The ice surface cracked and shattered. Water splashed everywhere. Yumin stood in the midst of the earthquake, a blazing red aura surrounding him. He slowly spoke. I think you're the only one who's going to pay. As soon as he finished, his powerful energy erupted. Hot flames enveloped the surroundings. Berserk, the icon for the skill Yumin had just used immediately appeared. He stood in the blazing red fire, laughing with delight. You're the guardian of this lake, and you're destroying it yourself? Immediately after, the clash of weapons rang out piercingly. Adwi's sharp sword easily cut through the axe's blade. He and Yumin clashed, their strengths evenly matched. Blow after blow rained down on the opponent. Adwi raised his sword, decisively slashing down. Yumin reacted quickly, using his axe to block the attack. But the man's strength was too great, forcing a pained hiss from him. Yumin's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Repair fees. He pushed off and jumped back to dodge the blow, his mind already calculating. My health is dropping from the magic damage every time it hits. Yumin carefully observed Adwi's sword, then reassured himself. But there's nothing to worry about. I can take it. I just need to watch out for his combo skills. Adwi's skill icon appeared again. Water slash. He swung down powerfully. Meanwhile, Yumin spun and ran, excitedly shouting as he found his opponent's weakness. There's the blind spot. His skill icon immediately appeared. At that moment, Yumin charged forward at incredible speed, roaring, flash. Seeing this, Adwi took a defensive stance. In the next moment, a wall of water rose up, enveloping him. Adwi's skill icon appeared. Water shield. At the same time, Yumin, without hesitation, charged straight into the solid shield he had just erected. He roared, pushing through the water, thinking to himself, it's not just a normal barrier. It deals damage on contact. But this is my only chance. I need to attack now. In a flash, the shield was shattered by Yumin. Ice shards flew everywhere, revealing Adwi standing motionless. He charged forward, letting out an excited shout. Yumin's skill icon flashed. He tightened his grip on the axe handle, bringing it down for a powerful, critical blow. Slash. Seeing this, Adwi immediately countered. A magic circle suddenly lit up on his sword. The system's sound rang out. The moment Yumin slashed down, Adwi's body turned into water, leaving him stunned. The stream of water flowed gently past Yumin, then slowly coiled up into a human form. He cast a sharp, deadly look at his enemy, carefully considering an offensive skill, a defensive skill, and even a practical survival skill combo. Yumin looked at Adwi standing behind him, unable to help but feel impressed. A level 100 monster, just as expected. But he's too strong. Yumin carefully calculated. But that kind of practical survival skill tends to have a long cooldown. I'll be sure to get him next time. Then he reached out and grabbed the white smoke floating in front of him, uttering a threat. From now on, you'd better watch yourself. Then Yumin immediately charged. But Adwi was just as skilled, easily dodging all of his attacks. Seeing this, Yumin gritted his teeth and began to calculate. It's not easy. Even though I'm under the effects of berserk when I attack. Images of other opponents being easily defeated flashed through his mind. But if he attacks me while using focus, my berserk effect could be completely nullified. Yumin pondered, and at the same time, braced himself to block Adwi's attack. He took a defensive stance, his mind racing. If that happens, my weapon will be shattered. Yumin closed his eyes, frowning in thought. I need to end this in a single blow. He told himself, I'll aim for the blind spot. Yumin spoke in a cold voice, unequipped. Immediately after, the mask slowly vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Adwi scoffed. What do you think you're doing? Are you preparing to die? He laughed in response. Seems so. I'm almost at my limit now. Yumin charged in a flash, nodding to himself. You're right. He roared. I'm ready to die. Seeing this, Adwi swung his sword, his voice cold. I will surely kill you this time. His skill lit up again. Water slash. Sharp slashes immediately flew towards Yumin. He didn't flinch, stomping hard and shattering the ground. Yumin used the momentum to leap into the air, easily dodging his opponent's treacherous blow. At the same time, his skill icon appeared. Leap attack. Yumin swung his heavy axe, ready to slash down on Adwi's water shield. The man, protected by the barrier, spoke casually. I'm quite disappointed. That kind of half-assed skill won't affect me. Water shield. Yumin let out a mocking laugh in response. Who said I was only using one skill? Did you forget? As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately displayed. Throw. He braced himself and threw the axe hard at the shield. The impact rang out with a deafening crash, the axe crying out as it tore through space. The sharp blade cut into the shield, leaving a hole in it. Yumin quickly landed, his eyes glinting with determination. I finally see an opening. This is my last chance. He charged in a flash, leaving a trail of smoke behind him. The system's rigid voice rang out. Flash. At the same time, Yumin powerfully launched himself straight through the hole he had just created. Adwi stood within the shield, bracing himself as he spoke. I commend you for trying to find a hole in my barrier, but there's nowhere for you to get close. Yumin ignored what he said, just quietly smiling. At that moment, the system urgently warned, your health has dropped below 14%. He put on his mask and spoke calmly. Equip sealed Lion King's helm. Seeing this, Adwi was horrified. But the system's voice cut him off. Epic title effect. Absolute perseverance is activating. Your health has dropped below 5%. and all your skills are increased by 50%. Yumin shouted excitedly. I was just asking for a temporary activation of my tidal effect. Did you think I was stupid enough to heal without a reason? You fool, he roared in delight. This is your end. At that moment, the shield in front of Adwi began to crack. A loud shattering sound echoed as the axe fell neatly into its owner's hand. Amidst the rain of falling ice, neither hesitated as they charged forward, launching attacks aimed straight at their opponent. The skill icons flashed one after another. Flash. Yumin's sharp blade created a blinding flash of light, gently passing through Adwi like the wind. In just a moment, in the swirling vortex of the wind, he was split in two, falling heavily to the ground. Adwi let out a groan, slowly vanishing into nothingness. Yumin, after delivering the final blow, let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God, it's finally over. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Orc Warrior's battle axe needs repair. He smiled faintly, calculating. I guess collecting all these titles was worth it. Piker, Player Killer Killer, defeated Orc Chieftain LV1. Thanks to the effects of my titles, my critical rate has increased by about 20%. Yumin sighed in relief. Time to collect my loot. Suddenly, he froze when he saw Adwi trying to drag his broken body towards the lake. Yumin slammed his axe into the ground and spoke coldly. Hey, now. He pressed Adwi's sword to his neck, threatening. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Adwi stammered. You bastard, you dare. Yumin didn't answer, just viciously stabbed down, causing him to cry out in pain. Immediately after, the system displayed. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. The system continued to announce. An amazing feat. You have surpassed your own limitations and defeated an opponent out of your league. You have earned the title Underdog Warrior. You are the first to achieve this title. The announcements continued endlessly. An amazing feat. You are the first to defeat a named character known throughout the world. You have earned the title First Named Hunter. You are the first to achieve this title. At the same time, Yumin shed his armor and collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He gasped helplessly. Berserk is useless now. He threw out a blue gem, his voice slow. Create safe zone. A brilliant light immediately enveloped Yumin. He nodded. Now I don't have to worry about respawning. The system unexpectedly displayed. You have met a special condition. Therefore, your titles, Underdog Warrior and First Named Hunter, are being combined. Yumin was momentarily stunned. What? A combined title? The announcement continued. You have earned the title Limit Breaker. Limit Breaker, legendary. One who has defeated a character out of their league, qualifying as an absolute, limitless being. You are the first to achieve this title. Effect. All your abilities will increase by 10% when facing opponents stronger than you. The level of all your skills will increase by 1 when facing opponents stronger than you. The level difference penalty will be reduced by 30% when facing opponents stronger than you. All your abilities will increase by 20% when facing a named monster. He stared at the system window, amazed. I wasn't even expecting this. 2 epic titles combined into a legendary ranked title. Yumin was dumbfounded. And what are these effects? All your abilities will increase by 10% when facing opponents stronger than you. The level of all your skills will increase by 1 when facing opponents stronger than you. The level difference penalty will be reduced by 30% when facing opponents stronger than you. All your abilities will increase by 20% when facing a named monster. He was skeptical. The level of all my skills will increase by 1, and the level difference penalty will be reduced. As if realizing something, Yumin's eyes immediately lit up. So Matorian doesn't need to reward me for bringing him the essence of the lake. So this is the answer. He rubbed his chin and chuckled. What a devout game. That's why I'm addicted to it. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stealthily approached Yumin and began chanting. A skill icon suddenly lit up. Fireball. Yumin immediately spun around. A scorching fireball was heading straight for him, but a magic wall blocked it. The flame split in two, passing by Yumin and plunging straight into the lake. Amidst the deafening explosion, his voice rang out clearly. What are you doing? 2 suspicious men hiding behind a bush trembled as they asked each other. Did you see that? I'm sure I hit him, but it just slid right past him. The other replied angrily. I knew he was hacking. He must have bribed the admins. Yumin heard their conversation and just watched them thoughtfully. I can guess what's happening. Seriously, I don't know when these opponents will give up. The two men immediately jumped up, urging each other to run. I've seen a video of this. We should run now. We'll see what those bastard admins say now. Seeing this, he just smirked. Idiots. Yumin thought excitedly. All right, now it's time for the idiots to go. I can finally collect the rest of the quest items in peace. At that moment, a yellow light appeared before his eyes. The system's voice rang out. You have collected the essence of the lake. Yumin picked up the bottle and laughed with delight. Matorian, that bastard. I'm curious what his face will look like. Yumin's axe was raised high, shining as brightly as if it were new. The system's voice announced, repair complete. The blacksmith wiped the sweat from his brow and praised, it's as good as new. Yumin swung the axe to test it, exclaiming in admiration, impressive. He looked at the brand new axe blade, overjoyed. The repairs are done, and all the items have been stored. Yumin headed towards the guild building. Now I just need to go to the mages guild. At the guild, the receptionist greeted him warmly. Thank you for using our services. Meanwhile, he calmly took a bottle of a strange yellow liquid. Yumin strolled away, calculating in his mind. I should see Matorian for a bit, since I haven't received the item from the last quest yet. He fiddled with the potion bottle in his hand, thinking deeply. Seriously, items with magic enchantments are so expensive. Even though it's just a consumable, it costs 1 gold coin because it's an enchanted item. Yumin walked to the stairs and sighed. I was only able to buy so many because I sold the items I got from my opponents. He spoke calmly. Use magic scroll to pure light lake. Not long after, the entire lake shore was stained a bright, bloody red. Monster corpses lay scattered about before dissolving into the air one by one. Yumin walked to the edge of the lake, his voice ringing out. I've taken care of the respawned riffraff. This is probably a good spot. With that, he flashed a cunning smile and threw the bottle of yellow liquid he had just acquired. Yumin watched it fall straight into the calm surface of the lake, his heart pounding with excitement. It's time to get my money. He carefully calculated. Normally, I'd have to use a fishing rod or a spear to learn how to fish. But there's a much faster and easier way. Suddenly, a hazy mist rose up, cutting off Yumin's train of thought. He reached out to grab the mist. At that very moment, the lake's surface below seemed to explode. A column of water shot up to the sky. Yumin rubbed his hands together, laughing with delight. That yellow orb is an item with a magic enchantment inside. Although it's a consumable that can only be used 3 times. He immediately activated his power. Waves of electricity surged straight into the vertical column of water. He gritted his teeth and shouted, lightning shock, lightning shock. Then, Yumin flicked his hand. The column of water vanished in a flash, revealing hundreds of fish floating on the surface of the lake, their bodies still twitching from the electrical aftershock. The scene shifts to a spacious house. The system's voice echoes through the space. You have completed Endless Trial 15. Matorian excitedly examined his spoils, praising him. You are truly amazing. He leaned towards Yumin, asking with great interest, how did you manage to get these items? Hearing this, he frowned, feeling dissatisfied. He was impressed that I completed all the quests at once, but he didn't even give me a title. Matorian's voice droned on. My next request is... He paused for a moment, then calmly continued. No, it's still too early for you. Come back when you're stronger. Yumin trembled with anger, gritting his teeth to endure it. I know he's annoying, but I really want to punch him. He made me do all sorts of things, and now he's kicking me out because my level isn't high enough. Suddenly, he flashed a sinister smile, scheming in his mind. Fine. I was expecting this, since this quest is only for players level 100 and above. Then Yumin spoke softly. Please consider this. He thought to himself, what about this? Matorian, hearing this, spun around, replying impatiently. You haven't left yet? I still have some experiments to. Yumin lowered his voice. I happened to find it in the lake. Hearing that, he froze, a look of astonishment on his face. Yumin gently swirled the solution he got from Adwi and asked in a loud voice. By the way, do you know anything about this? Matorian, seeing it, stammered. That is. He reached out to take the bottle, observing it carefully. That's the essence of the lake. This is not something easily obtained. Yumin just smiled without answering, but his heart was singing. He recognizes it. Matorian asked suspiciously, "How did you get it?" The memory of the battle with Adwi flashed through his mind. He calmly replied, "I defeated the Knight of the Lake." He was shocked to hear that. "You defeated the Knight of the Lake? You must be stronger than you look." Yumin frowned in anger, cursing silently. "You're just realizing that now?" Matorian sighed softly, his voice dropping. "If that's true." He flashed a cunning smile and spoke slowly. "Could I ask one more thing of you?" Immediately after, a system window appeared before Yumin's eyes. In a study of death to rationally cure curses and diseases, Matorian believes he needs to understand not only life, but also death. Bring him an item that contains the power of death. The missing investigator, Hakan, knows of an item that contains the power of death. Success condition: obtain a death token. Completion reward: experience points, 3 gold coins, investigator's ring, investigator title. He read the quest and smiled, satisfied. Bingo! I was able to skip the quest's prerequisite. Yumin contemplated the ring among the quest rewards. One of the quest rewards is the investigator's ring. It's a powerful and rare ring that I can use even after I pass level 100. He was excited, and I can become even stronger by using it. Thinking this, Yumin spoke out loud. "Let me take this quest." Hearing this, Matorian smiled faintly and nodded in praise. "You seem reliable, so I can entrust it to you." Not long after, Yumin had left his house. He opened the system window while calculating. Search for auction item, Hakan's journal. Yumin recalled Matorian's suggestion. "Why don't you start by meeting Investigator Hakan?" He sighed softly. "You think I wasn't planning to do that?" Yumin contemplated the quest. An image of an ancient character popped into his head. "The quest tells me to find Hakan, but I won't be able to find him no matter how thoroughly I search." Then, Yumin continued to ponder. "To meet Hakan, I need to collect 15 pages of his journal that were dropped all over the monster fields." He remembered his past self struggling helplessly with the documents, learning from experience. But because the order in which the pages were dropped is random, I had a hard time finding the last page in my previous life. Not long after, Yumin held a stack of documents in his hand and sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "Luckily, everyone thought they were just ordinary, useless items, so I was able to get 11 pages from the auction." He muttered softly, "I only need 4 more pages." Yumin stared at the system window, calculating silently. "I'll get the rest from the auction, since I have a lot to do besides the main quest." He imagined the scene at the auction, carefully organizing his tasks. First, the real estate auction. I still have some time until the scheduled date. I have quite a bit of money thanks to the blood hunters. Yumin nodded. "So all that's left for me to do is eliminate them." Then he spoke coldly. "Open the main page. Open the comments on my post and my message box." His voice drawled on. "Let's see." The system screen immediately opened the message section. "Harpman, save me. Portman, they've caught me 4 times already. Brino Master, please pay attention to those damn scumbags. Callus, they're slaughtering players at the hunting grounds." Yumin skimmed through it all, slightly surprised. "I've received so many reports. Are they still that active?" He mumbled. "The most recent comment about their location is..." Before he could finish, the system displayed another notification. "Harpman, the opponents have appeared again in the elf village in the forest." Seeing this, Yumin thought, the elf village in the forest is a hunting ground for people around level 30. Then he laughed mockingly. "Those bastards. They're trying to slaughter low-level players because they lost to me." A crazed glint appeared in Yumin's eyes. "I can catch them if I get there fast enough. It's not too far either." As soon as the thought finished, he shouted, "Flash!" In the next moment, Yumin's figure vanished into thin air. He activated his ability, zipping past the people on the street like a gust of wind, leaving behind confused gazes that didn't understand what had just happened. They were all stunned. "I think something just flew by here." Hearing this, Yumin was amused. "I wonder what they'll be like when they see me use this invisibility skill." The scene shifts to the elf forest, where a fierce battle is taking place. A terrified scream echoes throughout the forest. A group of arrogant people stood posturing, while the rest could only tremble. "What do they want from us? This will be the 5th time I've died to them." The man with the two-tone hair laughed contemptuously. "If you have a problem with it, Just become a bystander. After all, PKING is just a part of the game. The blonde guy chimed in, his voice threatening. Hand over your items if you want to live. At that moment, Yumin was hiding in the foliage, silently observing everything. He looked at them thoughtfully. They still haven't learned their lesson. Yumin targeted the woman in the pink outfit, assessing in his mind. They're going to be that badly devastated, but they're still so naive and vulnerable. They didn't even notice his presence. He chuckled. Not that I'm complaining. Suddenly, the woman realized something and instinctively looked back. At that moment, Yumin deactivated his invisibility, swooping down from above and finishing her off in a flash. His voice rang out with delight. Thanks for the meal. Yumin's skill icon flashed. Leap attack. A heaven-shaking explosion immediately erupted, accompanied by a terrified scream that left the group stunned. The blonde guy asked his companion in a daze, "What was that?" Meanwhile, the man with the two-toned hair was so scared he fell to the ground, whimpering in fear. Seeing Yumin, he hastily turned and fled, shouting, "It's that bastard. He wasn't kidding when he said he'd eliminate us. Run. We're done for if he catches us." Yumin watched his prey flee like a predator, his voice as sharp as a knife. "Where do you think you're running?" Then he roared, the sound echoing through the air. Battle roar. The group immediately froze, their bodies trembling. The man with the two-toned hair despaired as he saw Yumin charge towards him, his voice stammering, "My body." His desperate screams rang out. The people who had been oppressed by them looked at each other in confusion. The long-haired girl spoke up. "Is he the one who posted on the forums about eliminating the blood hunters?" They watched intently as Yumin purged the wicked, asking curiously, "Is he even a user? What level is he at?" Another person calmly replied, "I didn't think he was serious." At the same time, Yumin gracefully glided past and took them down one by one. A pathetic scream rang out. "Someone do something." Hearing this, he laughed with delight, madness showing in his eyes. "All your items are mine." The screams echoed through the once peaceful forest. The man with the two-toned hair shouted in despair, "You son of a bitch!" He collapsed to the ground, his body trembling, and let out a soft cry of resentment. "Why are you doing this to us? We promised not to bother you anymore. Now leave us alone." Hearing this, Yumin strode towards the man, his voice angry. "What?" He raised his axe and scoffed. "It's not like you kill people continuously for a reason, right?" Yumin acted decisively, his blade gliding gently across his neck like cutting a piece of cake. He smirked and issued a challenge. "If you think this is unfair, then get stronger." The bullied victims, after witnessing the scene, let out a collective ooh of admiration. He wiped out all the opponents by himself. With that weapon, he looks like a berserker, but not some low-level one. The long-haired girl approached Yumin and timidly asked, "Are you Rokal?" She lowered her voice, pleading, "A friend of mine said he's being attacked by a group of players at a northern river branch." Hearing this, he immediately understood and replied softly, "Is that so?" Yumin immediately flipped open his magic book and continued excitedly, "Okay, I got it." The book glowed, and a spatial portal opened. Yumin casually stepped inside, waving goodbye. "Tell your friend." He looked back, his voice firm and certain. "I'll be there to take care of them in 5 minutes." Then Yumin vanished, leaving the group still staring in a daze. Unlike the stunned expressions of the others, the long-haired girl blushed and exclaimed, "So cool." Back in the familiar town scene, Yumin's calm voice rang out. "That's strange." He scrolled through the system screen, his voice bored. "Why isn't anyone reporting players anymore? I was just starting to have fun." Yumin recalled his battles purging the wicked, thinking smugly. "A few days after I announced the players' sweep, a lot of reports came in, and I immediately rushed over to take down the blood hunters." He sighed softly. Those were the good old days. The glorious days. Yumin's fingers swiped back and forth across the system screen, his voice dropping. "But since yesterday, there haven't been any more reports. What are those blood hunters up to? This is so boring." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Look what we have here." A flood of notifications appeared. "Viathop King, is this some kind of joke? Is this for real? Texas, the blood hunters are running for their lives every time they hear Rokal's name. Huh. Motor, maybe the blood hunters are all talk. They're all being wiped out by just one person." What's making the victims of the blood hunters get chased down until now? Manhwa, don't say that if you've never been attacked by them. Rokal is just an extremely strong person. How can anyone stand against the number of blood hunters? Commenter, looking forward to the hunt for the blood hunters. January 10th. Up concept. Let's begin. February 10th. Yumin excitedly read through all the messages, laughing with delight. So this is what's happening. He remembered the arrogant demeanor of the group he met in the forest, thinking deeply. Until now, the blood hunters have been the fear of ordinary players. Since they formed a guild with relatively high-level players, ordinary players had no choice but to be killed. Yumin continued to ponder. But after I single-handedly wiped them out, people's views on the blood hunters started to change. He leaned back in his chair, sticking out his tongue in boredom. That's not good news for me. Since they've given up on confronting me directly, I have to go looking for them instead. Yumin gritted his teeth, his mind filled with worry. And now they've become more cautious when hunting others, so they're harder to find. It's really difficult to find them right now. Yumin pouted and whined. Seriously, kids these days give up too easily. He rocked his chair back and forth, slowly considering. I was hoping I could deal with a few more of them. I guess it's time to stop. Suddenly, a noise came from upstairs. Hearing it, Yumin sighed softly. All right, it's time to go to the auction house. But then he froze, his voice dazed. The auction house. A bold idea popped into his head, making Yumin jump to his feet. He cheered with joy. I can do it like that. He flashed a sinister smile. If they're starting to hide, I just need to make them show their faces. The next day, the street was unusually crowded. A man, seeing this, was curious. Is there some event today? Why are there so many people? The person next to him was slightly surprised. Haven't you heard? An auction house is about to open here. He carefully observed the gathering crowd and calmly explained. The man exclaimed softly, Is that so? The other continued, I hear it's quite rare these days. One person quietly observed everyone around him, calculating silently. Like the big guilds here. He glanced at the colorful armor before him. I expect it to be a quiet competition. Of course. Then the person recalled the bustling scene in the real world, silently assessing. Looking at the popularity of the Lord, it won't be long before in-game levels reflect a player's status in real life. He clenched his fist. That's why the growth of guilds is so important. Phillet stared straight ahead, determined. Price is not an issue. I need to make sure. Phillet, Megapixel, Guild Master. Also, the man behind the Blood Hunter Guild. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger in his heart. Lim Sui. I could have been financially independent if it weren't for that stupid woman. At that moment, a deep, hearty male voice rang out. My, I didn't dare hope for so many people here. Yumin, disguised as a middle-aged man, walked confidently through the sea of people, calling out, Come, my dear guests. I hope your bags will be filled with auctioned items. He curled his lips into a calculating smile, cheering silently in his heart. My little money-making pigs. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Activating unique title effect, Dark Veil. Activating identity disguise. A reminder notification popped up. Your character's name and appearance have been changed. The effect will last for 1 hour. A red-haired man rudely pointed straight at Yumin's face, his voice filled with doubt. Are you Chris' son, the auctioneer? He smiled faintly and replied gently. That's right. He raised his hand, and the auction block immediately appeared at his feet. He called out in a loud voice. Come now. I'm sure you've been waiting. Let's start. Yumin shouted. The auction begins. The other players were silently skeptical. Is this how auctions work? He's putting everything out at once. Suddenly, a hand shot up, accompanied by a deep, hoarse voice. Wait. Philip pointed at him, questioning suspiciously. Something's not right. How do we know if you're the real auctioneer? He frowned, calculating silently. According to my guild members, he should look like the person who sold us the hidden dungeon. But I heard he looks completely different. Yumin, faced with the accusation, spoke calmly. You don't believe me? Phillet immediately replied. That's right. I at least want to use appraisal. But he was met with Yumin's cold words. Then you don't have to participate. Phillet was momentarily stunned. What? He stroked his fake beard, putting on a dignified air. It's simple. If you don't believe me, then you don't have to participate. Simple, right? Then Yumin ignored his angry expression and called out in a loud voice. All right, the first auction will begin, without this suspicious gentleman here. He waved the wooden gavel in front of him, his voice excited. 2-story houses. Why don't we start at just 10 gold coins per month? Anyone with just 10 gold coins. A player immediately raised his hand to bid. Here, 10 gold coins. Yumin, acting like a professional auctioneer, quickly responded, Excellent. Anyone higher? Meanwhile, some of the women began to eye each other warily. The pink-haired woman shouted, 12 gold coins. But another man suddenly cut in. 14 gold coins. The purple-haired woman yelled right after, 15. In the chaos, a steady hand rose high. 20 gold coins. Yumin turned towards Philette, who had just bid, and shouted, 20 gold. Anyone else? If not, before he could finish, another person cut in. Wait. He was eager to win, shouting and panting. 20 gold coins. Megapixel Guild, 22 gold coins. Hearing this, Yumin paused for a moment, then curled his lips into a satisfied smile. He pointed at the tall man and shouted, If there's no one else, I'll close the bid at 20 gold coins. Sir, what is your guild? He was dazed and stammered a short reply. Armored. Yumin excitedly banged the gavel. Okay, sold to the Armored Guild. The tall man immediately cheered with joy. Philette, having lost the bid, cursed under his breath. That bastard. He heard me and still deliberately ignored me. Yumin opened the system window, stating firmly, Now, why don't we sign the contract right away? Open inventory. Hearing this, he gushed, Thank you. I will make good use of it. A white-haired man, seeing this, was skeptical. He's signing the contract immediately? Is this for real? The red-haired man frowned slightly and said, I have no doubts. I should have bid higher. As soon as the contract was handed over, the system popped up. Contract, a document proving the agreement between the signatories. The contents of this contract cannot be forged. Seeing this, Yumin let out a sly laugh and reminded them. Also, he adjusted his bow tie and calmly announced, We will exclude the Megapixel Guild from the next auction if they continue to break the rules. Hearing this, Philip bristled. What? How could? Yumin lowered his voice. Please remember that you only get one warning. He couldn't argue back and could only grit his teeth and endure it. Is he playing me? Just wait until this auction is over. Yumin watched Philette tremble, feeling as if a flower was blooming in his heart. Are you angry? I didn't think you'd get this angry. He imagined crushing him like an ant, thinking to himself, Through this auction, I plan to crush you and your guild into the deepest pits of hell. The bustling auction scene continued. Yumin banged the wooden gavel on the table and announced loudly, All right, the fourth house is sold for 25 gold coins. He handed the paper contract to the long-haired man, his voice cheerful. Congratulations, Reagan Guild. He took the stack of papers and let out a soft sigh of relief. Thank you very much, sir. Philette stood by quietly, watching them, the resentment in his heart unable to subside. I lost again. But, he schemed silently, the major guilds have bought houses now. So I just need to watch the others and buy the cheapest one I can. Yumin had been silently observing Philette, laughing with delight as if watching a good play. He banged the wooden gavel again, his voice firm. Now for our final auction item. Hearing this, he was startled. What? The last item? But Philitte's will had begun to waver. Seeing this, Yumin chuckled to himself. You're panicking, aren't you? As a guild master, you should learn not to show your emotions on the outside. He nodded. Well, this is why I didn't disclose the number of houses being sold. Then Yumin calmly said, Since this is the last one, the starting price will be 15 gold. Before he could finish, Philette hastily bid. 35 gold coins. He shouted desperately. Megapixel Guild, 35 gold coins. No, 40 gold coins. 40 gold coins. We'll pay 40 gold coins. Anyone else? The others, hearing this, began to whisper among themselves. He's crazy. 40 gold coins a month? That's equivalent to $8,000 in cash. Isn't that a bit much? Yumin slammed the gavel down on the table, declaring clearly, 40 gold coins sold. He continued, the Megapixel Guild has successfully won the bid for the last 2-story house. Seeing this, he rejoiced silently in his heart. Then, he slowly opened the system window. Yumin continued, his voice tinged with amusement. Here is the contract. Please make sure to pay on time. Philip felt insulted and cursed silently in his heart. Damn it. I'll make sure to find out your real identity and kill you. Immediately after, the contract appeared on the system screen. 2-story long-term contract. User Philip agrees to rent house P05 in the inner city as a guild house and agrees to pay 40 gold coins per month to the administration office. The owner of the house will receive the rent minus a commission fee. The above terms cannot be changed without the consent of both parties. In case of violation, the system will. He carefully held the paper in his hand, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. We finally have a guild house. Although it will be a bit difficult financially for a while. Yumin spoke up. Now, he excitedly shouted. After a short break, we will begin the auction for the 3-story houses. Philip was stunned to hear this. What? He pointed at Yumin and angrily scolded. You swindler. You just said that was the last house. Hearing this, he calmly replied. I meant it was the last 2-story house. Yumin asked, didn't I post it on the forums? At that moment, the forum announcement appeared. House sale transaction. Host. Krypton. I own many 2-story and 3-story houses. I will be auctioning the ownership of these houses to guilds on a long-term lease basis. And I intend to hold the auction for 1 week. Then he continued, I have many 2-story and 3-story houses. Yumin shrugged, feigning innocence. Perhaps you'd like to participate in the 3-story house auction? If you have that much gold, I won't stop you. Hearing his explanation, Philip was furious to the extreme. He seethed inwardly, word by word. You bastard. Yumin watched his resentful back as he left, unable to help but smirk. You naive fool. This should be enough to cause you trouble for a while. He smiled so wide he couldn't close his mouth when he thought of the price. 40 gold coins a month. That's equivalent to $8,000 monthly. Yumin remembered Philip's angry face and silently mocked. If someone ruins your opportunity for some reason, you'll be in big trouble. Night fell. Philip's golden armor still shone brightly, standing out against the dark background. He stood before a dilapidated house, carefully looking around before entering. Immediately after, a chilling scream came from inside the building. Philip hesitated for a moment, then called out, Is anyone there? A hand immediately reached out, extending towards him. Then it unceremoniously grabbed Philip and lifted him into the air. Cabin questioned, You spent all the guild funds on that damn house of yours? Are you crazy? Philip struggled to get out the broken words. Wait, let's talk. Cabin's voice was cold. Don't tell me you forgot. He released him, his words as sharp as a knife. We are partners solely for our mutual benefit. Cabin's eyes lit up, his voice a threatening growl. If you become useless to me, you won't be an exception, Philip. He held out his hand, coldly ordering the statement. Hearing this, Philip held out the scroll, his voice trembling. He clenched the scroll tightly, stating firmly, Keep it. We'll handle the transfer later. Cabin stood watching with his arms crossed, looking skeptical. Didn't the Megapixel Guild want to buy a guild house first? Philip nodded slightly in response. That was the plan, but I changed my mind. He paused for a moment, his voice dropping. The more I think about it, there's only one way for me to get back everything that belongs to me. Philip gritted his teeth, his voice choked. Rokel, everything will be resolved if I catch that bastard. And I'll spread that video on all the servers. He looked at Cabin, asking for his opinion. If you use your resources, can this be done? He rolled up the paper and sighed deeply. I guess there's no other choice. I don't think we can just sit back and watch him act so arrogantly. Cabin clenched the scroll tightly, lowering his voice. I'll have to take matters into my own hands. The next morning, in a bedroom in the real world, Yumin rested his chin on his hand and exclaimed in surprise, Is this a dream or reality? He looked at the system screen notification. Owned amount, 335 gold, 68 silver, 17 copper. Then he immediately cheered. I have 335 gold coins just from the first month's rent. I must be the richest person in the Lord right now. His fingers flew across the keyboard, his voice excited. Let's see. 1 gold coin must be around $200, right? The computer screen immediately displayed the information. Trading forum. Selling 20 gold coins. $400 per coin. Host. Rokel. Please contact player Rokel in-game. No negotiations. He relaxed, stretching out on his chair, and mumbled his calculations. Since the guilds don't have enough gold right now, they'll buy it even if it's a ridiculously high price. Yumin thought about the items. I should also list the Blood Hunter's items on the market for a higher price. Is this the privilege of the rich? As soon as the thought finished, he jumped up and went straight to the login pod. I should also list the Blood Hunter's items on the market for a higher price. In a flash, Yumin appeared in the virtual world. He slung the axe over his shoulder and excitedly flipped open the teleportation book. I should check on the bait I threw out earlier. He thought to himself with admiration. Those foolish blood hunters. They must be desperate for gold right now. Yumin entered a forest, his mind still racing. They must be farming in the hunting grounds to make money. Inside the western area, the dark forest. Inside the forest, a monster's pathetic roar echoed as it was defeated by someone. Bulldozer, seeing this, rushed to support his teammate. He swung his heavy hammer, slamming it down on the monster's head. Meanwhile, Cabin leaned silently against a tree, watching them intently. After the monster was defeated, Bulldozer slammed his hammer on the ground and let out a soft sigh. He slung his weapon over his shoulder and chuckled. Now I can pretty much one-shot the monsters here. Skull Addict, Blood Hunter Guild member, Bloggy, level 79. At the same time, Thru stood beside him. Sergeant, Blood Hunter Guild Vice Master, Javelin Thru, level 79. He spun the spear in his hand, frowning in annoyance. One shot my ass. You sat back and did nothing while I did all the work. Suddenly, Cabin's voice cut in. Stop. He casually walked past them, his voice dropping. I heard you say the target is in the northern area. Is it that bastard? Cabin opened his teleportation book and coldly ordered. Summon all Blood Hunter members. The book immediately glowed. He declared heroically, we will wipe out Rokal right now. Cabin, Blood Hunter Guild Master, Shadow Assassin, level 90. The scene shifts to a quiet forest. There, a chaotic battle is taking place. A man pointed an arrow forward and cried out in panic. Stay away from me. But he was met with Yumin's cold words. Oh my, I thought we were close. Then he jumped into the air. Yumin swung his axe, preparing to bring it down on his opponent. He laughed and shouted loudly. Let's skip the unnecessary parts and get straight to the main event. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumin swung down powerfully, easily finishing off his opponent. The people around who witnessed the scene all looked shocked. This is crazy. One person, hearing this, was stunned. Are you saying he's not hacking? You must be kidding. In the midst of it all, a man's firm voice rang out. Don't panic. The system displayed information. Blood Hunt, guild member. He waved his hand like a leader, continuously coordinating the fighters. Ranged damage archers, keep attacking with hit-and-run tactics. Melee warriors, keep an eye on him and attack as soon as you get a chance. Following their leader's orders, they all pointed their weapons at Yumin, ready to defeat him at any moment. However, Yumin possessed extraordinary skills. He used his axe as a shield, easily blocking all of their attacks. Yumin's sharp eyes watched his opponents as he silently calculated. Among these guys, he faced their bloodshot, bloodthirsty eyes and made his assessment. There are a few really strong ones. Yumin dodged while thinking deeply. But why aren't they attacking me with all their might? And they're not trying to run away, just lingering around here. Suddenly, he changed his mind. His powerful legs immediately stopped. Yumin took a stance, facing them, and scoffed. It seems like you're trying to stall for time. Don't tell me. At that moment, a pillar of light descended to the ground, followed by a cold aura appearing right behind him. The others were overjoyed, like children seeing their mother return, and cheered happily. They're here. You're done for, you bastard. In a flash, a sharp spear shot out. Yumin sensed it and immediately spun around. He quickly raised his axe, using it as a shield to deflect the spear to another direction. It plunged straight into the ground, its shaft radiating a magical aura. Yumin hesitated for a moment. This is a javelin. At that moment, Thru slowly spoke. You blocked that attack of mine? He rubbed his chin and exclaimed in admiration. He's really strong. Hearing this, Bulldozer became excited. Then playing with him will be even more fun. At the same time, Cabin casually stepped out and spoke. You're the Rokal everyone's been talking about, right? He crossed his arms and spoke arrogantly. You must have had a lot of fun until now, right? But unfortunately, today will be your last day. Cabin, Blood Hunt Guildmaster. Yumin looked at them as if watching a comedy, then threw his head back and laughed loudly. He looked up at the sky, his voice catching with laughter. People who talk so much nonsense like you are truly barbarians. I wonder which side has been the cowardly one, trying to stall for time all this while. The leader, hearing this, rudely shouted, "You bastard." Yumin cleared his throat and roared excitedly, "Enough talk. Just come at me, you bastards." Seeing this, Cabin roared his command, "Blood Hunt Guild, all out attack." The battle cries echoed through the forest. All of his troops immediately charged forward in unison, wanting to cut off all of Yumin's escape routes. He calmly spoke, "Inventory." Immediately, the mask gradually covered his entire face. Sealed Lion King's helm has been equipped. Clad in his armor, Yumin immediately charged forward without hesitation. The group was quickly defeated before they could even launch a single attack. He roared, "You shrimp, get out of the way." Yumin froze for a moment, staring at the sledgehammer descending upon him. The hammer slammed into him, creating an earthquake that shattered the ground. He laughed maniacally. "A berserker like you is pretty fast." The Berserker, Blood Hunt Guild member, Blowerp, 76. "This bastard is incredibly strong." Yumin sat up from the rubble, silently assessing his opponent. "This bastard is incredibly strong. He can skillfully fight with a hammer in both hands?" He silently observed them. "I wonder how strong he is." Suddenly, a sharp spear descended from the sky. But with his keen senses, Yumin leaned slightly, dodging the dangerous blow. Seeing this, Thru clicked his tongue. His senses are pretty sharp too. Sergeant, Blood Hunt Guild Breaker, level 97. Yumin, having narrowly escaped death, frowned and cursed. "You damn bastards." He observed all three enemies before him and made his own assessment. It seems those three are the strongest in the Blood Hunt Guild. They're definitely different from the ones I just fought. Yumin glanced at Cabin, who was using magic to draw strange symbols on the ground. Especially that skull-faced guy. He seems to be the guild master. What the hell has he been doing all this time? He pondered for a moment. I think I need to deal with him before the situation gets worse. But to do that, I have to take care of the other two first. At the same time, Bulldozer, with a hammer in each hand, charged heroically towards Yumin. "What are you looking at? Your opponent is right in front of you." But he ignored him, continuing his train of thought. "It seems one is responsible for melee attacks." Yumin glanced at Thru, who was menacingly holding his spear. "And the other one is the range damage dealer, responsible for attacks from a distance." Humph, this combination is tricky to handle. He crouched down, ready to counterattack. But he carefully calculated in his mind. If I use Berserk mode, I might be able to deal with those two quickly, but I can't act so rashly. I still don't know what will happen after that. Yumin took a risk and charged. Then I'll just have to rely on one thing. The skill icon immediately lit up, and his speed increased in a flash. Blogger charged forward excitedly, taunting, "You fool." Bracing himself, he swung the hammer, his voice roaring with anger. "Do you think you can face me head-on?" Seeing this, Yumin flashed a faint smile. He zipped past Bulldozer like a gust of wind, soaring into the air. Yumin used his skill, Leap Attack, aiming straight for Thru, who was standing behind. Blogger shouted in alarm, "Captain, be careful." His voice called out after him, "He's aiming for you." Thru tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and spoke angrily, "You pathetic bastard." He raised his weapon, his voice as cold as ice. "Who do you think I am?" Yumin froze for a moment, his eyes widening as he looked at his opponent. Thru used his skill, powerfully launching the spear at him. Piercing lance. He looked up and smirked. A target in the air is easier to hit. Thru's attack surpassed his limits, the cold spear piercing straight through Yumin's body. He was almost motionless, his consciousness gradually fading into a blurry void. Thinking he had finished off Yumin, Thru's eyes widened in shock when he heard him exclaim in admiration, "That was pretty strong." From above, he flashed an excited smile and teased him, "You almost pierced right through me." Thru looked at Yumin's unscathed state, his expression confused as he couldn't help but wonder, "Impossible. I even used a precision skill on that attack. How could he dodge it and catch the spear?" As if knowing his thoughts, Yumin spun the spear in his hand and said, Here. Without giving through time to react, he threw the spear at him and shouted, "I'll return this to you." Facing the spear heading towards him, he still thought arrogantly, "You fool. Do you think I've never encountered this before?" As if it was all part of his plan, Thru, with the same confident expression, flicked his hand and chanted, "Escape." Basic skill information, Cowardly Mage's Ring. Magic. A cowardly mage created this escape ring. You can use it once a day to retreat 3 meters. Remaining uses, 0/1. Just like that, Thru vanished, sending rocks and dirt flying around him. Having been teleported to another direction, he smugly stated, "I prepared this for bastards like you." Suddenly, the spear appeared and shot straight towards him, as Yumin had used the skill throw. He laughed excitedly and exclaimed, "Oh my, you shouldn't waste an escape skill like that." Hearing this, Thru's face gradually changed as he silently realized, "This bastard. He guessed I would use that move from the start and deliberately lured me in." Suddenly, Cabin appeared after Thru's failure. Bulldozer, seeing this, looked worried and called out loudly. Yumin held his weapon tightly and said, "What are you going to do? You're the only one left." He stood there confidently and beckoned with his finger. "Let's fight seriously, shall we?" Feeling provoked, Bulldozer's hands trembled as he gripped his weapons. He gritted his teeth, his face showing his anger. After taking a deep breath, he charged forward with all his might, shouting, "I'll kill you, you bastard." The scene was obscured by dust as Bulldozer rushed past. Suddenly, Yumin appeared behind him and clicked his tongue in disapproval. Using a spear like that, even a fly could knock you over. But luckily for him, he reacted quickly and turned to block the blow with his hammer. The impact helped Bulldozer retreat to a safe distance from Yumin. Trembling, he struggled to speak. "Damn it." He looked at him with a mocking expression and replied, "You seem proud of your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Yumin excitedly charged forward and shouted, "So why don't we have some fun?" Bulldozer lowered his head, his hands gripping the hammer so tightly they trembled, and muttered, "You arrogant bastard." Then, filled with fighting spirit, he charged forward and shouted, "My strength stat is 250. I'm the strongest in the guild." As expected, a massive explosion occurred, causing the forest scene to shake violently. At the same time, Cabin seemed to be secretly doing something. He was surrounded by dark auras. Back to the previous battle, Bulldozer's jaw was trembling slightly. Suddenly, Yumin was behind Bulldozer, his hands wrapped tightly around his head. He flashed a cold smile and gently finished him off. With the job done, he walked away lightly. Then Yumin let out an excited laugh and exclaimed, "That was refreshing." At the same time, a notification appeared. "You have leveled up. Rokal, level 61. Berserker. Strength, 300. Dexterity, 155. Stamina, 151. Endurance, 104. Intelligence, 50. Wisdom, 25. Suddenly, he looked at Cabin in front of him and clicked his tongue. Yumin lowered his center of gravity and spoke provocatively. "Are you really just going to sit there and watch your subordinates die?" He used a skill and criticized, "What kind of guild master are you?" Cabin's hand suddenly lifted from the ground. He clenched his fist and muttered, "Complete. Unify." Suddenly, Yumin's gaze froze for a second. The dark aura surrounding him shot straight towards him. It charged and attacked Yumin head-on, making him block the blow while wondering, "What is this?" "That ghost is." Cabin slowly stood up and asked softly, "Do you really want to know why I let them die?" "The reason is simple." He looked at his hand, which was radiating absolute power, and asserted, "I'm stronger fighting alone than with those weaklings." A notification appeared. Cabin, Guild Master of the Blood Hunt Guild, Shadow Assassin, level 90. Amidst the desolate scene caused by the dark aura, he stated, "While you were busy fighting those fools, I was merging with all the spirits around here." He raised his hand again and asserted, "In other words, this place is now completely under my control." Hearing this, he just smiled faintly and said, "A Shadow Master? I'm really lucky to meet someone like you." Yumin's brow furrowed, his eyes becoming more focused as he assessed the situation. "Shadow Master. It's one of the hidden jobs in the Lord. The conditions to get this job are very tough, so it was rare even in my past life." Seeing the swirling aura around him made him think, I think I remember one guy. Don't tell me. Thinking that, Yumin reminded himself. No, don't think about useless things right now. Then he smiled faintly and provoked. So what if it's a hidden job? As soon as he finished speaking, Yumin used his skill, leap attack. Then he didn't forget to add assertively. You'll be taken down all the same. Suddenly, a series of weapons and human arms shot up from the ground. They frantically charged towards him in the air. Seeing this, Yumin spun his weapon, creating an invisible protective wall, and shouted, "Get lost, you disgusting things." His eyes radiated a cold, murderous aura as he roared, "My opponent." Now, Cabin suddenly sensed something. Yumin charged down at him with superior strength and shouted, "Is you?" His body was thus gently split in two. Suddenly, the image of Cabin's body gradually faded away. He stood there, witnessing such a strange phenomenon, and was stunned. Huh. Yumin's brow furrowed when he heard Cabin's voice from behind. "You're a real fool." Before he could react, he landed a critical blow on him from the front. Yumin dropped to one knee, and a few red drops appeared at his feet. A notification appeared. Your health has dropped below 50%. Yumin looked at his trembling hand and exclaimed, "This is..." Then a series of notifications appeared. You have been poisoned. You have been paralyzed and are bleeding. Your health will decrease by 30 every 10 seconds. Cabin clenched his fist, causing the rocks behind him to fly everywhere. He looked contemptuous and said, "You dare to confront us with just this? How disappointing." Suddenly, he replied, Yumin's voice ringing out, "Don't be disappointed just yet." Suddenly, something slashed past. He stood there grandly and declared, "It's just getting started." A notification appeared. Your poison resistance has nullified the poison's effect. Then he pointed at Cabin in front of him and said, "Guild Master of the Blood Hunt Guild." Yumin flashed an excited smile and continued, "The 8th Guild, Ragna." Cabin. He squinted one eye and opened the other, confused, and exclaimed, "What?" The beginning of Yumin's memory was the King of the World, Odin, and the Ragnarok Guild. And he leads them. They're a bunch of crazy people playing the roles of Norse gods. I hate to admit it, but they are the strongest group in the Lord. Suddenly, he saw a change. However, they are fighting and suspecting each other. Then Yumin expressed, "What I can't understand is that there are still very excellent players outside, but they still join and blindly follow him. They leave their guilds and even spend a lot of money to change their names." Next, he gave a brief summary of Cabin's biography. Among them, there's a rather troublesome guy who controls darkness and poison. That is Cabin. Yumin stated, "Obviously, that's the name of a dragon that gnaws at the world tree in Norse mythology. But I don't really care about that kind of role-playing. Maybe they just randomly gave him that name." Finally, Yumin asserted, "But what I know for sure is that the guy in front of me right now is the Cabin before he joined the Ragnarok Guild." Cabin, standing in front of him, pointed his weapon at Yumin and questioned, "Cabin? Ragnarok? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Despite his curiosity, he continued with the thoughts in his head. "Now I'm wondering about this. There's no way an assassin who is also a shadow lord, a hidden job, can also use poison." Thinking that, he tilted his head with an amused expression and replied, "I don't think you can understand everything I'm saying." In his heart, Yumin secretly thought, looking at his appearance, I don't think he's had anything to do with Odin yet. Yumin's gaze suddenly changed as he silently assessed his movements just now. He must have chosen the assassin job first, and then changed to the Shadow Lord job. His level is quite high. Maybe his agility stat is twice mine since he's an assassin. Having assessed the situation, he quickly entered a ready stance, causing the dust around him to fly up, and decided, I guess I have no choice but to use this. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Yumin's feet shook violently and cracked under the pressure of the force he was exerting. Quickly, the power was unleashed with great force. Berserk. Skill information. Berserk LV2. Burn yourself with rage to unleash enormous power. All stats increase by 200%. All skills cost no energy. Resist all physical attacks. You cannot be defeated even if you run out of health. You will not be able to distinguish between friend or foe in a state of madness. After the skill ends, you will regain up to 40% of your lost health. If your health reaches 0 when the skill ends, You must recover 10% of your health within 7 seconds, or you will die. After the skill ends, the first side effect is that all stats will be reduced by 40% for 10 minutes. After the first side effect ends, the second side effect will be a 20% reduction in stats for 20 minutes. If you use Berserk again while still under the influence of a side effect, the duration of the effect will be doubled. Duration, 10 minutes. Cabin stood there, witnessing the scene of Yumin using a skill that caused his entire body to burn, and assessed, so you're using that move. It's a move that makes you temporarily stronger, but the side effects are not insignificant. Suddenly, he raised his arm and continued, however. His entire body radiated a strange darkness as he extended his hand towards him and said, "The difference between you and me is that you can't become stronger than me with just a simple skill." The dark aura spread around Cabin. Yumin smiled excitedly and looked at him with the eyes of a hunter. Quickly, he slashed towards Cabin and shouted with great force. The spearhead pierced through his dark aura. Witnessing that scene made him somewhat surprised. Yumin continued to frantically wield his weapon, charging forward and screaming. Wherever his attack passed, it was like a huge explosion, sending rocks and dust flying. Cabin, standing below, couldn't hide his astonishment and wondered, isn't this too strong? Not only that, but the speed of the attack was also astonishing, as it shot back and forth between the walls. The speed of the attack was impossible to see with the naked eye. Suddenly, Cabin noticed something. Yumin stared at him and roared, "Die!" The light once again pierced through Cabin's body. He clicked his tongue and looked behind him as he heard him reform and speak. "Just as I thought," Cabin smugly said. "Do you think that's enough to defeat me? If you just increase your physical strength and attack without thinking like you, it's useless." Under the dark, gloomy scene, he reminded him, "Did you forget that this entire area is still under my control?" Cabin laughed with delight and said, "As long as I'm synchronized with the darkness, I can detect every movement and teleport anywhere in the area I control to dodge your attacks." Hearing this, he replied without hesitation, "Don't make me laugh. Do you think you're the main villain in some comic book? It's foolish of you to think you can dodge like that." Suddenly, Yumin's eyes flashed with hatred as he declared, "Because it all ends here." Returning to the events of a few minutes ago, regarding the ultimate skill, Berserk. You gain immense power for a short period, but in return, you will suffer from a significant decrease in stats after the skill ends. It's a double-edged sword. That made Cabin certain. You lost the moment you blindly used Berserk so early. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You." Then Yumin charged again, shouting, "Don't mess with me." Cabin beckoned with 2 fingers, causing smoke to appear around him, from which he hid right before his eyes. Seeing this, Yumin frantically charged and slashed at the smoke, while calmly trying to find a way. "I need to find a way to dispel the darkness here. That's his source of power. When there's no more darkness, that's my chance." Yumin turned around and shouted, "Where did you run off to, you son of a bitch?" Suddenly, a row of spears shot up from the ground, surprising him. Deep inside, he was constantly calculating. At that time, I could easily blow away the darkness with a powerful, wide-area skill. It quickly shot up from under Yumin's feet, making it difficult for him to dodge. He thought to himself, "It's not over yet." Yumin's face showed his shock at the scene before him. A giant dragon head, crystallized from the aura, was descending upon him with overwhelming pressure. He calmly looked up at it and exclaimed, "Damn it, this is exhausting me." Time passed, and Yumin panted as a reminder notification appeared. 20 seconds before Berserk ends, he collapsed to the ground in a tattered state, panting. Cabin appeared and said, "You're still alive thanks to that Berserk skill. But you'll die soon enough, as soon as that skill ends." Hearing this, Yumin frowned and cut him off, asserting, "I won't let that happen." He stepped in front of him and smugly said, "The world needs to see how easily I destroy you." He lowered his head and muttered, "Damn it, this is so annoying." He raised the weapon in his hand and expressed, "I never thought I'd have to go this far in a one-on-one fight." With the shining weapon in his hand, Cabin continued, "This is it. Die in regret." A reminder notification appeared, 10 seconds before Berserk ends. Suddenly, Yumin bit down on something in his mouth and continued, I really don't want to heal for trivial matters like this. Electric shock. A blinding light flashed before his eyes, making him exclaim in surprise, "What?" He sat there, gently extending his hand towards cabin. The electric current attacked him. Attacked unexpectedly, he asked in confusion, "Magic? How?" The information revealed the item Yumin had just used. Consumable spell, rare, lightning magic, electric shock, has been stored inside and can be used when needed. Remaining uses, 0/3. Yumin remembered the past with nostalgia. After using the first 2 times in previous quests, I didn't think I'd use the last one like this. But this is the only way to dispel the darkness, his main source of power. The target was struggling. Ahead, Yumin seized the opportunity and charged. He thought to himself, but this is just a temporary solution. A reminder notification appeared. 5 seconds before Berserk ends. Yumin gripped his weapon tightly and used his skill, slash. He reminded himself, I only have one chance. Cabin's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Yumin flew up with a heroic aura, aiming straight for Cabin. Yumin focused all his power into one finishing blow, grandly. As he finished him off, he silently roared, I'll give it my all in this attack. A notification appeared. Berserk has ended. You have been promoted. Cabin fell, unable to believe what was happening, and exclaimed, How? How is this possible? His upper body slammed into the ground, but he refused to accept it and said, How could I lose to someone like you? Yumin walked over and immediately mocked, I don't know. Stop trying to act cool. It's so embarrassing. Standing before Cabin's gradually disappearing body, he gave him the middle finger and smiled provocatively. Come fight me anytime. You creepy bastard. His face gradually faded, but he still struggled to speak with great difficulty. You wait. I will. A notification appeared. You have defeated player Cabin. You have leveled up. As soon as he received the notification, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and panted, Damn, I almost died. Yumin took the potion in his hand and said, Time to recover. As he chugged the potion, Yumin thought to himself, To be honest, I wasn't confident I would win. After all, he's the strongest opponent I've faced since I regressed. I never thought the guild master of the Bloodhunt Guild would join the Ragnarok Guild. It's thanks to the new title I got that I was able to defeat him. The information on the screen stated, First, Limit Breaker, Legendary. You have defeated someone much stronger than you and have been certified as a player who knows no limits. You are the first to receive this title. Receiving that information, he thought, especially the title, Limit Breaker. Next, the information stated, Effect. When facing a stronger opponent, all your abilities will increase by 10%. When facing a stronger opponent, the level of all your skills will increase by 1. When facing a stronger opponent, the penalty level will be reduced by 30%. When facing a monster, all abilities will increase by 20%. With those benefits, he thought, if it weren't for this title, I would have been done for. Suddenly, Yumin held up a shining silver ring and spoke casually. But because of that, I was able to level up and get some pretty useful equipment, so I'll let him off the hook. The information stated, Cowardly Mage's Ring, Level, Rare. A cowardly mage created this escape ring. You can use it once a day to retreat 3 meters. Remaining uses, 0/1. Yumin couldn't take his eyes off the dazzling ring. His face showed his excitement as he thought to himself, even though I can only use it once a day, for a berserker who only has offensive skills, it's very important. I'll make good use of it. Suddenly, Yumin looked up at the sky, his eyes thoughtful. Now that I think about it, Yumin suddenly remembered the past and reflected. I've already defeated 2 future members of the Ragnarok Guild from my past life. Does that mean the future can be changed? For example, they won't join Ragnarok anymore. Then he bowed his head and dismissed the thought. No, it's not certain yet. I don't know how Odin recruits members. The image of Odin appeared in his head, making Yumin frown and wonder. Oh, I wonder what he's doing now. He's probably started playing the Lord by now, right? Did he change his nickname in his past life? Too many unanswered questions made him frown and scratch his head, exclaiming, Damn it, that guy could be anyone. Forget it. Thinking about it won't solve anything. Then he remembered the image of Phillet gritting his teeth in anger, trembling, and thought to himself, Odin is a problem, but right now, Phillet is the bigger problem. Since he attacked me with all his might, he must really want to catch me. Suddenly, Yumin flashed an excited smile, yet with a hint of anticipation, and thought, well, whatever. If you come, I'll take you on. Suddenly, he paused and looked down at his hands as if considering something. Under the clear blue sky, Yumin told himself, I have to prepare first. In a bustling and crowded scene. The first item to appear, hawk armor, level, rare. Iron armor with a hawk engraved on the chest. Defense, 110. Durability, 300/300. Dexterity +5. Critical rate +5%. Level requirement, 60. Next, Archer's Gauntlets, level, rare. Once used by an archer, just wearing them makes you feel confident. Defense, 40. Durability, 250/250. Attack speed +10%. Critical rate +7%. Level requirement, 60. Finally, on Yumin's body was a series of attractive accessories. Lizardman's Pants, level, rare. Has the wildness of a lizard man. Defense, 80. Durability, 400/400. Dexterity +3. Critical rate +3%. Level requirement, 60. Death Spear, defense, 40. Durability, 200/200. Critical rate +5%. Level requirement, 60. Scout's Iron Boots, level, rare. Once worn by a scout. Lowers damage and reduces the chance of being caught in traps or affected by terrain. Defense, 70. Durability, 300/300. Health +2. Trap activation rate -10%. Trap effect -10%. Critical rate +7%. With his current state and equipment, Yumin thought, I really can't expect much from the junk at the auction. I'll just focus on increasing my critical hit rate for now. Then he thought of the scene of easily splitting his enemies in two and expressed, thanks to the titles, I got a 20% increase. With this equipment, it's up to 40%. Basically, every hit will be a critical. Yumin licked his lips and looked at the item in front of him with an excited gaze. Moreover, that item was Magic Absorbing Battle Axe, level, rare. An iron axe for warriors. It absorbs magic to increase durability and damage. Attack power, 150. Durability, 500/500. Level requirement, 70. Gripping the axe tightly in his hand, he exclaimed with delight, not bad. I can probably use this until level 100. Yumin looked at the screen in front of him and silently calculated. I think I used about 30 gold to buy all this. I still have some money left. Suddenly, he remembered he had something to do and considered. As for the main quest, I just need one more of Haken's records to complete it. Behind the wall, a shadow was watching Yumin's back as he walked away, muttering to himself, all right, it's time to grind. I have to take this opportunity to test out the new equipment. The person silently and secretly watched him. The scene shifts to a waterfall in the forest. Suddenly, a wild boar charges out of nowhere. Yumin used a light slash, passing through the wild boar and causing its body to split apart as he used critical. He stood up straight, raised his axe high, and said excitedly, nice. One critical hit, and a level 70 monster is gone. Suddenly, another one was about to charge. He stood there diligently and said, I'll stay here until I reach level 75. It charged aggressively towards Yumin. Seeing this, he charged forward excitedly and provoked. That's right. Come on. Suddenly, a series of arrows flew out of nowhere. Somehow, they pierced the wild boar, defeating it before it could even enter the battle. Witnessing his prey being stolen, Yumin turned his head and looked with a confused expression, wondering, what the hell? Just then, someone walked up to him and said, sorry. A member of the Megapixel Guild held a bow in his hand, smiled awkwardly, and expressed, I accidentally shot them. How can I compensate you? Yumin frowned and replied, it's fine. Just be more careful from now on. Then he aimed at two monsters in the distance. He gripped his axe tightly and slowly raised it. Aiming straight at the target in front of him, he threw the axe with great force towards the monster. Suddenly, before Yumin's eyes, where the two monsters were standing, a huge explosion occurred as someone used the skill, Magic Missile. Then, a member of the Megapixel Guild stood in front of him and expressed, oh no, sorry. I didn't see you attacking at first. This scene was all too familiar, making Yumin too lazy to pay attention and continue to raise his axe, preparing to attack. As if sensing something, he turned and glared. The member of the Megapixel Guild, who was just drawing his bow, flinched at the murderous aura he was emitting. She turned to him and smiled sweetly, saying, "Oh my, we happened to aim at the same target." Yumin called out softly, "You guys." He continued to ask, "Are you from the Megapixel Guild?" He flinched but still stubbornly said, "What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly saying that?" He pointed directly at the Megapixel Guild member and said, "You should at least hide that guild emblem." He instinctively stepped back and exclaimed, "Oh my." Then a member of the Megapixel Guild loudly said, "So what? What are you going to do? People make mistakes when hunting." Hearing this, Yumin scratched his head and sighed. Then he looked straight at the Megapixel Guild member, making him look scared, and reminded him, "I'll warn you one last time." Yumin's face was filled with murderous intent as he got close to the Megapixel Guild member and warned, "If you keep following me and stealing my monsters, I'll consider it an act of aggression against me." He coldly threatened, "And not just you, but your entire guild." Hearing this, he shouted, "Are you trying to start a fight?" Yumin turned and walked away, but not without saying, "Do whatever you want. Just don't complain that I didn't warn you." His brow furrowed in annoyance. The Megapixel Guild member revealed a calculating smile and thought to himself, "Go ahead and act up. But whatever you do, it won't work." The Megapixel Guild member stood there, watching Yumin's back as he thought, "Every player here is ready to ruin your hunt." The Megapixel Guild member silently followed him. He looked at him with an amused expression and thought, "Unlike the Blood Hunt Guild, we at Megapixel are just normal players, known for being polite and proper. It would be different if you didn't know we were from the Megapixel Guild, but since you do, you can't easily fight us." Yumin moved with his axe held tightly in his hand. Suddenly, he flashed an excited, mysterious smile. The Megapixel Guild member cried out, "What?" He was utterly bewildered. "You want me to follow and harass him? That Rokal guy?" Philette crossed his arms and glanced over. "That's right. Of course, you can't let the other players find out." The guild member replied with difficulty, "The problem isn't being found out." He was worried. "Do you really think he'll let us do that? I heard he's a crazy, weird guy." Philette lowered his head. "He definitely won't let it slide. But that's not the problem." The guild member was curious. "Then what is?" Philette explained irritably. "We need to piss him off. Record it, then edit it to make him look like the bad guy. If we can't do anything to him in the game, then we have to use the power of the media." He thought to himself, "Don't worry. Unlike the Blood Hunters, our guild is known for its proper and upright conduct. He can't attack us so easily." The guild member was still very worried, thinking, "I'm sure." He sought out Yumin. The only reason he has so many supporters is because he only attacks the Blood Hunters, a PK guild. The guild member drew his bow from behind. "He wouldn't dare attack the Megapixel Guild because of our good reputation. If we can anger him and record it." The arrow whizzed past Yumin's face. A wild boar nearby was hit by the arrow and ran off in a panic. The guild member behind him laughed mockingly. "Oh no, my hand slipped." He feigned boredom. "I'm so sorry." Before he could finish, Yumin had already jumped forward with his axe. The guild member froze for a moment. "Huh? What?" The axe swept past quickly, leaving a bright red screen. Yumin grinned. "The conversation is over." The Megapixel Guild members who witnessed it were all in a panic. He attacked a player outside of a PK guild. Yumin leisurely walked over. "Why are you so surprised? I warned you beforehand." She trembled. "Stay away." She fearfully unleashed her power. Mana shield. Yumin paid no mind to the weak resistance and attacked directly. Slash. A powerful blow shattered the magic shield. Critical. Yumin flashed a dangerous smile. "This is my chance to test the set's features." Critical. Someone suddenly shouted. He stood behind and questioned, "You're making a big mistake. Do you think people will let this slide if you play like this?" Yumin angrily picked up a wooden stick next to him. "You're too loud." He swung the stick and shouted, "If you don't like it, shut up and attack me." Pathetic screams echoed around. The Megapixel Guild members lying on the ground gradually faded away. Yumin's pupils became even redder. The system analyzed. Cruelty stat has increased. You are a murderer. If your status is murderer, you lose more experience points. If your status is murderer, there is a high chance of dropping items. To lower your cruelty stat, you need to wait for a while or only eliminate those with malicious behavior. If your cruelty stat increases, you will receive a greater penalty. Yumin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Seriously, what a huge pain. He thought to himself, I knew this would happen sooner or later, but I became a murderer too soon. Yumin suddenly smiled dangerously. However, it's just a nuisance, nothing more. He calculated, if I really want to get rid of them, I just need to go to a higher level hunting area, like the level 90 bandits hideout mountain. It might be a bit tough, but I can try hunting there. Yumin slung his axe over his shoulder and walked away. But not avoiding any fights, that's my motto. He raised his voice. So for now, I'll just wait and hunt leisurely. Let's see what they'll do. At a brightly lit apartment building, Yumin was in his room, talking on the phone. Yes, that's the right address. Please make sure to choose the highest possible dose. He lay stretched out on his bed and replied, Yes. I'll pay by the end of today. Please deliver it within 3 days. Yumin hung up the phone. Humph. Now that's done. He turned over and irritably scrolled through his phone, thinking, why have they been so quiet these past few days? I thought they'd do something. Yumin speculated. Are they scared because a few of their members were killed? No way. Suddenly, something on the screen caught his eye. Yumin smirked. Look at this bastard. On the screen was a recording of his brutality that day with the title, We have uncovered the two-faced nature of player Rokal. Exposing the false face of player Rokal. Yumin exclaimed, How adorable. Phillet sat before the screen with a serious expression. Hello everyone in the Lord community. I am Phillet, the guild master of the Megapixel Guild, the Guild of Justice. He explained, if you've been active in the transit area recently, you've probably heard of the player named Rokal. Phillet introduced him. He's a player famous for challenging the PK Guild, the Bloodhunt Guild. Many people might think he's someone who fights enemies to protect the weak, and that's what we, the Megapixel Guild, have always believed. He's suddenly condemned. However, he only does it for the items and experience points he gets from hunting the Bloodhunters. And not for a single moment has he truly helped ordinary players or followed the rules. Phillet raised his hand. And of course, he's not obligated to help others, just like the Megapixel Guild. However, the screen flashed with a scene from that day. We received a surprising report from an anonymous source. According to this person, the piker Rokal uses an illegal hacking software and exploits it for his malicious gameplay. He analyzed. From the video we received, he deflects countless arrows, and magic spells pass right through him. There are also many other strange things. Another scene appeared. He killed a member of our guild who was trying to send a request to confirm this matter. Philip pointed his finger. This is why I'm here. I'm here to condemn the player Rokal, who is suspected of being a hacker. He concluded, what the truth is up to you to decide. This is Phillet, Guild Master of the Megapixel Guild, signing off. Yumin clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. I was wondering what he was secretly up to. So this is it. He wiped away tears from laughing too much. What a funny guy. No wonder he was tricked by Lim Sui. Yumin thought arrogantly to himself. Anyway, because the Guild Master of the Blood Hunt Guild couldn't defeat me, they don't dare attack me in the game anymore. His eyes lit up. What he did was both despicable and suspicious, but it definitely worked. Yumin thought back. Arranging the events. In the game, I just focus on playing to get stronger. And they are one of the top 5 guilds in Korea. To maintain their reputation, they need to play the role of a charitable guild at all times. He laughed loudly. Too bad. But this isn't the first time this has happened. So I know exactly what to do with this pathetic plan. Phillet scrolled through his phone. I'll teach you all a good lesson. In the silent war between Yumin and Phillet, people are often harsher on a harmless liar than on a powerful bastard. In a deep forest, a bandit hideout. The bandits shouted angrily. How dare you come here alone? Do you know who we are? Yumin calmly asked back. And if I don't? One of them charged forward. You insolent brat. I'll teach you a lesson before I kill you. He shouted loudly. We are. Before he could finish, he was cut off by a swing of Yumin's axe. He chuckled softly. I was just kidding. Of course I know who you are. Yumin raised his axe. A place for me to grind experience points. What else? He looked at the group and thought. Usually, bandits in games or stories are just for newbies to level up. But these guys are different. A bandit stomped his foot hard. Damn it. How dare you? He rose up fiercely. Yumin looked at him and thought, they don't look like it, but they're all over level 90. He assessed. Their background is attacking and robbing countless adventurers, so they have more equipment and strategies than regular monsters. The whole group shouted, he's alone. Gang up on him. Yumin didn't hesitate to take the blow. Even so, berserk. He was engulfed in a sea of fire and chuckled softly. Still nothing compared to me. Yumin fought like a madman. Just you wait, Philette. I'll pay you back with interest. The online comments started to boil. Nandigo, has everyone seen the video about Rokal? Rimchip, who hasn't? Magner, I thought he was so strong, but he's just a hacker? The comments started to shift. Forget it. Megapixel is right. Rokal didn't do anything for us. Go away. Why did you switch sides so quickly? What do you mean switch sides? Rokal only did it for himself. Who was it that called Rokal a saint? Everyone was on the edge of their seats during the Flame War. Bail. But can you even hack in the Lord? I've never heard of it. The crowd was immersed in cyberspace. Superputaplite. We shouldn't judge just based on that video. We need to hear both sides. Just ask them to post the original video. Quack is a fat young man. Another Rokal supporter? I can tell just by listening. Jeremy analyzed. The video, except for the incident with the Bloodhunt Guild, it could very well be hacking. Otherwise, how could he catch an arrow with his bare hands? Is this a movie set or something? In the tense situation, Philette appeared on video. Thank you all very much for your support. We are the Megapixel Guild, working for a healthier gaming environment. He feigned humility. Everything has not been fully revealed yet, but if you continue to support us, we at Megapixel will continue to uncover the secrets of player Rokal, a suspected hacker. We thank you for your support. Philette watched as public opinion was swayed and couldn't help but smirk. These fools, he exclaimed. That's right. It should have been like this from the start. Philette laughed to himself. Rokal, no matter how hard you try, you're still just one person. How can you possibly survive in the Lord when everyone is against you like this? His gaze was filled with malice. You're finished, Rokal. Bow down to the power of the collective. Phillette's hand clenched his phone. When he's gone, I'll continue to cooperate with the Bloodhunt Guild. A call came in. Therefore, the person on the other end sounded urgent. Guildmaster. The person reported, Rokal just logged in. He's in Tan Square. Philette chuckled softly. Is that so? He probably wants to explain himself. He asked back. Did you tell the others about our plan? Tell them to join the crowd. The person on the other end hesitated. It seems there's a problem. Philette snapped, what? In the afternoon at the square. The people passing by couldn't help but glance at Yumin. They whispered to each other. Isn't that guy who just passed by that famous Rokal? The girl was surprised. That hacker? You mean him? She angrily turned around. How dare he still walk around in public? Her companion quickly stopped her. Hey, calm down. What if he decides to kill us too? The girl was confused. Don't you know? If there's a murderer in here, we just need to call the NPC guards and kill them. Her companion hesitated. But she paid no mind and directly turned around and shouted. So you're Rokal, right? Let's talk. Yumin didn't hesitate to turn his head. What? The girl was startled. Yumin calmly looked around. Why are so many people looking at me? The girl whispered to her companion. Wait, isn't he a murderer? Why do his eyes look normal? Her companion also looked curious. Did he reduce the number of people he's killed? Yumin smirked and thought. They're surprised. He was satisfied with what he had done in the past few days. Reducing the cruelty stat isn't easy. It decreases on its own, but you have to wait for weeks. And the fastest way to do it is to kill other murderers. Yumin recalled. That's the fastest known way right now. But there are other ways that most players don't know about. That is, there are some monsters that have a cruelty stat. He had participated in countless battles. And that's why I was hunting bandits all last night. Of course, it was also to level up. But thanks to killing the bandits who had killed countless adventurers, I was able to reset my cruelty stat in just a few hours. Of course, this method will quickly become popular as player levels increase. But the most important thing is that I won't be bothered by these nobodies anymore. The girl looked at Yumin worriedly. Impossible. The cruelty stat can't be reduced in a day or two. Yumin waved his hand and turned away. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. The girl's companion also bowed his head. Ah, sorry for bothering you. But another person spoke directly. Are you the berserker Rokal? He held a notebook and a pen, smiling as he assessed Yumin. I'm Danos, a reporter for the gaming website Game Invest. Can I interview you for a moment? Yumin glanced over and thought, perfect timing. He remembered. He must have come here because of the bait I intentionally threw out. Danos also laughed to himself. I didn't expect the person who answered me to be Rokal. I can't miss this exclusive interview. Yumin smirked and replied, an interview? Sure. He pointed. But I want to choose the location. How about outside at that coffee shop? Danos was surprised. What? He thought to himself, wouldn't an interview in a private place get more juicy details? Yumin turned away, bored. If not, then forget it. Danos quickly pulled him back. Okay. They sat down at the coffee shop together. Everyone in the shop looked at them and whispered, is he being interviewed? What's going on? Danos clasped his hands. Ah, you probably know about the recent incident, so I'll get straight to the point. He scribbled furiously. Some people suspect you of using hacking software, and there's also evidence of you piking indiscriminately. What do you think about this? Yumin opened his mouth. Then I'll also be direct. He asserted, I have never used hacking software, and the Megapixel Guild deserved what they got for provoking me. Yumin tapped his fingers on the table. From now on, I will slowly prove it. Danos smiled faintly. You seem very confident. How do you plan to prove what you're saying? Yumin leaned back and replied, have you heard of a hacking software being created in the Lord? Danos smiled. I've heard about it recently. Yumin held out his hand contemptuously. I watched the video yesterday. However, when do you think they recorded that footage? He analyzed. If the people who recorded the video suspected that I was using hacking software, wouldn't they have reported me already? Danos hesitated. So you mean? He guessed. They reported you, but nothing happened? Yumin corrected him. To be precise, they concluded that I wasn't using hacking software. He crossed his arms with a nonchalant expression. Moreover, I know how to play the game and don't use software. I have never used hacking software, and I don't even know where to get it. Yumin raised his hand. If you still have doubts, you can report me too. Danos was surprised. Are you sure? Then I'll report you. Yumin didn't hesitate. Report me. Danos touched the screen. I've finished reporting. Now we'll know for sure. He felt confused again. So you mean you deflected the arrows and caught them with your bare hands, just with your own skill? Yumin said, what's all the fuss about? He raised an eyebrow. Isn't the Lord a game that allows gamers to become stronger based on their level, items, and talent? Yumin expressed, I've advanced my berserker job for the second time. With that power, I can even easily destroy an entire building. So what's so great about catching an arrow? Danos nodded. You have a point. He asked again, so when that magic spell didn't hit you? Yumin explained, it's an item called a safe zone. You can get it in the magic item shop. If you still have doubts, you can try it yourself. Danos thought worriedly to himself, I don't think he's lying or exaggerating. He inquired, so why do you think the Megapixel Guild posted that video? And why didn't you immediately resolve it by clearing your name? Yumin crossed his arms and asked back, this matter. Is there any reason I need to respond to all these ridiculous accusations? He smirked. And do you think they deliberately tried to discredit me because they wanted to hide something? Danos was startled and thought, they have something to hide. He asked worriedly, what are you talking about? Does the Megapixel Guild really have something to hide? Danos suggested, do you know anything about them? Yumin replied, you'll find out tonight. He explained, they posted the video to let the viewers judge. So I'm planning to do the same. I'm sorry you came all this way just to have to wait, but please watch the video that will be posted tonight for more details. Danos' mind was in turmoil. What could it be? Outwardly, he still appeared calm. All right, I have one last question for you. Danos looked at him frankly. I heard you piked a member of the Megapixel Guild. Is that true? Yumin replied frankly, yes. Danos was startled. Why did you admit it so easily? Yumin ignored him. I don't want to make excuses. They pissed me off, so I just killed them all. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up. And let me take this opportunity to say this. Yumin sent a dangerous look. If anyone is planning to mess with me, they're betting everything, from their items to their lives. On the other side, on the video screen, Phillet chuckled softly. He sure boasts a lot. Say that after you've defeated my people. He proposed to Yumin. You just need to return the invisibility cloak you stole from us. If you do that, we'll let this go. Phillet also threatened, oh, and send a few of our elite members to the Blood Hunters. Tell them we'll support them in reducing the number of murderers and leveling up. The comments flooded the screen. Quan, what? The Blood Hunters are run by Megapixel? That's so surprising. I knew Rokal was right. He's bringing justice to them. D, what a bunch of desert scumbags. Jeremy, I heard the Blood Hunters are in danger of being disbanded. I guess Megapixel is done for too. Cabin raised his hand mockingly. The gap between me and you is not something that can be overcome with just a small skill. People rushed to comment. Canadian, the guild master of the Blood Hunt Guild, is so weird. Natural, oh my god. If it were me, I would have killed myself from embarrassment. Finally, the image of the Megapixel guild member provoking human. Oh my arrow just missed this time. Gashami commented angrily. I want to punch him in the face. They probably deserve to be piked. Agreed. Yuman scrolled through the comments. Seriously, these people. He chuckled softly. Look how quickly they switched sides. Are they Uter or something? Yuman exclaimed. These stupid Megapixel bastards. Did you think you were the only ones recording? You don't realize how much trouble I've been through as a streamer. He recalled. In my past life, while playing the Lord, many people tried to take me down using dirty tricks. That's why I always have my camera on when I'm playing. Although because of that, I have to buy a new hard drive every month. Yuman laughed with delight. I'm curious to see the expression on his face right now. Phillet roared in frustration. You bastard. Sui softened her voice. Honey, calm down. Phillet's face darkened. Do you really think I can calm down right now? He was angry but also full of questions. Moreover, how did that bastard know about our relationship with the Blood Hunt Guild? Even only the high-ranking members of our guild know about it. Phillet hesitated. Don't tell me you spread the rumor? Sui quickly clarified. No, it wasn't me. Phillet sat in a corner, tearing his hair out. Rokal, you bastard. Damn it, what should I do now? Sui suddenly spoke up. Actually, I think I might know who Rokal is. Phillet spun around. What? He showed his surprise. What? The ex-boyfriend we ran into last time? Phillet trembled. Damn it. What does that mean? Sui also found it hard to believe. But no matter how much I think about it, it has to be him. She explained. He uses the nickname Rokal in all the games he's ever played. And after watching the video, I realized Rokal's appearance and way of speaking remind me of him. Phillet only now remembered everything. That's right. Last time he told me he also plays the Lord. Damn it. Now that I think about it, he looks exactly the same. He gritted his teeth. It really is that bastard. Phillet spoke in a low voice. Lim Sui. She was startled. Ah, yes. Phillet's face was contorted. You have his address, right? At the apartment building, Yuman's residence. Two men dressed in black, their faces covered, mysteriously climbed the stairs. Sui's voice was filled with fear. Honey, she looked at Phillet worriedly. Should we really be doing this? I think this is going too far. Phillet grabbed her chin. I don't care. Just call him out. He glanced at the apartment door and thought, after coming here myself, I feel even worse. Is it not enough that I'm being tormented by someone who lives in this rundown apartment? The other men also grimaced. I'm different from you, you poor bastard. Just look at these loyal minions doing whatever I tell them. Someone rang the doorbell. You might be having fun in the game, but this day next year will be the first anniversary of your death, Rokal. A voice came from inside. Who is it? Sui put on a sweet voice. It's me, Sui. The person inside asked in surprise. Sui? I'm sorry, but you must have the wrong address. Sui smiled faintly. You don't have to be like that. She pulled at her shirt strap. Why don't we go inside and talk for a bit? The person inside, seeing Sui's appearance through the peephole, wavered. The door slowly opened. Phillet charged in. Got him. Everyone attack. The two men in black attacked immediately. The person inside was also terrified. Huh? Who are you people? They didn't care and continued to attack. Die, you bastard. You're nothing in real life, you son of a bitch. Sui rushed over. Honey, wait. She looked worriedly at the person on the ground. It's not him. Phillet froze. What? What do you mean? The person in the room scolded back. You crazy bastards. Who are you guys? He pointed a finger in panic. Are you robbers? If so, you've robbed the wrong house. He shouted loudly. My dad is the captain of this district's police department. You crazy bastards are going to jail. Hearing this, Phillet helplessly held his head and thought, damn it, we're screwed. That bastard Rokal. At that moment, Yumin was enjoying a relaxing rest. Is someone talking bad about me behind my back? He lay stretched out on a sun lounger and murmured, no way. Yumin lifted his sunglasses and looked up, smirking. He was lying on the roof of the building. How can there be someone as kind as me in this world? In fact, just a few days after Yumin posted the video, the Megapixel Guild basically disbanded. Everyone publicly criticized the guild. The guild master of Megapixel didn't log into the game, and a few members were criticized by everyone for being part of the Megapixel Guild, forcing them to leave. Yumin lay stretched out on the chair, enjoying the process. Megapixel, once a top guild, has now collapsed helplessly. He assessed boredly. What a boring ending. He thought carefully. I thought he would try to resist one last time. But I guess after this, he doesn't want to try anymore. And Phillet ended up behind bars. Seriously, what a boring guy. Bland to the very end. Yumin stood up. As for him, it was basically a happy ending, except for a few minor things. Yumin recalled. Speaking of minor things, he meant his own interview. Yumin had emphasized that he was just warning anyone else who came to bother him, but it only made him more famous and ended up attracting these annoying fans. Someone had sent Yumin a harassing message. Yumin opened the door. From what I've heard, there are even online fans. Well, it's not like I really care about that. He told himself, what a funny world. There was something else that interested Yumin more. But the best thing about all of this is that after selling all the items collected from the Bloodhunt Guild, I was able to earn several thousand gold. The media reported on this extensively, and the more famous the lord became, the more the real-world value of this gold multiplied. Yumin entered his new room. Thanks to that, I was able to sell half of the gold I had to move into this house. Although it seems a bit wasteful, I have plans for future items and for leveling up. Yumin also bought another item, and I also need the highest spec gaming pod to have a better gaming experience. So this investment is necessary. Yumin murmured to himself. In that tiny apartment, I didn't have enough space to put the latest version of the gaming pod. He put on his glasses. So let's give it a try. It's time to reach the level 100 I've been looking forward to for so long. In a deep, desolate forest. The man sat on the ground, struggling. You're pretty good. He struggled to reply. But just you wait until our camp master gets here, you'll. Before he could finish, Yumin had already sent him flying. He stretched and walked away. Seriously, this is the problem with monsters like you. Why do they have to talk so much? Just shut up and attack. Yumin slung his axe over his shoulder. Let's see. It should be coming out soon. From deep within the cave, a powerful voice echoed. Payback. The bandit camp master, level 100 Grotin, strode out aggressively. You dare to harm my brother. Zoratin will take on the responsibility of avenging you. Yumin was speechless at this scene. Zoratin scowled. What? Yumin waved his hand. Oh, nothing, don't worry. He chuckled softly. Anyway, I'm quite busy. So why don't you shut up and charge? Grotin gritted his teeth. You arrogant thing. He immediately charged. I'll grant your wish. Yumin silently took a deep breath. He let out a startling shout. Battle roar. The power of another person immediately dropped significantly. Yumin smirked. Oh my, look what we have here. The bandit Vice Master, level 95 Pankus, immediately vanished. Vice Master, in other words, also known as the Furry King Quest. Yumin looked at Pankus. This guy is very annoying, a specialist in sneak attacks using stealth. He raised his axe high. I'm so glad to see you. I hope I never see you again. Yumin thought to himself, but it won't work on me. Grotin quickly tried to stop him. No, Yumin sneered. He's the Vice Master, and he died in one hit? Haha, well, he's just a bandit. It's normal. He attacked Grotin repeatedly as he charged from behind. He looked at Yumin angrily. You bastard. He smirked. Ooh, so scary. You know what? A red flame erupted from the axe and engulfed Grotin. Yumin laughed maniacally. Are you strong enough to do it? He couldn't hold on any longer. He struggled to regain his footing. You damn bastard. Grotin's eyes lit up. He used his ultimate combo skill. And Iron Body. Grotin's body was immediately enhanced. He let out a fierce roar. Combo skill. Enhance. Zoratin sneered. See that? You think you're the only one who can use a support skill. At the same time, Ayaman had already charged and cut through Groton. The shield shattered in two. A look of fear flashed across Groton's face. Pathetic screams echoed through the air. After Groton's body turned blue, the system updated. You have defeated the Bandit Master, Groton. You have leveled up. Ayaman held a piece of paper and smiled with satisfaction. All right, I'll have to keep this. The system announced, you have received the Furry King's letter. He looked around. I thought that item would drop too. Where could it be? Suddenly, Yuman realized. Oh, the system continued to chime. You have received the final page of Haken's journal. Ayaman chuckled softly. Yuman began to seriously flip through the book. It was a place filled with dry skeletons. The sealed cave of death. In a forest with thick fog. Yuman let out a long sigh. Seriously, they hid it so well. It's like someone was trying to find it. He rested his hand on his hip, tired. It seems I can go in even without a quest here. I've seen a lot of strange cave explorations lately. A few strange noises echoed. He smirked. It's been a while, Skull. The system warned. You have discovered the corpse of Investigator Haken. He smiled, remembering. That's right. This is Investigator Haken, the owner of Haken's journal. Yuman's eyes lit up. He noticed the ring on the skeleton's hand. Ayaman took it off. I'll borrow this. He waved and turned away. It'll probably be useful for something around here. Yuman finally found it. He placed the ring on the block of ice. Ah, here it is. The ring caused the ice to crack. A light emanated from it. The seal of the Cave of Death has been broken. The job can be interrupted if you come here without meeting the level requirement or without collecting all the pieces of the journal. He stepped onto the ice wall. A long, wide path appeared. The system announced, you have entered the Cave of Death. A strange sound caught Yuman's attention. A few strange creatures rose up. Main quest, prevent the ancient skeleton soldiers from entering the human world. These are level 95 elite skeleton soldiers. Ayaman quickly attacked the first one. He unleashed immense power. A huge explosion went off, sending them flying. A few of them attacked Ayaman from behind. He quickly sensed it and jumped up to dodge. The skeleton soldier took damage and rattled. Yuman exclaimed, it seems they're only a little stronger than the bandits. Not too bad. But there's one thing I noticed. The skeleton soldiers continued to charge madly. That is, these skulls aren't afraid of death. Yuman raised his axe. He jumped up and easily slashed them. It just makes things easier. The skeleton soldier that was hit shattered. The others suffered the same fate. Yuman stood in the middle of the encirclement, subduing all of them. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The ones standing around were also sent flying. Yuman spun around quickly. The sharp, clean cuts continuously took down these monsters. Ayaman enjoyed the exciting battlefield. He thought, lucky me. I don't need to use Berserk to deal with them. It's a bit tough when they keep rushing in. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A deep voice echoed. Finally, a spark cut through the air, breaking a chain in two. The connecting links continuously broke and fell apart. A huge monster appeared. The seal has been broken. This was the level 100 skeleton general, the dungeon boss. He roared loudly. I will turn you into the first dried corpse to spread the greatness of the empire to the human world. Ayaman stomped his foot and jumped up. He charged in without hesitation. It's time for you to be crushed. Leap attack. A red flame descended on the skeleton general's head. He just chuckled softly. This arrogant lowlife. Ayaman was pleased with this attitude and thought, good. I'll make it so he can't summon those skeleton soldiers. He analyzed carefully. The biggest problem with this dungeon boss is the general. So Yuman had a plan. If I give it enough space and time, it will summon a bunch of skeleton soldiers. And its passive skill, Death Aura, will make the skeleton soldiers many times stronger. So that's why he needed to prevent it from summoning those skeleton soldiers. But in reality, of course, the strength of these guys cannot be underestimated. Even without the soldiers, it's not easy. Usually, you need a team of 3 with strong jobs to defeat it. Yuman observed. It's almost time. The skeleton general used his ultimate skill. Crush. Yuman held up the ring in his hand. Now's the time. A magic circle appeared, glowing brightly. The skeleton general smirked. You lowly human. Do you really think you can stand against the 4 generals of the empire? But his eyes slowly changed. The system warned. Summoning canceled because the target could not be found. The skeleton general roared in anger. What? He's not here. He raised his hand high. Don't make me laugh. The skeleton general created a whirlwind. If you're still alive, you can't escape from me. Death aura. Nullify invisibility, cloak. Yuman's image gradually became clear through the cloak. The skeleton general was shocked. What? Yuman just chuckled softly. A red flame fell to the ground. He immediately attacked the skeleton general. The skeleton general, caught by surprise, cried out in pain. Yuman took the opportunity to get closer and closer. All right, one more. The skeleton general's eyes lit up. He activated his finger. Yuman, meanwhile, continued to attack relentlessly. The skeleton general unleashed his power. He roared, "No one can stop me." Soul form. This immense power made Yuman pause and think. I probably can't stop phase 2. Magic circles appeared in the sky, summoned by the skeleton general. Job skill for Soulmancer. Summon undead. Go. From the magic circles, an object flew out. Night job skill. Mount up. Finally, a perfect monster emerged. Combo skill. Phantom steed. Blue flames erupted from the hot source of power. Yuman quickly dodged the relentless dangers. Unexpected attacks came from behind him. The skeleton general's eyes flashed dangerously. He jumped up, his body enveloped in a bright blue flame. The skeleton general commanded majestically, "Kneel before the power of the Empire." Yuman gathered all his strength and jumped up to attack. The two immense powers collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. The weight from his opponent made him grit his teeth. Yuman was knocked back, flying far away. He quickly landed, creating great friction with the ground. Yuman cursed angrily. It's just a skeleton. Why does it hurt like being run over by a car? Even though I've never been run over. He quickly took out a potion to drink to boost his vitality. In terms of strength, I'm a little stronger. But if we fight head-on, I'll lose because it can accelerate. Yuman looked at the monster before him and pondered. What should I do? Should I use Berserk? He pondered. No, I can't use it. Yuman calculated the pros and cons. If I use it, I can easily defeat it. But the problem is the penalty afterwards. My plan for super fast leveling will be ruined. He narrowed his eyes. The problem right now is... Yuman observed the skeleton general's movements. That thing can move. If I can deal with that. The system announced, you have switched weapons, tomahawk axe. Yuman's eyes flashed with danger. One wrong move and it will crush me, but I have to try. He threw both axes at the same time. The skeleton general smiled faintly. It's useless. He easily raised his hand to block the attack. Do you really think you can stop an imperial general with that trick? Yuman suddenly appeared and countered with a critical hit. Of course I don't think something so stupid. The skeleton general was caught by surprise. What? He faced that attack head-on. How reckless. A loud crash echoed through the space. The skeleton general, injured, roared in anger. You insect. He immediately retaliated, but his vision was limited. Yuman, waiting for that opportunity, charged again. The skeleton general scolded. How dare you? The ground cracked into pieces. Yuman raised his head, revealing his dangerous eyes. The skeleton general took that opportunity to shoot out a suppressing beam of power. Yuman grinned. That's right. I am an insect. He jumped close to the skeleton general's body, embedding his weapon in him. He cried out in pain. Damn it. The revival of the Empire. Yuman took the opportunity to insult him. You and your empire. He landed a blow on the skeleton general. This is for earlier. Aiming for the shoulder. He roared in pain. Yuman guessed his intention. Your soul form skill is still on cooldown, right? He delivered the final blow. Die, you skeleton. The power erupted violently, destroying everything. Critical. All that was left before his eyes were pieces of gravel. The skeleton general also vanished along with it. Impossible. How could an imperial general like me? The system appeared. You have leveled up. A block of metal appeared. The system introduced. The skeleton general has been destroyed. The essence of death has appeared. Yuman smirked. Here it is. The reason for sacrificing my life to protect this cave. It was because of that block of metal. The essence of death. Under its influence, the skeleton soldiers began to awaken. The system reminded. Hurry up. The essence of death has the power to awaken the dead. They slowly rose up after the terrifying battle. If you don't pick it up quickly, the life force will continue to awaken. If you leave it there, undead monsters will continuously appear. It is the god of death. In the face of the critical situation, Yumin just smirked. And also, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to himself, the thing that will help me level up super fast. The system continuously warned. Warning. If you don't pick it up quickly, the dead will continue to. Yumin retorted. Are you crazy? Don't you see all that experience? The skeleton soldiers began to charge. Level 25 skeleton soldier. But these guys could hardly stop Yumin. He immediately charged and attacked. A light blow could easily destroy them in exchange for power. Yumin's eyes held a crazed look. Alright, it's time to reach level 99. 4 days later, the skeleton hunt was not over. Yumin was immersed in the pleasure of the battle. He frantically took down all of them. The skeleton soldiers just kept charging without thinking. Yumin took them down one by one. The system announced at the right time, you have leveled up. You have reached the maximum level, LV 99. Yumin chuckled to himself. Phew. Finally, he recalled the battles of the past few days. Honestly, this kind of continuously respawning monster ground was difficult at times. But because of the potions, recovery items, and shelter I brought with me, I was able to recover and fight. Yumin remembered from long ago. Because of that, I was able to reach level 99 in just 4 days. I bet no one, not even in my past life, could reach level 99 this quickly. He stepped forward. Alright, now is not the time for this. Yumin grabbed the death crystal. The system spoke. You have completed the dungeon scenario, Cave of Death. Unbelievable achievement. You have conquered the undead and saved the world from chaos. Although no one knows of your achievement right now, one day, the whole world will recognize your sacrifice. You have received the title Conqueror of Death. You are the first to achieve this title. Effect. Your attacks deal an additional 10% damage to the undead. You deal an additional 50% critical damage to the undead. You gain an additional 10% resistance to the dark element. Yumin smiled. This is great. He thought to himself, this is even better than the passive skills of the Light Priest class. I'm really looking forward to fighting the undead now. The system warned again. Death is gnawing at you. Be careful. If you do not act quickly, you will be devoured by death. Yumin replied boredly. I know. You don't need to overreact. He looked around. Now that everything here is done, Yumin walked away with his spoils. I've completed the quest and reached level 99. It's finally time. He opened the book. Use Ancient Rune Book. A great power immediately enveloped him. Let's send my sweet gift to the Chicksik Mages Guild. Elsewhere, inside the main building, Matorian pointed in disbelief. That is. Yumin smiled and presented it. It's the death crystal. I got it from the place written in Haken's journal. Matorian interrupted. Wait. He proceeded to check with magic. A warm light enveloped Yumin. Purify. Yumin asked back, is it all done now? Matorian turned away. Still not enough. You must not underestimate the power the death crystal holds. He handed him a potion bottle. Alright, give it to me and drink this. Matorian explained. It's a rare potion that can enhance your vitality. Yumin chugged it all in one go, unable to help but think, this doesn't taste good at all. The system alerted. The vitality in your body has been stirred. The power of life is pushing back death. He rubbed his chin and looked at the progress bar. Alright, this should be enough to stop death. Yumin recalled, the next rise of the death force is coming soon. I still can't forget it. Matorian waved him off. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. We've been able to escape this mess. He smiled confidently. Not only that, but because of your amazing achievements so far, I've decided to let you become a member of our monitoring group. Matorian extended his hand for a handshake. I look forward to working with you from now on. The two shook hands firmly. Matorian smiled. Let's continue to protect this continent for its peace and safety. Yumin also smiled. I also look forward to working with you. In his heart, he calculated. Of course I'll join. I need to continue the main quest chain. The guild included many races, from humans, elves, and dwarves to gnomes. The system congratulated, an extraordinary achievement. You have become a member of the monitoring group, a network that maintains relations between species. You have received the title The Monitor. You are the first to receive this title. Yumin looked at the system with satisfaction. It began to explain. First, the monitor, rare. You have become a member of the monitoring group, a network created by humans, dwarves, elves, and gnomes for the peace and safety of this continent. You will be equally respected by other species everywhere. You are the first to receive this title. Effect, you will be able to complete the monitor's quests. You will receive equal respect from other species everywhere. Matorian handed him an item. Take this. This is proof of your identity. Yumin also realized, that's right. This is what's needed to complete it. In Matorian's hand was a ring. The system explained, the monitor's ring, rare. A ring that proves the identity of a monitor. It holds a special power that can enhance the user's vitality. You can use vitality recovery once a day to restore 3,000 health points. Remaining recoveries, January 1st. Cool down until next use, 0 hours. Yumin clenched the ring and thought, that's right. It's an essential item for a berserker. Because my maximum health is now 2,500, it basically means I have another life. Matorian waved his hand. You should depart now. The world is waiting for you. He smiled encouragingly. No matter what your purpose and ambition are, I will support you, brave human. Yumin also turned to leave. He looked at Matorian and pondered. Seriously, this guy made me work like a servant, and now he's trying to be nice. Yumin walked away, lost in thought. But I guess I'll let it slide. I'm feeling great right now. And that's because... He walked to another large house. This is where players choose their jobs. It's time to choose my third job and advance. The door slowly creaked open. An employee was sitting bored in the room. Yumin walked up and greeted him. I'm here to advance my job. The employee saw him and was surprised. You just advanced to your second job, right? Don't tell me you're already ready for a new job. Yumin smiled confidently, pointing to the level 99 achievement above his head. Stop talking nonsense and let me advance to my third job quickly. The employee laughed heartily. Really? There's really someone here ready to advance to their third job? You're probably the first on this continent. He asked, will you continue to advance as a berserker? Yumin was confident. Do you even have to ask? The employee chuckled softly. Excellent. I'll tell you what you need to do. It's actually quite simple. All players go through the same thing. He explained, you need to defeat a level 100 opponent by yourself. It doesn't matter if it's a monster, a beast, or a guardian. Just defeat anyone who is level 100. The system popped up. You have received the quest, a reckless challenge. Defeat a level 100 opponent by yourself. Yumin just smiled sinisterly. If I give you a hint, instead of just finding one person, the employee was surprised. Don't tell me. The system announced, victory against the level 100 Moonlight Knight, Adwi, confirmed. Another notification popped up. Victory against the level 100 Chieftain of the Bandit Mountains, Zodin, confirmed. And finally, victory against the level 100 opponent, the Forgotten Bone Lord, confirmed. The employee held his head, looking incredulous. Really? And you defeated all three of them? Yumin clenched his fist. I finally feel like... A fiery passion boiled within Yumin. The system congratulated. Unbelievable achievement. You are the first to become a third job advancement player. You have become a berserker. The first battle after 3 job advancements. You are the first to achieve this title. He smiled. I've grown from a... The system chimed in. You have completed the advancement as a berserker. The employee was surprised. How is that possible? Who are you? Yumin reminded him. Don't be so surprised. There will be many more surprising things from now on. He held out his hand. What are you looking at? Hurry up and give me the advancement reward. The employee remembered. Right. He presented 3 weapons. The reward is one of these 3. Choose one of them. They included Longsword of the Ancient Mage, Battle Axe of the Berserker Mage, Greatsword of the Berserker Mage. The employee smiled. They're all high-quality weapons. At your current level, it's hard to find a better weapon. Yumin picked one up to examine. The employee looked knowledgeable. I knew you'd choose the axe. Yumin also replied, this is what I'm most used to. The system introduced Battle Axe of the Berserker, Magic Type. A battle axe crafted for berserkers. This is a strong and sturdy weapon that can withstand the rough style of berserkers. Attack power, 250. Durability, 700/700. Strength plus 30. Stamina plus 10. Yumin tried swinging the axe. He felt, it's been a long time. This isn't the highest end item in the game, but it's pretty good for now. He looked around. Let me see the skill books too. The employee reminded him. You have to know the skills available here first. There are 5 skills in total. Blue badge, Force LV1. Consume mana to enhance your weapon. Costs 2 mana per second. Yellow badge, Defense LV1. Block an enemy's attack once. Can only be equipped on weapons, shields, and hands. Increases defense by 200%. Single use. Duration, 2 seconds. Green badge, Assault LV1. Attack the enemy with explosive power. Every 5 seconds, movement speed is increased by 200%. Sea green badge, Death Whirlwind LV1. Spin on the spot while swinging your weapon to slash or damage surrounding enemies. Bronze badge, Body Enhancement LV1. Passive. Enhances your strength and defense. Strength and defense increase by 5%. Yumin pointed. I'll buy all of them. And a few other things. The staff member was surprised. Don't tell me you already know all about combination skills. To put it simply, a combination skill is a type of skill unlocked after the 3rd job advancement. It allows you to combine multiple skills to create a new one. They are incredibly powerful and important skills, but you can only have 3 of them. The friendly staff member gave a gentle reminder. You don't know, do you? You need to think carefully about this first. The skill books will disappear as soon as you use them to create a combination skill. If you're careless during the combination process, you might not create any useful skills at all. Yumin was still very confident. I'll take 1 Battle Roar, Power Strike, Death Cyclone, and Body Enhancement. 2 Flash Steps. And 3 Divine Strengths. The staff member's jaw dropped. All of them. Did you even hear what I said? He was worried. That'll be 21 gold and 80 silver. I'd love to give you a discount, but unfortunately, we have to sell them at the listed price. The staff member placed something on the counter. In return, I'll give you this. It was a red quartz. Berserker's Quartz. Grade Rare. A special item for the Berserker class. Allows you to use Berserk without suffering the side effects. Single use. Yumin held it in his hand, delighted, and thought, I didn't think I'd find this here. Usually, I'd get more items like this later on. He smiled and replied, Thanks. I'll put it to good use. Yumin tossed a large bag onto the counter. All right. The staff member was once again in a state of panic, thinking, he's paying such a large sum in one go, as if it's no big deal. He watched Yumin's retreating back and thought, it seems like he knows everything about job advancements and combining skills. Who is he really? The staff member chuckled. Seriously, he speculated, perhaps I just did business with a future master. In a large central building, the Magic Society. The people inside were chatting. I knew my judgment wasn't wrong. You have the qualities to be an investigator. Tellurian lifted his teacup. I'm very impressed with your ability to craft materials. Yumin sighed and turned away, thinking to himself, being told that an old man likes me doesn't exactly make me feel any better. Tellurian inquired, So, where do you want to go now? Yumin answered concisely, Cross it, the 3rd city. Tellurian scribbled furiously on a piece of paper. I'm afraid that might be a bit difficult. But I guess for you, it won't be a problem. He reminded him, and I'm sure you already know this, but you'll start encountering other races when you get to cross it. Yumin replied, I know. He remembered it clearly. That's right. Trix, the 1st city. Zish, the 2nd city. And Cross it, the 3rd city. It's a city that only those who have reached level 100 can enter. It was home to humans and other mythical creatures like elves and dwarves, a place for both NPCs and players. Tellurian handed him something. All right, take this to the Western Mine. You can meet someone named Kiru there. He'll guide you. Yumin asked, what about the other letter? Tellurian remembered. There's a guard there named Mankin. Please give this to him. Yumin's lip twitched. He's really using me to the very last second. Tellurian reminded him. The journey there might be very difficult. Are you sure you'll be okay? Yumin smiled. Look, old man, you know I'm a madman. You don't have to. But his expression immediately turned dark. Yumin pointed angrily. Are you kidding me? Why are you making me travel in this thing? The other person said casually. We have to use it, young man. It was Kiru the dwarf. He slapped his hand on the cart and grumbled. This is the only way to get to cross it. Didn't Tellurian tell you? Yumin waved his hand nonchalantly. On second thought, maybe taking the long way around would be better. Kiru smiled knowingly. Whatever you want, my friend. His next words made Yumin freeze. But if you decide to take the long way, it'll take you several days to get there. And there aren't many checkpoints or similar things along the way. Yumin hypnotized himself. First to discover the third city. First title. First to receive important quests. First to get the best residence. First title bonus. He finally gave in. Damn it. Yumin trembled. Are you sure this is safe? Kira gave a thumbs up. I told you it's safe. I've never had an accident. He pulled a lever. Of course, this is the first time I've ever given someone a ride. Yumin jumped. What did you just say? Kiru said confidently. Well then, let's. The cart immediately shot off like a rocket, making Yumin scream in terror. On the other side of the gate, Mankin was already waiting. Deep inside the cave was an elf with a beautiful appearance. She suddenly noticed something. The sight of Yumin startled Mankin. Hey, stop. You can only enter with a permit. Yumin, dizzy, held his head and replied. I'm really dizzy, so could you please not shout in my face? My head is spinning. Mankin drew her bow. If you don't reveal your identity, I will shoot you. Yumin felt a throbbing headache. That damn dwarf. I'll remember his face. Mankin released the arrow. I told you to stop. The arrow tore through the cave as it flew. She was stunned by the sight. He dodged a direct shot. Yumin reappeared out of nowhere. A fist. Mankin held her head and turned away. Yumin reminded her. Hey, what are you doing? You told me to reveal my identity. He showed her the ring on his hand. I am Roken, an investigator. This is the entrance to cross it, right? He grumbled to himself. If it's not, I'm killing that dwarf. They finally set foot in the city of Crossit. Yumin exclaimed, Phew, as expected of the third city. It's so big. He smiled, looking around. This is where it really begins. The system congratulated him. Incredible achievement. You are the first to discover a new city. You have obtained the title, First Visitor of Crossit. First Visitor of Crossit, Grade, Rare. Effect. You are the first visitor of Crossit. All skill effects are increased by 5% within Crossit's territory. Yumin sighed. If it weren't for this damn first title reward. Oh well, since I got it, I guess it's fine. The people around started whispering. I've never seen him here before. Is he human? A human is the first visitor here? He must have done some terrible things to get here. System warning. Nothing is impossible. Grade. Legendary. Effect. Your relationship with allied and neutral NPCs will start as friendly. Proficiency level up for your skills will be 30% faster. Yumin rolled his eyes in annoyance. I guess they'll still be hostile towards me even if I'm friendly. Seriously, these long years are always so difficult. He recalled his past life. But in the end, it's still better than my previous life. I was mocked and ignored so many times just for being human. System notification, you are logging out. Yumin sighed. Well, that's enough for today. He changed his clothes and got out of the game capsule. I've completed my third job advancement and got the first title reward, so there's probably a lot to do. Yumin sat down and scrolled through his phone. Let's see. I wonder if there's anything interesting. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Hot news about a mysterious person. Level 99. The appearance of a tail player. Exclusive interview with the level 99 player. Yumin recalled. If it's an exclusive interview, it can't be about me. I thought I was pretty far ahead of everyone, but there's already a level 99 player. He paused. Wait a minute. Yumin remembered with resentment. Don't tell me it's that guy. A sweet-voiced girl introduced herself. Hello everyone. My name is Ruby, the host of Game Inven. Today, as previously announced, we will be welcoming a very special guest. A blurry figure appeared on the screen. He is perhaps the first person to reach level 99 in tail. His name is... Ruby pouted. Do you want us to reveal his name and appearance? Too bad, we can't do that. She regained her excitement. It's a shame, but his condition for participating was that the show must protect his identity. Odin also smiled and replied, I hope you all understand. I don't want to become famous. Ruby held out the mic. I heard that there are less than 100 people who have surpassed level 90. So how did you manage to reach level 99 so quickly? Odin said casually. It's nothing special. He replied, I analyzed the system and learned the best way to hunt. I discovered the most suitable hunting grounds for each level. On the other side of the screen, Yumin listened intently. Ruby looked concerned. Thinking about it now, you're just about to head to the third city. Odin smiled. That's right. I plan to go there as soon as I finish my third job advancement quest. Ruby smiled. That's great. I'd love to see it too. Odin suddenly mentioned, I feel bad that I can't reveal my identity, so I'll tell you something. After I get settled in the third city, I plan to establish a guild. Ruby was surprised. Oh, really? I heard you've always stuck to playing solo. Odin lowered his eyes. Of course, not just anyone can join. To become a member of the guild, you must have at least completed the third job advancement quest. Ruby gave an awkward smile. Is that so? Ah, have you decided on a name for the guild yet? Odin chuckled softly. Roken. On the other side of the screen, Yumin's face became crazed as the voice came through. Its name will be Ragnarok. His hand clenched so tightly that veins popped out, a suppressed laugh escaping his lips. Yumin roared with excitement. I'm so glad to see you, you bastard. In the training arena, sharp axe swings cut through the air with ease. Yumin was immersed in his training and thoughts. To be honest, I was quite worried. His eyes were grim. Worried that after everything I've done to change the outcome, he wouldn't show up. The image of Odin from that day. However, he finally revealed himself. Even faster than in my previous life. The anger in Yumin boiled over. So that's it. He quickly swung his axe. The strange phenomenon of my regression. A powerful whirlwind surrounded Yumin. Death whirlwind, he thought. It's related to Odin and the Lord. Yumin recalled. Actually, I want to find and kill him right away. Odin's face was crudely carved onto paper. He aimed at the dummy. But now he's on a different continent. And most importantly, I'm still far behind him, and he hasn't even formed his guild yet. What's the point of killing him now? The symbol of force. The magical light of power. Yumin told himself. It's only worth it when he's gathered his allies and is close to reaching his limit. He raised his axe. When you think you've reached the peak. The axe came down vertically on the straw dummy. A satisfied expression appeared on Yumin's face. I will destroy you. He grinned. That's my style? Hurry up and get stronger, Odin. Yumin waved his hand and walked away. That's enough of a warm-up. I guess it's time to combine my skills. He touched the progress bar. Create combo skill. The screen displayed. Please select the skill books or action replays you want to use for the combination. Yumin touched two pieces. First, these two, Force and Battle Roar, can be combined. A notification displayed. Please confirm this effective combination and press Agree. If you want to try another combination, please change the action replay option. Yumin smiled. Good. Exactly what I expected. Confirm. The system requested. Please name the combo skill. He replied, Mad Roar. In fact, the name of a combo skill is very important. Sometimes, the name even determines the skill's effectiveness. In the game world, when combining two skills, the effect of the skill will differ depending on the name chosen. For example, heavy/light, fast/slow. A new badge was created. Mad Roar Combo. Unleash a mad cry that terrifies the opponent. Your voice will be enhanced by magic that can affect the opponent's psyche. If the opponent is weaker than the user, all their abilities will be weakened. If the opponent is much weaker than the user, they may be stunned for a short time. If the opponent is stronger than the user, the skill will still have a partial effect. This also affects whether the user is weakened or enhanced. If the user is in a state of frenzy, the effect of Mad Roar is enhanced by 1.5 times. Yumin smiled with satisfaction. It's not much different from Battle Roar, but it's definitely more useful. Especially when I'm in a frenzy. He was startled. Huh? What's this? On the screen were 3 empty slots. I have 4 more slots for combo skills. What's going on? I thought 3 was the limit. The system explained. Player Berserker, first to achieve third job advancement. Unique. You are the first to do this. Effect. You may have an extra slot for a combo skill. Yumin smiled with delight. So that's how it is? I didn't expect that. He thought happily to himself. Having an extra slot for a combo skill is a huge advantage. No matter what anyone says, the best way to get stronger in the Lord is by achieving accomplishments. Yumin was determined. Good. Let's keep getting more. Next is a beautiful building. This is Crossos, the Dwarf Miners Guild. The flag representing the dwarves was hanging. The guild master looked surprised. You want to do it all by yourself? Are you kidding me? Yumin tried to flatter him. Of course not. Just leave it to me. In his heart, he spat. This bastard is blowing smoke right in my face. The guild master looked Yumin up and down. He turned away. Well, I don't think you're very reliable, but it's worth a try. Yumin silently gritted his teeth. Damn it. They can't even do it themselves. If you're going to give me a quest, at least do it properly. He left the guild, calculating in his mind. The first thing to do in Crossos is to gain the respect of the other races. Only then can I receive the main quest from their alliance. Golden Lion District. Yumin recalled. I was planning to start with the dwarves because I didn't want to see the contemptuous eyes of those elves. But it seems they're no different. He cursed angrily. Damn these racist bastards. In reality, the special mining area extracts a special mineral that only appears inside the Oranaman mine to gain the respect of the dwarves. Currently, the operation of the Oranaman mine has been restricted due to the kobolds. They need your help to meet their monthly quota. Completion condition: collect 50 green minerals. Reward: respect of the dwarves. Additional reward based on the quality of work. The conventional way of thinking is to dig diligently. Because the quest condition is to collect minerals, most players will think this way. If I hire miners as subordinates and learn the mining skill, wouldn't this quest be easier? Yumin thought differently. But that's just a trap. If you learn how to mine minerals, you'll get not only green minerals, but also many other things. It's very time-consuming. They're targeting those who are always looking for an easy way to solve things. He stepped into the mine. All right, this must be it. The shinier veins were next to the mine entrance. The kobolds were trying their best to mine. A kobold stood to the side, scolding. Hurry up. We need to dig as much as possible before the foreman gets here. Suddenly, a figure flew by. The kobold looked up in annoyance. Yumin raised his axe and attacked the mine. He smiled dangerously. Why should I have to dig? I just need to steal it. The kobolds were all extremely surprised. Yumin swung his axe at the ground. He looked up and laughed loudly. What are you so surprised about? I'll be sending you to join it soon. They all charged forward in unison. An intruder. Yumin immediately used force. Next was the ultimate skill, flash. He swung his axe around. Death whirlwind. A monster threw a pickaxe at Yumin. Die. He immediately activated. The pickaxe was sent flying. Defense. Yumin jumped forward and grabbed its head. He slammed it to the ground. The axe swept through, making it difficult for them to survive. The kobolds were sent flying. Yumin laughed maniacally. Critical. Better than I expected. He recalled from before. Before I regressed, the first time I came here, I couldn't even take down one of them. But now, I can take them all on by myself. Yumin lifted the crystal and told himself, I knew this was the right way. He was worried. But I can't just stop at 50 minerals. Yumin turned and left. If I just go back with the 50 minerals as required by the challenge, I'll soon complete this quest and receive another challenge called the Fall of the Kobold Cave. He looked at the kobolds. In the end, what the dwarves want is to take back the mine from the kobolds. Yumin gripped his axe. That means, he charged. Killing them means killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's a huge time saver. A Kamothi's ear twitched. He turned and asked, Did you hear something? The kobold bowed his head. I don't think I heard anything. Kamothi turned away. Never mind. Dig faster. This was the mine's supervisor, level 115, Supervisor Kim. Yumin had slowly approached. He used stealth. He slowly observed the surrounding terrain. He looked at the Kamothi. That's right. If I remember correctly, that one is the leader. It looks like a dog, but it's actually a boss. Level 115. Yumin imagined. Even if I use Berserk, I'm not sure I can take them all on at once. He was worried. What should I do? Suddenly, Yumin came up with a plan. The cart slowly started to move. The kobold, seeing this, looked up. The cart rolled off the tracks and ran away. Kamothi was also startled. He pointed and shouted, Get him! It'll be big trouble if he escapes. The whole group charged after the cart, startling Kamuti. What's going on? That damn dwarf. He snapped his fingers. A flame lit up, igniting his cigarette. Kamuti spoke. What a thorn in my side. We never know when those dwarves will charge in. He exhaled a puff of smoke. As soon as he turned around, Kamuti's face twisted in anger. Come out, human. No matter how well you hide, you can't conceal that disgusting stench of yours. Come out. Yumin slowly walked forward. Just as expected from a dog, he appeared from under his invisibility cloak. You've got a sharp nose. I mean, it is a dog's nose, after all. Kamudi charged forward in a rage. Human intruder? He swung his sharp claws. I'll kill you before those muscle-brained fools get here. Kamudi leaped high into the air to attack Human. Combination skill, Berserk Strike. Human smirked. Starting with a combination skill, are we? He waved his hand. Then I should return the favor. A combination of multiple sources of power. Divine Strength. Body Enhancement. Power Strike. Flash Step. Berserk. The bronze emblem glowed. That's a combination skill. Human leaped high. Decimator. A powerful punch. A combined destructive strike. An attack that swept away everything in its path. Increases movement speed, defense, and strength by 200% for a limited time. Attack power gradually increases over time unless the user cancels the skill or it is broken by an opponent. Damage taken is reflected back onto the enemy's defense. Kamudi was hit and cried out in pain. You bastard. Although Human was struck by the claws, he continued to charge forward. The two of them clashed head-on. Human was knocked back, shattering the wall behind him. Kamudi also took a punch to the stomach and was sent flying. He let out a pathetic howl. Blood gushed out, causing Kamudi immense pain. Human swung his axe right at his face. Die. He laughed maniacally. You mutt. It ends here. Kamudi roared in desperation. Wait. But he didn't have time to say anything more. Human's powerful axe came crashing down. System notification. You have defeated Mine Supervisor Kamudi. You have leveled up. Deep inside the mine, where iron bars blocked a gate, a dwarf slammed his hands on the bars. You damn kobolds. He roared in anger. You stupid, damn dogs. How much longer are you going to keep us locked in here? The others chimed in. You inhumane bastards. If you're going to kill us dwarves, at least give us some food. And some ale. Suddenly, a sound grew closer and closer. What's that noise? A kobold charged forward and bit the iron bars, panicking the dwarves. What the hell is that? It immediately went limp and fell to the ground. Human calmly walked over. I knew you'd be here. He touched the iron bars. Hey, old man. Step back a bit. The dwarf was surprised. Who the hell are you? His next action made the dwarf's eyes go wide. The iron bars were bent forcefully to the sides, creating a passageway. The dwarves were both scared and impressed. What kind of strength is this? A human? A mercenary or an adventurer? Human smiled. My name is Roken. I've come with an offer from your guild. The dwarf waved his hand. We're grateful you saved us, but it's not that simple. He warned. This place has been completely taken over by the kobolds. There are hundreds of kobolds led by the supervisor, Kamudi. Thanks to this mess you've made, you'll be their target now. The dwarf suggested. You should leave this place while you still can and get more help from the guild. Human just chuckled softly. Is that all you're worried about? He bowed his head. Stop your useless worrying and step outside, old man. He pointed. In this mine, Human recounted his achievement. There probably isn't a single kobold left alive. The members of the dwarf guild were all astonished. You're amazing. Incredible. The guild master pointed excitedly. You really did it. It was my fault for not recognizing a talent like you. Human nodded to himself. Now you get it, huh? Then treat me like a talent. The guild master smiled generously. Let's get along. I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of each other in the future. The system announced at the same time. An incredible achievement. You have gained the trust of the dwarf race. You have obtained the title, Friend of the Dwarves. You are the first to obtain this title. First, Friend of the Dwarves, unique. You are the first human to be trusted by the dwarves. Effect, you can request production, repair, and enhancement from the dwarves. When you request a commission from a dwarven blacksmith, you will receive a 5% discount. Human was surprised. What's this? I can already enhance items. A typical fact. In Tale, you only have 2 ways to enhance your items. The first is to use an enhancement scroll. The other way is to hire an NPC or a blacksmith to enhance it for you. In reality, there are no other ways. However, enhancement scrolls can only be obtained as quest rewards starting from the 3rd city, so they are extremely rare. In other words, there are currently no scrolls on the market. But that's not the end of it. As for the other method, it's not that simple either. Why? Players might find it difficult to request an NPC to do such a thing. The affinity between you and that NPC must be at a certain level. Furthermore, the success rate and price can vary greatly. A player could choose blacksmithing as a secondary profession. However, due to the high difficulty of mastering this profession, it is considered one of the 3 most difficult skills. But on the other hand, of course, if you are willing to wait, the production of high-level items and item enhancement will eventually become available. But that's a matter for the distant future. This means that right now, the only person who can enhance items in the entire game is human. He chuckled softly. This means a lot of money. His smile gradually lost its humanity. I mean, a lot of money. In the following days, at Crosset, the Dwarven Forge, the blacksmith looked up. A human. You must be the human the guild master told me about. Human proposed. I'd like to commission the production of an item. The blacksmith smiled. Of course, I can do that for you. What do you want? An axe? Human pointed. The axe can wait. Please make me a longsword. The blacksmith gestured. A longsword? Easy peasy. Human calculated. The reason I want to craft a longsword first is simple. Because longswords have no outstanding features. They have no obvious weaknesses and are widely used by most players. This means they will sell for a good price. He asked curiously, how much will it cost? The blacksmith was quite friendly. Just give me 90 silver for each weapon. Human asked politely. Then please make me 50 of them. How long will it take? The blacksmith laughed and pointed. You want 50? That's quite a lot. But it'll only take me about a day. Just leave the materials over there. Human dumped the pile of materials to the side, thinking, the only skill a player with the blacksmith profession can really use is self-repair, so all the materials are sold for dirt cheap. That's how I was able to buy them for next to nothing. He suddenly remembered. I almost forgot. Human asked, can you engrave them? I'll pay extra. The blacksmith replied nonchalantly, simple. After the product was finished, Human picked it up to inspect it. Looks pretty good. No wonder dwarven goods are the best. The system explained. Abyssal longsword. Magic. You have obtained the abyssal longsword. He looked at the engraving with satisfaction. The engraving is an abbreviation of TK. From now on, that will be my brand name. Human grinned deviously. Building a brand by selling NPC-crafted items. Is this what it feels like to be a scammer? He pointed. I also want to enhance them. For now, can you give them a +3 enhancement? Although the blacksmith didn't understand, he still complied. I understand. He began his work. Another sword was forged. You have obtained a +3 abyssal longsword. Magic grade. Attack power, 190, +35. Required level, 90+. Durability, 600/600. Human smiled with satisfaction, thinking, if it's just at a +3 enhancement, the success rate is still quite high, and it doesn't require any rare materials. So this is perfect for selling. He went across its world market. This was the trading hub of the city. Now let's see how much this sells for. Human opened the panel. The world market can be used starting from the 3rd city. And unlike the markets in other cities where you can only buy and sell within the city, here you can buy and sell globally, in real time. He calculated. Let's see. I think this cost me about 3 gold. Human touched the screen to check. All right, I'll start the auction at 6 gold and set the buyout price at 10 gold. And post. The system immediately reported. Your listed item has been sold. Human flinched. What? It's only been 5 seconds. He gave a wry smile. This is insane. That's worth about 2 million won in real life, and it still sold that fast. Human carefully reconsidered. No, now that I think about it, it's not unreasonable at all. The number of players above level 90 is only about 1 to 2% of the entire player base. He thought of Odin. When there are too many people at the same level, finding good gear is very difficult. And that interview with Odin that was released yesterday only made the market more competitive. Human laughed maniacally. I never thought I'd be grateful to that guy, but I can't just let this opportunity slip by. He walked happily through the market. Let's see how high I can raise the price. This time, 20 gold. Human kept raising the price. Sold already? Then 30 gold. Even so, there was always a buyer. From 35 to 40. 30 minutes later, he was completely exhausted. This is really, the system displayed. All items have been sold. You have received 458 gold, 98 silver, and 32 copper, excluding transaction fees. Yumin couldn't help but be amazed. Did I just make nearly 100 million won in 30 minutes? This is crazy. He frantically swiped the screen. Doing quests and leveling up is important, but now is not the time. Yumin's eyes gleamed with the thought of money. Let's do this. I have to buy up all the item crafting materials. I have to take full advantage of this opportunity. In a certain city's headquarters, the Falcon Tower. This was the headquarters of Full, the development company for Tail. The deployment system was a complex set of microcircuits. The system lit up. Abnormal error detected. Confirming monopoly on item enhancement. Confirming player name. Roken. 2 days later, in another city, where a golden tower stood. Yumin frowned. What is this? System notification, regional announcement. Item enhancement has been changed at the current time. The number of enhancement uses is limited to 100 times. We hope players will take note and use it reasonably. He gritted his teeth. Are they telling me to take it easy? There was no other way. Yumin told himself. Anyway, I didn't think this trick would work for long. I have to be satisfied with what I've earned in the past 2 days. At least it's a relief that other players can't see this notification. This is a warning message sent just to me. He calculated carefully. Anyway, I've already enhanced all the gear I'm wearing to +5 and made a ton of money. This included reinforced orc leather armor +5, defense, 85, +20, reinforced iron armor +5, defense, 110, +45, reinforced gauntlets +5, defense, 40, +10, reinforced leather belt +5, defense, 40, +15, wild deep forest lizardman's pants +5, defense, 80, +32, explorer's iron boots +5, defense, 70, +26. Yumin picked up his axe, and thanks to that, I was able to make this. The axe glowed with a mesmerizing purple hue. Murderer's axe +5, grade, rare. An axe crafted in the style of a murderer who inflicted countless cruel deaths upon his enemies. The murderer's madness imbued in the axe grants its special power. Attack, 320, +150. Durability, 1000/1000. Due to the effect of bloodthirst, the lower the health, the higher the attack. His face was filled with satisfaction. Extremely satisfied. Yumin leaped around. I can't wait to test its performance. I need to start the next quest right away. Another place in Crossit, the Elf Guild. The Elf Guild leader, Taro, turned her face away arrogantly. You're a human. She asked curiously, what are you doing here? Yumin put on a standard smile. I thought I might be able to help, so I came. I heard you've been troubled lately, so I came to listen. Taro interrupted. Who said that? I don't know where you heard such strange things, but that's enough. She added, it's not so urgent that I need to borrow the hand of a weak human. Yumin couldn't take it anymore. What? Weak? How can you be so rude to someone who came to help you? He raised his axe. You're looking down on me because I'm being nice, aren't you? Taro was stunned. What was that just now? Yumin repeated the motion of swinging his axe, smashing the table. Taro panicked. What do you think you're doing? Yumin threatened her. Let's see who's weaker. But all of this was just in his suppressed thoughts. Outwardly, Taro was still defiant. Didn't you hear me? Go back, human. Yumin told himself. I have to endure this for the main quest. He held out his hand. Now, don't be like that. The gleaming ring on his hand served as a reminder. I am an investigator and recognized by the Blacksmith's Guild. I'm not as weak as you think, so just leave it to me. Taro closed her eyes. It seems you're misunderstanding something here. We do not recognize those barbarians, nor do we wish to associate with them. She emphasized, but if you are an investigator, then I cannot deny your abilities. I will trust you this once. Yumin trembled with anger. A wise decision. The system updated. Ensure the safety of the collection team. It has been several days since contact was lost with the young elves who participated in the item collection expedition in Telona Forest. Find them, confirm their safety, and bring them back to Crossit safely. Taro suggested. It seems something has happened to the members of the artifact collection team. You must bring them back safely. She handed him an item. The young elves are very wary of strangers. If you meet them, show them this. System reception. Received proof from the Elf Guild. Completion condition. Confirm the survival of the Elf collection team members. Protect the elf collection team. Failure condition. The members of the elf collection team die. Completion reward. Certificate of the elf race. Additional reward based on quest completion rate. Human bowed his head, thinking, as expected, this quest has an extra reward too. He smiled inwardly, full of schemes. Of course I know what the quest is. Taro, standing beside him, thought worriedly. This human is quite strange. Can I really trust him? Human began his journey. The standard goal of this quest is to achieve the original purpose of the artifact collection team when they entered Telona Forest. A creature approached. Obtain Black Steed. Base riding speed increased by 150%. You receive a summoning whistle. Blowing the whistle can summon the Black Steed from any location. Human calculated, from the third city onwards, the travel distance for quests will be much greater. If I walk like before, I'll die. He rode the Black Steed, dashing through the forest. I spent 100 gold on this, so I have to make the most of it. Faster. A strange creature appeared. Corrupted Forest Spirit, level 115. Human quickly charged and attacked it. Seriously, to think a tree monster would appear right when I wanted to test my axe's performance. The corrupted spirit lunged to attack him. Human glanced at it, predicting its attack. A sharp axe swing cut through. The tree trunk was split in two. Human remarked, pathetic. System notification, critical hit. You have leveled up. He assessed. The monsters are stronger than the kobolds in the dungeon, but they don't have any skills. It's all just basic attacks. Human smiled, looking at his weapon. Perfect. This investment was worth it. He walked lightly, thinking, it must be somewhere around here. He observed. This is where there are traces of the elves from the missing artifact collection team. Human's eyes caught something. The system also noticed. Detected an elf's shoe from the collection team. He exclaimed, found it. According to the story, the collection team encountered monsters. While fleeing, one member dropped a shoe. From now on, I just need to follow the trail and find them. Of course, it's not as easy as it sounds. Human pondered. Elves are, well, elves, so their bodies are quite light, making it very difficult to find their footprints even if you're actively looking. To find them, you need intense focus and incredibly sharp eyes. Can't miss a single thing. A trace of dust brushed aside by someone passing. A broken tree branch. He looked around the forest. Strange. Human whispered. They're definitely nearby. Suddenly, something flew towards him from behind, unnoticed. Did I go the wrong way? The surprise attacks were aimed straight at Human's back. A sound echoed through the forest. He caught an arrow. Human turned his head and smiled as he broke the arrow. As I thought. He looked towards the group of elves. Found the right place. The girl quickly shouted, Who are you? Why are you tracking us? Human explained, I am the adventurer Roken. Lady Taro lost contact with you all and was very worried, so she sent me to find you. She was surprised. Lady Taro? The girl was wary. But Lady Taro would never send a human. Human cut her off. About that, enough with the suspicion. He held up the item. If you still don't believe me after seeing this, then you can just stay here. The girl was astonished. That's from our guild. Human sighed in relief. Now do you believe me? He thought to himself, what would I have done if they didn't? Human led them through the bushes. The girl said worriedly, but it won't be easy to get out of here. Terrifying monsters we've never seen before are swarming the entire forest. He asked, Are you talking about the corrupted forest spirits? The girl asked back, How did you even encounter them? Human replied nonchalantly, I took down a few on my way into the forest. The girl interrupted, Lies. All of us together weren't even a match for one of those monsters. Suddenly, a terrifying noise echoed, frightening the girl. A corrupted forest spirit appeared once again. It charged, attacking everyone. The elves huddled together. What do we do? We're dead for sure now. Human smiled. Just in time. He stood up in front of them. Open your eyes and watch closely. Human hoisted his axe. I'm about to put on a super cool wood chopping show. The corrupted forest spirit raised its arm to attack. Human quickly leaped in front of it, seizing the initiative. His eyes were filled with a battle frenzy. Powerful slashes cut straight through the corrupted spirit. It cried out in pain. Human just laughed loudly. He jumped forward, shouting, All right, come on. Human leaped up again, slashing repeatedly. The elves below could only look up in awe. The girl's lips moved. Impossible. She watched his incredible strength. How can a human possess such power? The attacks grew more and more ferocious. The swift slashes quickly brought down the corrupted forest spirit. It was sent flying backward. Yuman delivered the finishing blow with 2 cuts. The corrupted forest spirit was barely breathing. He nodded. This should be enough proof, right? Yuman lowered his axe. He licked his lips. That's why we shouldn't be afraid of things like this kindling. The girl could only remain silent. Finally, she collapsed to her knees on the ground. The other elves followed suit, kneeling down. Yuman's voice was low. What is everyone doing? The girl spoke loudly. Although it is shameless of us to ask, we cannot simply return like this. She explained. Not long ago, for some unknown reason, this forest became corrupted. Before the forest is completely tainted, we must complete our mission. Tears streamed down the girl's face. To us, this is more important than our own lives. Before we return, could you please help us? System confirmation. The determination of the young elves. To collect in Telona Forest, the young elves have asked you to take them to their destination before returning. Completion condition. Reach the central area of Telona Forest. Failure condition. Abandon the journey to the center of Telona Forest, or the young elves die. Completion reward. Reward combined with the reward for the ensure the safety of the collection team quest. Yuman smiled to himself. Just as I thought. He replied, all right. Yuman requested. In return, from now on, you must follow my instructions. If you don't, I will forcibly lead you all out of here. The girl immediately nodded. We will definitely obey. He walked forward, unable to help but think, as expected of elves. As soon as you mention that thing, they immediately become obedient. Yuman led them onward. Well, it's worth it to them, because it's also an important existence linked to the main quest. Deep within the forest, there was another type of corrupted spirit. Yuman warned them to pass by silently. He tilted his head, thinking, having to fight them every time we encounter them reduces the efficiency of completing the quest. My goal is to reach the destination as quickly as possible. They continued on together. Of course, if one gets in the way, I can just get rid of it. Suddenly, the girl noticed something. She spoke up. Roken, wait. The girl knelt down. Found it. We came here to collect this. It was a budding sprout. The sprout of the world tree. Yuman was confused. This is, the girl replied. This is the sprout of the world tree. To be precise, it's a sprout that has the potential to become a world tree. In this world, the world tree exists, a symbol of the elves. To them, it is a greater existence than anything else. To revive it, the elves ventured deeper into the forest. Their purpose was to revive the elven kingdom. The girl shed a tear. Of course, it's not strong enough yet. But even if it's just one tree that can grow to become a world tree, from now on, we will start collecting them as their guardians. Yuman also bowed his head in thought. If I remember correctly, the way to attack. He held out a bottle of water. Stop. Yuman pushed the girl aside. Move back a bit. She was surprised. Wait, what are you doing? The green liquid poured directly onto the sprout, enraging the girl. What are you doing? The group began to get angry. As expected, you can't trust a human. Someone shouted. Wait. The girl's expression began to waver. System senses. The sprout of the world tree is maturing. By absorbing life force, the tree has grown in a short amount of time. The potential to mature and become a world tree is higher. They were astonished. The world tree has grown. They all cheered. Impossible. How? Yuman just glanced at them with a bored expression, thinking, these elves revere the world tree so much that they never even thought to try this. He offered the liquid, medium-grade life potion. Here, in a place full of life force, the world tree can grow. Since we're here, we should let it grow as much as possible, since this place doesn't seem to be corrupted yet. The girl thought in surprise. This is top secret information among the elves. How does he? Outwardly, she replied. I understand. Another dose of red liquid was poured onto the life tree. Yuman reminded her, slowly. Don't let it spill. He looked at it and thought, the speed is slower than I thought. What a waste of money. Yuman's eyes lit up. Wait a minute. Do I have to use a potion? If it's life force. He brought out another type of water. Use this. System explains, clear lake water. The water contains pure energy. Just drinking it will restore mana. The girl was curious. This is... Yumin just replied casually. Use it to water the plant. It should probably work. The sparkling water was poured onto the life tree. A second leaf began to sprout. The elves could only gape. Impossible, Yumin thought to himself. It turns out this water can have an effect with just a touch. Good thing I always carry a bottle with me just in case. His face held a look of ambition. With this, I should be able to get the rest of the reward, right? I wonder what the reward is. The girl's face turned pale again. Something big has happened. Yumin was puzzled. What's wrong now? Isn't the world tree growing a good thing? The girl hesitated. Yes, of course we're happy about this, but... She tilted her head. As you said, the life tree must be watered with life force to grow, but if it grows this fast... Just then, the ground began to tremble. It means the life force of the entire forest will be sucked dry. Everyone shouted. As expected, the monster rose. Level 139, corrupted guardian of the forest. It roared in anger. Intruders! Who are you to dare steal the life force of the forest? Yumin could only say to himself, of course it wouldn't be that easy. He smiled and summoned his sealed helm of the Lion King. A portion of the sealed item's power has been awakened. All right, if that's the case, I'll have to use all my strength to chop some wood. But it suddenly transformed. Huh. It revealed its true form as a lion head helmet. Sealed green helmet of the Lion King. Set grade. It's the helmet used by the Lion King Gaokon when he was alive. The amount of power released depends on the user's level. Defense, 750. Durability, 4,000/4,000. Strength plus 70. Stamina plus 50. Agility plus 50. When used in combination with Lion's Roar, the effect and range increase by 50%. Yumin smirked. Oh, color me surprised. What's this? He picked it up to inspect it. A partial unsealing? I didn't expect this. It unseals based on my level? Well, that's a good thing anyway. The golden helmet gleamed brightly in Yumin's hands. The Lion King's helmet. There was no doubt about it. It was now the strongest defensive gear he had. According to the legend, if he could gather the full set, the seal would be completely broken. Then the stats of his equipment would reach their peak. He definitely had to collect the whole set. The girl standing next to him looked worried. Lucan, what should we do? Yumin replied, don't panic. Just focus on moving the sapling safely. He looked up at the approaching guardian. That big guy. Yumin brought out a ton of top-tier gear. Plus 5 Madman's battle axe. Orc warrior's axe. Leave it to me. The girl cried out, no, you can't. She explained, that's the guardian of the Telona forest. It's like the supreme deity of this forest. It's even more dangerous now because it's been corrupted by an unknown filth. The voices of deterrence echoed in his ears. It's an entity that no single person can stand against. We have to run away. Yumin cut them off. Who decided that? He glared. No single person can stand against it. People live and set their own limits, then use that as the standard. And Elvis is the same. Yumin dashed forward. Watch closely. He faced the guardian head-on. Today, I'll shatter the limits in everyone's minds. Everything happened so fast. The corrupted forest guardian. True to its name, it was the protector of the forest, but when the forest was polluted, it turned into a monster. Originally, it was supposed to be his opponent later in another main quest related to the World Tree. It seemed that quest didn't take place in this area, but the Guardian was a tremendously powerful entity. Level 130. The Guardian was much stronger for its level compared to regular bosses. Even if players who had surpassed level 100 surrounded and attacked it, it would still be extremely difficult to defeat. Its eyes were sharp and full of murderous intent. Actually, Yumin didn't need to defeat it right now. In fact, while he drew the Guardian's attention, the gathering team would collect the sapling. After that, they just needed to escape successfully to complete the quest. But it was truly strange. Faced with this situation, Yumin only smiled. My instincts are screaming at me. He charged forward. That just doing that isn't enough. The Guardian also grew wary. Intruder. It followed its system protocol. Eliminate. A massive surge of power crashed down. The Guardian's giant hand smashed everything apart. Yumin cursed, fucking idiot. What else can you do besides flailing those branches around? Its eyes glared intensely at him. Wait a minute. Could that be? Something was rising from beneath the forest. The monster hoisted itself up, beginning its true awakening. Human hurriedly dashed away. Damn it. So that's how it is. A terrifying force tried to strike him. Horrific explosions erupted from the collisions. Debris scattered everywhere as a blinding surge of power rained down. The girl also flew in to support him. Fimbana. Human took the opportunity to rush in and attack. Time to cause some trouble. He tried to get close to the Guardian's main body. A red bolt of lightning struck down. Don't be in such a rush. A massive power was summoned from the axe blade. Demon King's Calamity. The lightning swiftly severed everything in its path. Because right now, I'm gonna chop you into pieces. The Guardian took the damage, and its arm fell off. It roared in agony. The Guardian flailed wildly, grabbing at everything. Another blinding red lightning bolt struck down. The axe pierced through the darkness, attacking the Guardian. Human moved as fast as lightning to get close to it. Once he successfully closed the distance, all he had to do was strike and destroy the Guardian. Human smirked. You're not as tough as I thought, huh? The Guardian still tried to struggle in desperation. Human, on the other hand, calculated carefully. After I chop off your limbs and neutralize you. It brought its roots closer to Human. He quickly backed away. What the hell is that? Tentacles? No, they must be tree roots. A radiant power surrounded the Guardian's body. It was trying to regenerate its strength. Human clicked his tongue in annoyance. He looked at the Guardian and assessed it inwardly. Its regeneration is too strong. Is regeneration a standard ability for forest bosses? The harder it got, the more it made Human smile. Whatever. No matter how strong its regeneration is, there has to be a limit. Suddenly, a voice cried out. You have to destroy its mana core. The girl shouted with all her might. You're planning to keep chopping it until it can't grow back anymore, aren't you? Human scratched his head. How did you know? She scolded him. Anyone could tell just by looking at what you've been doing. She explained. Anyway, that won't work. The forest spirit is an entity connected to all life in the forest. As long as it absorbs the forest's life force, it will regenerate infinitely and keep getting stronger. If that happens, all the trees in the forest will die. Human frowned. I know. Stop nagging me already. He asked. So where is its mana core? She replied. Right in the center of its body. But how are you going to reach it? Its body is so massive. Human summoned a new axe. Seriously. What? Why isn't there anything special about it? He gripped the axe and stepped forward. Suddenly, the roots lunged right at Human. The urgent situation left him no time to react. That powerful attack reduced everything to ruins once again. Behind the shattered boulders and the blinding dust, a new surge of power erupted from the rubble. Human awakened a terrifying power. In short, I just need to slice its entire body open, right? Berserk. A red-hot lightning bolt struck down from the sky, bringing horrific destruction. Scorching flames flared up. Human laughed maniacally. Well then, I'll go all out this time. Human charged into the battlefield wielding his high-tier gear. He shouted, Come on, I'm going all out this time. The Guardian also hoisted itself up. It acted on its primal instincts. Eliminate the intruder. Human leaped into the air. Combination skill. Red lightning bolts rained down, shattering everything to pieces. The emblem glowed with destructive power. A red spark pierced through the forest, shooting straight into the sky. It struck directly at the crystal core of the Guardian. Instantly, it collapsed in agony. Human, carrying a massive surge of power, continued to strike at its vital points. But the Guardian refused to go down. Human thought to himself, I need to confirm this. He leaped high into the air, right above the Guardian's head. The lion helmet glowed with a blinding red light. Right at this moment, moving at lightning speed, Human dodged the incoming attacks and surged upward. He charged straight at the Guardian's center to strike. Let's see just how much damage my full power attack can do. The girl standing below watched anxiously. Why is he being so reckless? The Guardian, under relentless assault, unleashed a wave of power to fight back. Its eyes burned with fury, and its power grew increasingly explosive. Human jumped right into the middle and mocked it. Are you planning to do that and just regenerate? He kicked off and leaped high into the air. Human's eyes also turned red from the thrill of battle. Gripping his axe, he dove straight at the Guardian. It roared furiously as the two forces clashed and tore into each other. Human activated his ultimate skill, Battle cry. The system warned of the terrifying pressure radiating from it. Debuff effects reduced due to the opponent's high level. Human scoffed at the warning. Is that so? Then how about this? He continuously chained his skills. Divine power, battle cry, combo skill. A terrifying attack tore through the Guardian's defenses. Combined mad roar. Unleashes a frenzied roar that strikes fear into enemies. The magic hidden in the voice can affect the mind. All stats are reduced if the opponent's level is lower than the user's. If the level is significantly lower, random effects will occur for a short duration. If the level is higher, certain effects will still trigger, weakening negative status effects directed at the user. If in a berserk state, all effects and the power of the mad roar are increased by 1.5 times. Human leaped high and struck it. The opponent's defense dropped, triggering an unexpected stun effect. A brilliant light flashed, blinding everything. Human gritted his teeth. Now I'll use my strongest strike. All my power in one slash. Divine power, assault, flash, strike. Combo skill. The combined emblem flared brightly above the Guardian's head. Like shattered glass, fragments of power rained down from the sky, completely engulfing the Guardian. Human leaped high, channeling his ultimate combined power into his weapon. His hands gripped it tightly. It flashed for a split second with a critical strike. The Guardian's body was instantly obliterated. That light pierced through the very sky. Critical strike combo. Increases movement speed by 250% for the duration. Increases attack power by 300% for a single strike. Increases critical hit chance by 50% for a single strike. Increases critical hit damage by 200% for a single strike. The Guardian's body could no longer perfectly regenerate. It had reached its limit. It could only glare and let out agonizing shrieks. The Guardian's eyes rolled back. Elimination of intruder failed. Resetting mission. It crashed into the forest as the system chimed. You have defeated the boss, Guardian of the corrupted forest. Finally, the Guardian met its end in a massive explosion. Level up. The elves stood there, completely stunned. This is absurd. They stared blankly at Human's back. Did he really take it down all by himself? He turned around and smiled. Well, let's go. Time to get my reward. The guild members cheered in sheer joy. How is this possible? Teru couldn't hide her excitement. It's really a sapling of the world tree. How on earth did you do it? Human replied smugly. It wasn't exactly a specific method, so it's a bit hard to explain. Just wait until they clear the battlefield, and you'll see. Carol grabbed his hands. Adventurer? No, Sir Roken. She smiled sincerely. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Thanks to you, our half-elves finally have hope. Human recalled the past. The half-elf guild master used to be so arrogant and rude, but now she's completely changed. Still, what does the world tree mean to her anyway? He clicked his tongue. Whatever. As long as I get my reward, that's all that matters. Human smiled slyly. You don't need to be so polite. I didn't do this out of the goodness of my heart, you know. You're not going to disappoint me, right? Teru quickly agreed. Of course not. She handed over a weapon as the system chimed. Unbelievable achievement. You have earned the trust of the half-elves. You have acquired the title, Friend of the Half-Elves. You are the first person to receive this title. He closed his eyes and activated the power. First, Friend of the Half-Elves, unique. More than just recognition, you are the first human to earn the trust of the half-elves. Those who acknowledge you as a friend will help you to the best of their abilities. Acquired effects. Blessing of the half-elves. All defense attributes increased by 10%. Blessing of the half-elves. Base HP and mana recovery increased by 50%. Human thought in surprise. The blessing of the half-elves? He savored the surge of new power. Not bad. Defense attributes are crucial in grand magic battles, but they're hard to increase at higher levels. Especially at my level, it's an absolute must-have stat. Human turned his head. If this is the entire reward, I'll be a little disappointed. Carol replied. Of course this isn't all. Here. It was a massive pouch of gold coins. I don't know if this reward is too little, but this is all the gold our guild can offer. Human pursed his lips. I suppose this will do. I'll accept it for now. He kept a straight face, acting serious. Acquired 150 gold. Holy crap. Getting this much gold for a quest is insane. It was totally worth putting up with those crazy elves. Tara bowed sincerely in gratitude. Thank you once again, Sir Roken. If you ever need help, please let us know at any time. The girl bowed. I wish you a safe journey. Yumin walked away coolly. Yeah, that's enough seeing me off. Go back inside. Finally, he left with the elves seeing him off. I managed to resolve it luckily this time, but I really don't like dealing with this. They might be treating me like a savior right now. But Yumin was still quite wary. If they ever decide later on that I'm a threat to the world, they'll flip on me in a heartbeat. They wouldn't hesitate to kill me. In this game, that's just how half-elves are programmed. He glanced sideways. All right, there's still one more quest left, right? That one's a piece of cake. Yumin headed to another guild in Crossroad, the Dwarf Guild. Someone answered him. You want to earn the recognition of our race? The boss handed over a tray of items to be repaired. We don't like clumsy folks. Here, take this. The system notified. Repair the dwarves' dangerous equipment. Dwarves are drawn to those who are dexterous and full of clever ideas. Neatly repair the equipment they give you and return it. Success condition. Perfectly repair the dwarves' equipment. Failure condition. Destroy the equipment or fail to meet the dwarves' repair standards. Completion reward. Recognition from the dwarf race, plus additional rewards based on performance. Yumin thought. The final quest is to earn the dwarves' recognition by repairing their equipment nice and clean. He muttered, guess I'll just get this over with quickly. He had no choice but to carry the pile of junk and leave. When I first saw this, I wondered why there was such an easy quest. Yumin clumsily pieced them together. He crafted a strange gun. Yumin was curious. A matchlock. Warning, a shabby old-style musket. Grade, normal. A musket assembled from rusty, ancient parts. It is highly doubtful it can function properly. To use it, it must be cleaned, reassembled securely, and oiled. Attack power, 50. Durability, 3/100. Chance of exploding upon use, 70%. He frowned as he inspected it. I knew their mechanical equipment would be just like the dwarves themselves, but the durability is rock bottom. It's covered in dirt and rust just from touching it. Feels like it'll snap if I make even a tiny mistake. Yumin clicked his tongue. At this point, it doesn't feel like a test for recognition. It feels more like a prank to piss people off. Yumin chuckled softly. But there's a loophole in this quest. You stupid dwarves. The boss looked at the finished product in surprise. How did you already? On the table sat a complete gun. Perfectly repaired, old-style musket. Grade, normal. Attack power, 50. Durability, 100/100. Yumin smiled brightly to curry favor. Ah yes, I assembled it very neatly. What do you think? The truth was revealed. The loophole was exactly this. First, friend of the dwarves, unique. More than just recognition, you are the first human to earn the trust of the dwarves. Acquired effects. Can commission dwarves for crafting, repairing, and upgrading. When commissioning a dwarf blacksmith, the fee is reduced by 5%. Yumin thought to himself, since it's an equipment item anyway, I can just commission a repair for it. Yumin smiled slyly. Even if they handed it to me and told me to fix it, it's still an equipment item. I didn't need to worry at all. I just had to hand it over to a dwarf blacksmith to repair. He asked smugly, is there a problem? The boss looked troubled. No, wait here a moment. He brought the gun back, inspecting it carefully. This fast. And repaired so perfectly? This is impossible. Did he just bring a brand new gun instead of fixing it? But this type of gun isn't something you can just find around here. The boss couldn't believe it. No matter how I look at it, he must be playing some kind of trick. He asked, was there anything special when you were repairing it? Yumin put on a knowing look. There was a rather unique drawing on the inside of the gun casing. A wheel shape. I think there was a similar pattern on the trigger mechanism too. The boss flinched. Exactly. He sighed. Good grief. You even knew exactly about the parts one specially marked to prevent cheating. I have no choice but to acknowledge you. Yumin smirked, thinking to himself, of course I'd know that. I already completed this quest before I regressed. The system reported, unbelievable achievement. You have earned the trust of the dwarves. You have acquired the title, Friend of the Dwarves. You are the first person to receive this title. First, Friend of the Dwarves, unique. You have earned the recognition of the dwarves and are the first to receive this title. Those who acknowledge you as a friend will help you to the best of their abilities. Acquired effects. Can acquire the subclass Mechanical Engineer. 50% discount on usage fees for vehicles and equipment operated by the dwarf race. Human couldn't stop grinning. I honestly didn't expect much from such a simple quest, but the rewards are insane. In this world, vehicles like trains and airships run by dwarves are incredibly expensive. Getting half off is great, but the absolute best part is the Mechanical Engineer subclass. They have their own set of blueprints. If I become a mechanical engineer, I can learn machine-related techniques, the special skills of the dwarf race. Human marveled. So that means I can craft mechanical equipment myself. At first, I thought completing this quest would only grant me the right to trade for dwarven mechanical products. There was even a player who became super famous thanks to mechanical engineering. He recalled a player with the nickname Crash, full name Mark Syng Distrate. Even though he was a dark mage, he had countless bizarre mechanical inventions and gadgets. Using them in battle pissed off a lot of players. In Human's past life, he was notorious as an eccentric with a rare combat style and a weird personality. He was so popular back then that he even had a fan club. Anyway, thanks to his active presence, the mechanical engineering craze exploded. My main skills are mostly simple attacks, so this is a great opportunity to fill the gaps they leave behind. Human patted his chest. I want to learn about mechanical engineering. The boss smiled. I warmly welcome my wonderful friend to the perfect beauty of mechanics. The system notified, you have acquired the subclass, Mechanical Engineer. By accumulating experience and reaching higher proficiency levels, you can learn the techniques of the dwarf race. Human requested, please show me the blueprints and the list of parts. I'll practice with them from time to time. The boss was extremely pleased. All right. You can look at as many as you want. The system compiled his achievements. You have been acknowledged by all races in the Golden Line territory. You are now a member of Crossroad. Amazing achievement. The first visitor to become a member of Crossroad. You have acquired the title, Honorary Resident of Crossroad. First, Honorary Resident of Crossroad, Rare. You are the first person to earn the recognition of all 3 races in the Golden Line territory. As an Honorary Resident of Crossroad, you will be treated equally to other residents. You are the first to receive this title. Acquired effects. Receive the protection of the Crossroad Guard. You can build intimate relationships with all beings in the Golden Line territory. Human looked at the notifications and thought, this boring race quest is finally over. He pondered, protected by the Crossroad Guard. Human frowned. Right. Come to think of it, Stellorian asked me to deliver a letter to Mankin, the captain of the guard. I have to go anyway. Since I remembered, I might as well go now. It's about time. A building even more magnificent than the guilds, the Crossroad Guard headquarters. Human studied the building's structure thoughtfully. He evaluated it. Compared to a typical guard building, this place is quite lavish. Actually, considering the scale of the city. Just then, a voice rang out. Sorry to keep you waiting. The person's footsteps approached. There was a disturbance nearby, so I had to go handle it. My apologies. He was significantly larger than even Human. He smiled cheerfully. I'm the one in charge of security here in Crossroad. It's a pleasure to meet you. This was the captain of the Crossroad Guard, Mankin, a half-elf. Human thought lazily. I feel this every time I see him. But is this physique really that of a half-elf? What on earth did he eat to get so huge? He reluctantly shook his hand. I'm Roken. Mankin, on the other hand, was much more welcoming. You have a great build. Just this guy? Human thought in annoyance. No matter how I look at it, it's weird. He recalled, why is he acting so friendly? In my memories, Mankin was one of the most arrogant, preachy half-elves out there. Mankin explained, I've heard a lot about you from Teru. Our race owes you a great debt. Human suddenly understood. So that's why. He pondered seriously. Perfect timing. If I have a good relationship with Mankin, things will go much smoother. After all, the lovely gentleman in front of me is the strongest person in Crossroad, and its true ruler. Level 200, Captain of the Crossroad Guard, Mankin. He suddenly remembered. Oh right, Stellorian sent a letter for me? Is he doing well? Human calculated in his head. Of course. Just past level 200, that's about it. Outwardly, he acted normal. He's doing well. Here is the letter he asked me to deliver to you. Mankin replied politely. Is that so? I'll read it right away, so please wait a moment. He nodded. Are you a new member of the investigation team? Yumin replied. Yes, that's right. Mencken burst into laughter. No need to hide it. I'm a member of the investigation team too. Let's work hard together for the peace of the continent from now on. Yumin thought in annoyance. Of course investigation team members have to do that. Do you really need to state the obvious? Is this guy actually an idiot? Mencken's eyes glinted dangerously. Compared to his level, I can sense his aura. Someone who has earned the recognition of all the other races, and even became a member of the investigation team. A very capable person. But the most impressive thing is, Mencken recalled, right from the moment we met, to test him, I used invisible magic to silently pressure him. But he looked at Yumin's calm expression. Even now, his expression hasn't changed at all. Normally, one would feel pain, or at least discomfort. Mencken continued. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. So now, but Yumin suddenly interrupted. So, he stepped closer and lowered his voice. Are the test results out yet? For a moment, Mencken froze. He noticed. Yumin stood up. Anyway, it seems you still haven't made your best judgment. He growled threateningly. What should we do? Let's just have a match right now. Mencken remained silent. Yumin had his own calculations. Of course, that's completely insane. I'm only level 106 right now. There's no way I can beat a level 200 Mencken. But I have experience from my past life. As far as I know, Mencken is an NPC who, despite his arrogance and high pride, respects the strong and the straightforward. Plus, there are other secondary factors. Above all, the half-elves absolutely trust me. Because of that, this crazy stunt has a 100% chance of not actually happening. Mencken's entire body trembled. He burst into loud laughter. As expected, I was completely wrong about you. The system notified. Mencken's affinity towards you has increased. Yumin sighed in relief and smiled. Mencken replied, I just wanted to test what level you had reached. I apologize. I bear no ill will towards you. Yumin grinned, thinking, this is it. The hidden reward. He pretended to turn away. Just saying that doesn't seem like enough, does it? Mencken was also incredibly generous. Of course, I must compensate you properly. He offered. Tell me, what do you want? Gold. If not, then weapons or armor from the guard. If not that either, then the highest grade instant recovery items? Of course, as long as it's nothing too outrageous. Yumin cut him off. No, that's enough. He smiled confidently. Me. Accept me as a member of the Crossroad Guard. Mencken was taken aback by this request. A member of the guard? Yumin waved his hand. Of course, since I'm an adventurer, I can't be on duty all day. I hope you can assign me suitable tasks. Mencken tilted his head, evaluating him. He agreed. That's not a problem. You shall have your wish. The system panel appeared. Mencken, captain of the Crossroad Guard, has offered you to become a member of the guard. Do you accept? He suggested. If you need it, I'll lend you the guard's exclusive equipment and items. As much as you want. I'll inform the quartermaster about this. Yumin replied politely. Thank you. In his mind, Yumin was calculating again. Those who complete the 3 quests will soon arrive at Crossroad. He walked around the city. To me, they're ultimately all competitors. And their strengths vary. If they act up and oppose me like those blood-hunting guilds, I'd be thrilled, but I can't beat them all just by PKING them one by one. I might have to play dirty like Phillet. Yumin recalled that guy. Come to think of it, they all ended up giving up in the end. Well, what's needed most at times like this? A guard was already waiting. Loyalty. I'm here on the captain's orders. You're Roken, right? He handed over a badge. This is the guard's certification. Just show this to others, and you can prove your identity as a guard member without even wearing the uniform. Yumin smiled slyly. Authority. He replied, thank you. From now on, I will do my utmost to protect the peace of Crossroad alongside everyone. The system updated his progress. You have become a member of the Crossroad Guard. You can exercise certain authorities to maintain public order among NPCs or players in Crossroad. If the conditions are met, even if you attack first, your infamy stat will not increase. Yumin narrowed his eyes. With this, I can legally abuse my authority on any players who come to Crossroad. Yumin walked around the city holding the badge. He pondered. The duties of a Crossroad Guard member are very simple. The daily tasks aren't strenuous at all. like hunting 20 monsters in the vicinity. He thought, in the event of a special situation threatening Crossroad, I absolutely must assist. Those are the conditions, but even if it's a bit of a hassle, it's worth it. Plus, there are a few other perks. I can freely use the city's facilities. The NPC's friendliness also starts from a place of trust. Other services come with discounts and extra benefits. Human smiled. But all of these are just minor perks. The real advantage of becoming a guard member. Hypothetical situation. If a player disrupts public order, that's when Human steps in. He, a member of the guard, can immediately punish that person on the spot without facing any penalties. On the contrary, if he hands out an appropriate punishment, he can even receive additional rewards. In short, he's someone who can exercise authority over other players. There are a few other minor details too. Quitting the job doesn't come with any special restrictions or penalties either. Until I move on to the next area, I just need to do my job carefully and then quit. Anyway, it's about time other players started arriving here. Human remembered his enemy. Since that guy Odin is in a different region, we won't run into each other right away. But even if it's not Odin, it wouldn't be strange for other level 100 players to show up. Suddenly, Human frowned. He twisted his mouth. Seriously? This. On the notification screen, special player news. The world's first level 100 player has appeared. A player from South Korea. Human waved his hand. I need to look into this properly. Log out. The cover photo was of a player. The world's first player in the lore to reach level 100. Race, Orc. Class, Demon Hunter Master. Announcement, Thai. In-game exclusive interview. The interviewer smiled. It's an honor to meet you, Thai, the world's first player. How does it feel to be the first player in the world to reach level 100 and arrive at the third city? He replied, I feel very honored. She asked further, your class is Demon Hunter Master, right? So your subclass must be Beast Tamer. Human watched the news in boredom. What's up with this orc guy? He looked at that face with a bit of disappointment. It's not Odin, but this random nobody who hit level 100? Human recalled, during his interview, he was already at level 99. There's no reason for him to suddenly fall behind. He suddenly realized. As expected, it's that. Everything is going exactly as predicted. Odin. That wicked bastard already reached level 100 a long time ago, and it seems he's observing to see who his competitors are, just like me. Human smiled wickedly. I knew it. You have to be at least this cautious to be worthy of being my prey. The interview continued. In your experience, is there anything different about level 100? The orc player replied, of course, it's the combo skills. Combo skills? What are those? Human sighed in relief. So everyone who deserves to know is already suspicious? Since the game doesn't mention the rewards for being the first to achieve something, they probably aren't sure who the actual first person to reach level 100 is. It's me, you idiots. The screen continued broadcasting the interview. Recently, everyone has been very interested in the third city. What are your thoughts on it, Ty? The orc player replied, I haven't completed the quest yet, so I'm still in the process of gathering information. He smiled proudly. But players all over the world, please look forward to it. The orc player declared boldly, I, Ty, the first-generation player to enter the third city, will publicly share the information with everyone. The crowd gasped in awe. That's so exciting. Human showed blatant contempt. This idiot is taking it a bit too far. He moved his mouse. Right. Perfect timing. It's about time I uploaded a new video to my YouTube channel after such a long break. Human opened the software interface. The channel I created to post the video of me teaching those Megapixel Guild guys a lesson last time. He recalled, that video became the main topic of discussion among players both domestically and internationally. My channel has less than 10 videos, but it already has 400,000 subscribers. Thanks to that, the income is pretty good too. I was a bit worried since I haven't uploaded anything new in quite a while, but since the first level 100 player appeared, things are really buzzing right now. Human stretched his arms. He muttered to himself, what if, right after the first level 100 player appears, a video revealing the third city is suddenly released? Human exhaled. Now's the time to show off my editing skills, huh? His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This is going to be so much fun. Too bad for you, Ty. You should have known your limits. Shortly after, the video was uploaded. the world's earliest video of the third city. People commented enthusiastically, "Whoa, it's Roken. GM, how do I get to this place?" The video clearly showed the scenery inside the city. Is this really the third city? For real? Real? This isn't edited, is it? Kaya, this is definitely a city that's never been revealed before. Could it really be the third city? There were also scenes showing the monsters in the city. Holy crap, this is insane. What the hell is that? Are giant monsters like that going to appear starting from the third city? Onslaught, did he actually hunt that thing? No way, right? He just filmed it, right? The comments infuriated the orc player. Grapefruit soda. With this amount of footage, he didn't just record it and upload it immediately, right? It must have taken at least a few days. Passerby, what the heck? So the actual first person to reach level 100 is Roken. Melborg, so Tai is number 1 from the bottom? Watermelon God of War. No hair, so he has no eyes to see either. He punched his computer monitor hard. His hands trembled with rage. Damn it, this son of a bitch. He couldn't contain his fury. The video about the third city was spreading at breakneck speed. Because of that, many people were criticizing him, saying his claim of being the first level 100 player was a lie. Everyone was cyberbullying him. Brad, first in the world? You sure about that? I'm embarrassed for you. The orc player gritted his teeth, thinking, the commercials, the shows, they've all been canceled. He growled, motherfucker. You think I knew? The GM didn't say anything, so I thought I was the first. Veins popped on the orc player's forehead, stabbing me in the back like this. Just you wait, you bastard. You fucking piece of shit, Roken. Human looked at the explosive engagement. Oh, look at that. He scrolled on his phone. It's only been up for half a day, and it already has almost 20,000 likes. I'm probably going to rake in a ton of ad revenue from this, huh? Human felt arrogant. There are so many interview requests and offers to appear on shows. Of course, I'll accept them all. This feels so surreal. The Lord has already transcended the concept of a VR game. This reality has affected everyone deeply. The massive explosion of players isn't just in South Korea, but all over the world. It has a huge impact on society as a whole. Comment from Richard Carriot. How do you get there? Please make a more detailed tutorial video. Katana, another Korean? Well, The Lord is a Korean game after all. Human muttered to himself. After regressing, I didn't put everything on the line for it. He smirked in amusement. Man, the reaction is this intense, huh? He lay down in his gaming capsule. As a creator, I shouldn't reveal my face, right? Human thought to himself. Well then, I'll just have to meet everyone's expectations. A new quest related to an ancient, dark castle. Someone knocked on the door. The person inside looked out and asked, "Who is it?" Human replied, "I'm from the Crossroad Guard. I heard Baron Schwinn needs some help." Finally, he was led inside the grand mansion. The butler announced, "My Lord Baron, this person is from the guard." He replied, "Come in quickly." This was Baron Schwa. He sat in the center, smiling kindly. "I didn't expect the guard to send someone directly. So, you are the one who will help me." Human smiled and replied, "Yes, I am Roken from the guard. Captain Mankin sent me. I sincerely wish to offer you my assistance." He flashed a textbook smile, even though he was screaming internally. Of course, receiving orders from Mankin is a lie. I already knew about this quest beforehand, which is why I came here. But dropping Mankin's name just makes me more trustworthy. Chwa's hands trembled. "The reason I live in a place so far from the city is to treat my daughter." He recalled his tragic story. "I would do anything for her. But right now, her body is incredibly weak. No matter what methods I try, it's very difficult to cure her." Chwa tilted his head in worry. "Many have helped me search for the blood of the trolls that often appear in the cursed cave. If I can get their blood, my daughter might be able to recover somewhat." The system notified of a quest. Cure Baron Chwa's little daughter, 1. To save his little daughter's life, Baron Chwa has requested your help. Completion condition: obtain troll blood from the cursed cave. Completion reward: 5 gold. Human smiled and replied, "Of course. I will go find it for you right away." Inwardly, he was also satisfied. "I have a related quest too." Human headed to the quest location, the cursed cave of life. He stepped forward. "Hello everyone. I am the god of war, Roken." So then, Human hoisted his axe over his shoulder and walked boldly. "I will now reveal footage of one of the dungeons around Crossroad. I will now begin my raid on the cursed cave of life. The night sky was clear and strangely quiet. Yumin immediately traveled to this cold, desolate land. Dungeons aren't affected by the time outside. He narrowed his eyes, silently observing his surroundings. Meaning, even if it's night, the monsters won't be any stronger. I have to explain all these basic things too. Soon after, Yumin spotted the massive, hulking figure of a troll. The special thing about this dungeon is that trolls appear as monsters. In the Golden Lion territory, this is the first time trolls appear as dungeon monsters. Yumin stood quietly from a distance, observing, and then realized, but it's not just trolls. Perfect timing, the first monster has appeared. Then, a stone monkey appeared. Witnessing its strength, Yumin couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Here, the stone monkey is the lowest tier monster. It's an ape slightly shorter than a human, packed with muscles. Its attack, defense, and agility are all high. If you're not careful, you could be in real danger. Just like that, the stone monkey lunged forward with incredible jumping power and its massive frame. A single punch from it deformed the troll's face, knocking its teeth out. With just that first punch, the stone monkey beat the troll so miserably it was practically pulverized. After taking down the troll, the stone monkey instinctively let out a sky-shaking roar. From afar, Yumin's figure accidentally fell into its line of sight. Without hesitation, it charged at him, launching a full-force attack. However, before it could do anything, the stone monkey suddenly froze, its eyes wide in disbelief. Yumin decisively grabbed the stone monkey's arm and smirked. But on the flip side, since all its stats are evenly balanced, you just need to focus on what you excel at, like speed or attack power. The stone monkey looked stunned as Yumin's hand drew closer and closer. In the very next second, he used all his might to slam its head down. With just his first attack, Yumin made the stone monkey taste the dirt and rocks. Yumin smirked slightly. How's that? Easy, right? He casually turned his back and walked away. Actually, there's no special reason why they appear in a dungeon with trolls. At this moment, a group of stone monkeys stepped out. Yumin stood there, watching them nonchalantly. They are the trolls' food. Even though they pose a significant threat when they travel in packs, to the trolls, they're just food. Yumin gritted his teeth and growled, exactly like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a skill, Mad Roar. Facing Yumin's skill, the stone monkeys braced themselves to endure it. However, the first stone monkey was quickly taken down by Yumin's attack. Just like that, a whole slew of stone monkeys collapsed simultaneously. While fighting passionately, Yumin suddenly noticed something strange. High above, he saw a massive troll appear. The one that just ran away was a giant bat. It attacks by smashing or biting. It's a bit annoying since it has wings and can fly, but since we're in a cave anyway, it won't be too difficult. He gently approached it without a shred of fear. Now, we will officially enter the territory of the trolls. He walked forward proudly, weapon in hand. There are about 10 trolls in this dungeon. If they team up, they'll be quite tough to handle, so let's lure them out one by one. Yumin seemed unaware that a massive figure was watching him from behind. Yumin continued to walk casually, mocking, "Troll is a race that players can choose when registering for the Lord, but when it's a monster, we don't know what it'll be like." The massive troll behind him began to extend its sharp claws. Yumin, with his sharp hearing, immediately turned his head to look. Without hesitation, he swung his weapon, creating a blinding yet incredibly powerful attack. The strike caused the troll some pain, forcing it to grit its teeth and endure. Yumin looked at it and sighed in relief. The defining traits of trolls are their immense physical strength and agility. They easily surpass a human, but the troll tightly gripped the axe on its back. He stood there and continued, "Their biggest trait." Just like that, the troll counterattacked fiercely and violently. Right at the wound on its shoulder, a slimy fluid began to secrete. Is their regenerative ability. After healing its wound, it returned in full force. Yumin didn't hesitate. He gathered momentum and charged forward. Even so, there's nothing to be afraid of. As soon as it witnessed his power, the troll frowned in sheer terror. In no time, Yumin had dashed right in front of the troll. He chuckled with a wicked, cunning charm. If you just keep attacking relentlessly, it'll eventually have to go down. Easy, right? Just like that, The troll was painfully defeated. A moment later, another troll charged at him. Yumin, completely unafraid, immediately got into a ready stance. Then, he unleashed a flurry of divine punches and kicks at the troll. Without wasting a single second, Yumin gripped his axe, preparing to deliver the final blow. One decisive strike sent another troll straight to the afterlife. Seeing this, the remaining ones had faces full of surging terror. Yumin glanced at the remaining trolls and warned, "Did you see that? I don't know if general class or hero class trolls will appear later, but these cursed trolls only have slightly higher regeneration." After a brief skirmish, Yumin wiped out the rest of the trolls. "If it's just this much, I consider all the trolls in this dungeon dealt with." He reached out and pressed a notification button on the system screen. Alright, that's it for this video. I won't reveal the entire quest content. Of course, it'll be edited before I upload it. After setting everything up, Yumin put on a satisfied expression. Alright, now for the most fun part, looting. The system conveniently popped up a series of success notifications. He held up the vial of troll blood with a smug tone. Good, that's one thing done first. Yumin looked up at the darkened sky and pondered. Let's see. After observing for a moment, he searched around frantically. I think it's somewhere around here. The system popped up another notification. After reading it, Yumin burst into a delighted, sinister laugh. Perfect timing. He began to watch the corpses of the trolls slowly fade away. After waiting a moment, the system notified that he had collected the bones of the cursed beast. This is the reason why the trolls here are cursed. Of course, this didn't happen naturally. Someone placed a rather strong curse on a beast, then threw it into this cave, where it became prey for the monsters. Yumin looked at it for a moment, a thought rising in his mind. I can roughly guess what kind of person did this. The plague-carrying rats in the sewers. The pollution-causing apes in the Telona forest. The monsters this time are highly likely caused by that same person. Those who mutate monsters and NPCs using curses. In reality, they are no different from the player's enemies in the main quest. In my past life, no player ever uncovered their true identities. I steadily progressed through the main quest too, but, in the end, I got tangled up with Ragnarok along the way. As he was leaving, Yumin suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. His eyes suddenly sharpened. That might be a very absurd theory, but could it be Ragnarok? Was the reason that bastard Odin attacked me? To sabotage the main quest. Mankin looked at the item Yumin brought back in utter disbelief. Is that? He took it, his tone still full of surprise. Where did you find this? He answered straightforwardly. In the troll's habitat, the cursed cave of life. Hearing that, Mankin frowned, looking dead serious. I have also been investigating the mutation of monsters. I didn't expect the curse to be spread through this medium. After the sewers and the Telona forest, this time it's a cave. The mediums are placed in locations that are very hard to find. Yumin glared, his tone incredibly firm. Do you have any information on the ones spreading this curse? If not, then what is their goal? Mankin sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't have any information yet either. I've only just begun investigating the curse. He emphasized specifically, Roken, leave this to me. I will take over the research on it from now on. Can you find other monsters affected by the curse? After a brief exchange, Yumin turned and left, his mind full of thoughts. The reason Odin lured me to Crossroad. I was thinking too simply. Yumin recalled the past and thought, I wasn't the #1 ranker. I thought it was because he intended to subjugate me, but if that wasn't it, did he join hands with them? Through some sort of deal? Was his true goal to stop me from doing the main quest? This is all just guesswork. In the Lord, when progressing through the main quest, there's no reason for a player to team up with villainous NPCs. After thinking for a while, Yumin let out a soft, eerie chuckle. Whatever. He then burst into maniacal laughter. Whether it's Ragnarok or those guys, I'll just destroy them and ask them directly. Yumin looked at the vial of troll blood in his hand, his mouth curling in excitement. Chua held the vial, exclaiming excitedly, You actually found troll blood. As expected, I can only rely on the guard. His expression turned gloomy. Next, we must find the hot blood of a ram. You can get it by hunting devil rams. For the sake of my poor daughter, you must find it. Yumin strolled out of Chua's room once again. He smirked slightly, laughing in contempt. What? Poor daughter. Yumin looked up at the sky and suddenly realized. Right? You're planning to show up using that identity, huh? For now, I'll just play dumb and let it slide. A massive creature appeared, exhaling heavily and fiercely. It was a giant devil ram. Yumin also happened to arrive at this place. He looked down at the herd of devil rams, excitement surging in his heart. Well then, shall we start herding sheep? With that, he gathered momentum and prepared his combat stance. A high leap from Yumin startled the devil rams. He vaulted high into the air, then descended steadily with high friction speed. In no time, Yumin appeared right in front of the devil rams. Seeing that he hadn't done anything impressive, they all burst into laughter. Yumin adjusted his mask, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Herbivores, as expected. He flashed forward quickly and declared loudly. You met an apex predator, so you're so terrified your bodies froze up and you can't do anything. The devil rams were still laughing, oblivious to the imminent danger. Just like that, Yumin ruthlessly slaughtered a few of them to kick things off. While fighting, Yumin noticed something. Look at that. Seeing the devil ram's unusual behavior, he mocked. Puffing up your wool to block my axe? It charged and counterattacked, sending Yumin flying backward. He agilely utilized his jumping ability. Yumin landed safely and perfectly. On the devil ram's side, it stomped its hooves violently. Speed combined with a light-speed headbutt. Yumin dodged its attack. He thought to himself, it's a bit hesitant, but it actually knows how to use combo skills. Seeing its power, he praised it in awe. Your strength isn't bad at all. He gripped his axe tightly and emphasized, but I'm pretty strong too. Yumin stepped forward and roared at the top of his lungs. Let's see who's stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his axe straight at the devil ram. The attack was so powerful that the surrounding rocks and dirt shattered into pieces. The devil ram collapsed, covered in blood. Seeing it go down, Yumin sighed, shaking off his fatigue. Then, he turned his head and spoke to the one behind him. Where do you think you're going? I still have business with you. His face broke into a wicked, eerie smile. I just need your skin and blood. Just give me those, and I'll let you go. The remaining devil ram trembled in fear. Yumin continued in a friendly tone. How about it? Good deal, right? Of course, you can still live without those things, right?